you hear me now? very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, a bright, sunny Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And I know that might sound a little bit strange given what transpired yesterday, but this is the situation here. We're in the dry season in Trinidad and Tobago. It's just that nobody told the rains that, and they just somehow seem to find a way through here. Good news, the clouds are high to our left, and but hey, it's Trinidad and Tobago, and we in the Caribbean, so any number could play at any given time. However, the situation is that Trinidad and Tobago, the Red Force, will resume at 303 for 2. And again, after a bright opening partnership of 139 runs, we have another third wicket partnership here of over 100 with both Jit Guli on 76 and Jason Mohammed on 75. And as I say, good afternoon to Kishav Bahadur Singh. Kishav, I said you were here in the last session. How did these two bat? And if you saw anything in the North-South Classic, did the approach mirror that?
Well, good afternoon, Ruskin, and to all of our viewers. And I must say that exactly as you mentioned, the partnership from these two in the North-South Classic was definitely transferred into this game with that momentum and that run of form, because both Jason Mohammed and Jit Guli, from the moment they stepped out of the crease, they seemed to have so much of confidence and composure. From ball one, you will recall Jason Mohammed with a nice looking drive, and Guli as well. They both played impeccable innings, I must say, up to this stage. Only one chance was given by Guli. There was a chance where he got an unfortunate edge that skied the ball up into the air, and to his fortune, the wicketkeeper, Demario Richards, did not take the catch. So there was one life granted for Jason Mohammed. I would say there were a couple close calls in terms of later on in the evening. The ball was just gripping and turning a bit more off the pitch from Mahabir Singh and Man Singh. So just had to survive a couple of close LBW appeals. But again, the focus and concentration from both batsmen seemed unparalleled.
Well, that's good. And so far, they've continued to put the pressure on the CCC bowlers, and it really now, I suppose they're probably still scratching their head as to why they took the decision to field first after winning the toss yesterday and inserting the Red Force. But 303 is a pretty impressive score on an opening day of a regional game, and so I'm sure that the Trinidad and Tobago camp must be very happy. I don't know if you all got a chance to speak to any of I don't know how David felt. I didn't really message him last night, but I would imagine they all are very happy.
Yes, well, we had a chat with the manager of the Red Force team, Sebastian Edwards, this morning, and he indicated, as you rightfully said, the camp, the mood is definitely one of happiness and joy, and in terms of also focus, because they don't want to get too excited early on.
But here comes Abhijan Man Singh to bowl to Guli, and immediately Guli is looking to force this, and well, it's going to be interesting also to see how they approach things here. I'm sure they've discussed all the scenarios. You get off to a slow start, or you continue in the vein that you were last night, or you kind of step on the gas and put more pressure on them, given the fact only 2 wickets have gone down.
But I think with Guli and Mohammed at the crease, both set on 76 and 75 respectively. Their first targets would be if they can get to that individual century marks and also carry their team forward to that 350 score at minimum. And thereafter, we know they have the likes of Joshua James, Tian Webster, Antonio Gomez, Yannick Carraya, all of whom can come and play those explosive innings and cameos.
Kerry, we have
Carrie Pierre as well, and even Justin Manick.
Or even your captain could probably come and swing the bat, as we say in local parlance.
Correct.
So it will be interesting. And now we saw in the North-South game, South just batted out. They didn't really seem to want to force the issue at any point in time. Here, though, I think they must recognize that they have to accumulate runs. So they will probably try to force the pace at some time, even if they consolidate now in the early part, and then just build, get back the rhythm, get everything, get the adrenaline flowing, and then start to maybe push on. But at some point today, I anticipate that the signal would be let's get some quick runs and see how much we could actually accumulate. And here's a delivery that bounces not too far from that stump. In fact, it jumped. Richards had a little bit of difficulty hauling it in. Good delivery. Looked like the wrong arm. Actually, no, it's a leg break. It just had plenty bounce. It's a loud appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. He's not fooled by it. Jason Mohammed looks around as if to say, what are you guys appealing about?
Yes, well, they seem very convinced. Bowler as well as the wicketkeeper and slip cordon going up.
And that might have pitched outside leg stump as well. A lot of chitter and chatter behind the stumps. Here they go again. Off the pad more than anything else. They might get a second. In fact, they will get a second. Corbin trots after it. They've been having a pretty good first over for the afternoon here. Mansingh not for 56 now. So there might have been an edge onto that one because both batsmen are on 77 now.
Yeah, and that was
306 for 2.
A good start there from Mansingh. And one of the interesting factors to note from yesterday, Ruskin, is that they actually had to bring the new ball into play around the 65th over because O.J. Shields was bowling his spell and one of the deliveries slipped out a very dangerous no ball, almost head height to Jed Gooley. And after, when the umpire signaled for a change of ball, they indicated that there was only a new ball at that point to be used. So it was taken much earlier than when you would expect around that 80 over mark. So that quote-unquote new ball at that stage now is about 20 overs old. Hence, we saw Mansingh starting with that first over of the day.
Well, anytime you get a new ball in your hand, you're happy.
Especially as a fast bowler.
You're glad. Even as a spinner now, because you look at the game in goal, spinners. But the thing about that, we had 3 batsmen scored centuries in that game, including a double 100. But we had 3 bowlers who also went past 100 and big hundreds too. 2 of them in the 180s and 1 in the 190s. 1 for like 182, 3 for 189, and 3 for 190. I'm like, man, there's plenty runs here. Runs with the bat and with the ball.
And with the ball. I don't think any bowler likes to get up to 100 in the figures column.
Yep. And now that they were bordering on 200. I'm like, man, that was plenty. But there's a lot of runs. 600 runs scored by Australia. And they've already prized out 3 quick wickets. So they are pretty much in the driver's seat. It's a no ball signal early by the umpire.
A couple occasions yesterday, Jordan just overstepped.
Christopher Taylor.
I think when we also spoke to Manager Edwards this morning, as you were speaking about, at some point in today they might look to accelerate their run scoring. I think if they can bat good in these first 2 sessions and that final session of play when the factors change.
Gooley driving again, looking very compact. And it's going to be incumbent, I would imagine, on Jordan to do the bulk of the work because he is the most experienced bowler they have. So they're going to look to him to, effect a breakthrough here or stymie the batting, the run flow, just kind of cut off the runs. It's not a bad delivery, just touching them outside the off stump, but Gooley seemed to have it covered.
And one thing we noticed for sure last night is that after the dinner break, Ruskin, that ball just seemed to get an extra impetus of its own and decided to move around some more in the air as well as off of the pitch, and it offered us assistance both to the seamers as well as the spinners. We even saw Mahabir Singh when the ball was just about 4 or 5 overs into that new one. He was given a spell and came back very nicely.
And I'm sure they take positives from that. That's a good shot, but it's well fielded too. He's tumbling over there to make the save is Jeremiah, the captain. because if he wasn't as quick there, that could easily have been a boundary. Actually, that is Blades who is moving across there, moving across quite smartly too. Actually, it is Jeremiah who had done the fielding there. But I remember Blades had the sleeves yesterday.
Yes, he did.
When he was bowling. Well, here he is at mid-off. Or Shields, I should say. Standing at mid-off there with his, I don't know if I could call that, is that pink sleeves? It's not orange, is it? It's a kind of cross. It's not cream, and it's, but both of them have them, and they're both platooning at mid-off and mid-on respectively.
I think they went by the same supplier.
I'm not sure. Yep. A slightly slower delivery, but again, good change of pace, but good line from Jordan to end the over. It remains 309 for 2.
Goody just being watchful in that over. We saw yesterday when both he and Mohammed started at the crease. Did take a couple of deliveries to get settled in, but coming to the later stages of the innings, we saw some really lovely expansive shots. Nice drives all along the ground, and Jason Mohammed on a couple of occasions using his feet as well, getting to the bowlers.
So we're here at the Barnlara Cricket Academy, as you just saw the sign indicating the stand named after the great man, or the facility named after the great man. And it was, Visham was just telling me that we might have some difficulty tomorrow because there's another short ball, but it is punched away. And too short there. Mohammed with plenty of time to give himself room and fire away. But he was saying that tomorrow has a big fet somewhere in the corner there.
Correct.
So
tomorrow it's out in south, I believe.
South tomorrow.
I think we all will be out in south, or we'll be here from quite earlier.
We'll be trying to get out of south.
Correct.
when the fet starts.
And strange enough, the time I believe scheduled to commence is around 9 p.m. when play is supposed to close off.
Yeah.
So you never know, Ruskin, we might
get some additional spectators. You never can tell, you know.
Correct.
Early birds, tell them come and get a ticket to come and watch the cricket before you go on fet.
I think we should encourage all of those viewers, especially those in Trinidad and Tobago, to come out and support the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team in this home encounter.
I could give the cricket board an idea there. Tell them if they have a fet ticket, they could come into the cricket. Because I remember my daughter, I was in Austria in August, and right where she lives, the stadium where the Taylor Swift concert was taking place was right there. But because there was this bomb threat, they cancelled that particular date. And the ticket holders were actually given the option of either getting the refund or using the ticket at the next Taylor Swift engagement, which was in London. So you had that option. And the next day, after the concert was cancelled, my wife and my daughter and we went to a museum, and they were actually allowing people, ticket holders, free access. Of course, I am not a Swiftie, so I don't have a Swiftie ticket. I have to pay my money to go to the thing.
I was not going to ask your favorite song, Ruskin.
So they ended the over 310 for 2. But here's the kicks in that. You know, you only seen all these youngsters, teenagers just filing in. I'm like, how are they so interested in art and all this stuff? Because they could come in free with
of course.
With the Swiftie thing. Where we got up to, like, say probably the 3rd floor. This is like a big museum. And but you have to go up to get to like Picasso and Renoir and some of the other great painters and stuff. But on one of the floors that we got to, probably about the 3rd floor, there's this big open corridor, lovely paintings and stuff like that. But I don't think people even see the paintings on the wall. They started a whole Swiftie concert, singing all her songs inside of there, and it was the most amazing thing. Yeah, my wife wondered what's going on in there. I said, "Gabe, you just don't know the people music. Don't worry about it." So she wanted to know why I want to.
Sounds like a really unique experience, though.
They just, I mean, they know every song, they know every word of every song.
Yep.
And they're just going on. And the thing is, and you know what is, well, I shouldn't say unusual, but what is good about that? The parents were there with their children. They didn't just let the kids go. Parents brought their kids to, I suppose they went to the concert, and since the concert was cancelled, they were looking for things to do in Austria. And that was one of the things that everybody was involved in. And I was so pleased to see so many parents there with their children. And the children didn't mind at all. In Trinidad, when you go with your parents, you're watching your parents, and you want to go so with your friends and your parents over. So, no, parents were part and parcel of the whole thing. And they know the song, so they're just singing along, having a fun time.
It's a really holistic experience.
Yep.
I can tell you, I think with the event tomorrow, I'm not sure how many parents would be
yeah,
attending with their kids. Our culture in Trinidad, completely opposite
Different.
of that, where the kids, as you rightfully said, they want their parents to drop them off at the front, and you wave to them, and then you disappear.
Pick them up later. But I've had to do that a lot of times. A lot of 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning pickups. You just had to do it.
If it's one thing, you always ensure safety first.
Yep.
And you think about, as you mentioned, initiatives to get persons to come to the cricket. What if an incentive is that the parents, if you have combo tickets, if there's an event at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and
Drop
even
off the children and come and watch some cricket.
correct, or even if the kids have their tickets and the parents don't, allow the parents to come in and look at the game as well. But we just want to have more supporters in person here as much as possible, so that we can just get that encouragement and rejuvenation of local cricket.
Just think for a moment of a single there. You could see them. It's almost something they discussed. But Jason Mohammed on playing it started, and then he realized he hit it much too well, and they had to abort that plan quickly.
Yeah, we're coming down to the latter stages of the innings last night. They both tended to deal in a lot of those quick singles, just working the ball to the left or right of the fielder, breaking the wrist. So probably looking to get back into that stride.
That's well played. And there's the man of the moment yesterday who broke the partnership, Mr. Evelyn, and doing the business there. He's just so bubbly in the field. Everything, he's big and muscular. And actually, when he got that wicket, it's just for that period, for everything just lifted. The entire team got a lift from him. And but it was good to see. Like I said, I don't know who celebrated more. It was him or the guy who took the catch, Corbin, or everybody just went up with joy.
The entire team.
Yeah, they were so enthused by that. Again, Jordan doing his part here, just trying to keep things tight, keep it quiet for a moment. The over comes to an end, and at the end of it, it's 311 now for 2.
But since that brief spell that he had yesterday, Demel Evelyn, just 4 overs, 1 for 17, I was pleading with the captain to just bring him back on for a spell coming down to the latter stages in the night, because that ball, as I said, was certainly deviating much more. And with the way that he bowled, no express pace and no real set of extra bounce, but he's that sort of skiddy type of bowler, and just puts the ball in those areas, tempting the batsman to play those drives and play those shots. So I would have liked to see him with that ball and see what he could have contributed for the CCC.
Yeah, his line was pretty good, and that by itself probably could have warranted another look in later on, or even today, because if you say the ball is still relatively hard, now is the time to just give him a little burst. But I suppose your next preference would be Shields if you're going to take off Jordan. This time they're going to take the single. The ball is placed a little bit better this time from Mohammed. So a lot of runs here in Trinidad, a lot of runs in Gaul, and even with the Australian Ladies, they just seem to have the number for England right now. Barbados 346. And the Guyana Happy Eagles 98 for 1. And that is always a battle there. The West Indies Academy 51 for 3, chasing 358 scored by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And the Jamaica Scorpions posted 337. Campbell is back in the team, made 79. And 68 for 4, the Windward Volcanoes. Here is 313 for 2.
I think it's a testament to the excellent batting surface here at the Barrel Cricket Academy as well, of course, through the initiative of the TTCB.
Oh my goodness.
Chopping this one. Probably a little too close for that shot, but he got away with it. Hit it hard into the ground. We've seen that so many times. That's a shot he plays well, giving himself a little bit of room to back away and probably crack it past the point. But there is cover. There is a deep cover and a short backward point. Again, Guli and Mohammed understanding what is required here. They're batting as if they're trying to deny them an early wicket. So that takes away the confidence. But at the end of the over, it's 315 for 2 right now, 90 overs completed.
Yes, well, 90 overs have finally been reached. Ideally, that's where it would have been as of yesterday, and that would have been the reason as well for our earlier start. And now reaching to the time of 1 p.m. the scheduled start, and it's good to see that we are on track, Ruskin. Those previous overs made up in that previous 20 minutes of play that we had, and now it's as if the day is now about to start
about to begin,
with that first delivery.
You know, when it was earlier in the week here, it might have been Monday or before, Vinod Mamchan posted a picture of an apple.
Yes.
And was trying to convince me that he got it from one of these trees here. And but I am not quite sure if that apple originated. Now he says it did, but it's the only apple I've ever seen in any of these trees.
But I must say,
there is a chance there, but he just couldn't pull it in, unless it bumped. But you could see the effort on the part of Jordan. He seemed to think it came from bat straight. Yes, it did. And it was a good opportunity for him to effect that breakthrough. Got his hand to it, but just one hand, and he couldn't hold it in.
that delivery rushed onto Gully, and that extra bounce, as we mentioned, from Jordan, just rising on him. And nothing was technically wrong with the shot. It was the right shot to be played at that point in time. However, the fact that the ball rushed onto him and stood up a bit more just allowed it to pop aerially. And half chance there to Hakeem Jordan.
Yep, it certainly was a opportunity there for them to break and here again is another good delivery. So Jordan is certainly doing his part. Yeah, there it is again. No.
Now, does that look like an apple from the tree, Ruskin?
Well, I've never seen an apple from the tree, so I don't know. So Vinod is going to have to bring some verification. The Guinness Book of World Records wants to see proof that you walked over there and actually picked that and brought it over here. So we'll see.
Yeah, it was one of those situations where I must admit I was here as well assisting with the videography, and there was no apple previously, and then the apple appeared. So I think I would give him the benefit of the doubt in that he attained it from that southwest region where they were rumored to have apple trees planted.
And this is the thing, you know, we see the trees, but I'm yet to see an apple actually like on the tree. So I could say, okay, fine, that's an apple tree. That's well played. But again, because of the chance he had when he was on 81, but he's still on 81, both batsmen on 81, because of that chance and the ball that followed that kind of jumped at him and moved a little bit, Gully is ultra watchful now. especially for Jordan, because, like I said, he is the man who they're probably looking to now to effect that breakthrough for them and probably keep taking wickets, and we know he's capable of such. It's another good delivery, slightly shorter, but the line is pretty good from this spell, in this spell rather, for Jordan.
You've already seen this morning that there's more assistance from the pitch for the fast bowlers. Of course, those footmarks, as you can evidently see, on either side of the wicket would offer some variations off of the pitch itself, as well as that extra bounce and pace generated from fresh legs at the start of play.
Little too wide there to interest him. The other, a pretty good over from Jordan. He continues to bowl well. 1 for 46. It's 315 for 2 now after 91 overs.
Of course, the two batsmen to fall yesterday, Cephas Cooper, 80 from 140, and Vikash Mohan, also a well-played half-century. He made 66 of 132 deliveries. So that was an excellent opening stand of 139 initially, and then this partnership has gone past 150. It's currently on 156. So it's exactly what any batting team would want their top order to produce.
And, you know, here's a shot cut. Nicely fielded, but he'll still get the run at the end of it all. But once again, Jason Mohammed showing a penchant for that cross-batted shot. He likes to play that shot outside the off-stump. And if you give him the room, he will take it. But I was just saying, in a lot of ways, this game is mirroring that North-South game, you know, because when North batted, their top scorer, I think, made 84 or something like that. Rambaran made 84. And in fact, come to think of it, yep, Andrew Rambaran made 84 in that game. So he had a chance at 100, but never got there. Then we had Cooper. Cephas Cooper made 98. Couldn't get over the line. Jit made 56 in that game as well. Turton made 69. But one man stood out there. 224 was Jason Mohammed in there. You know, so it'll be interesting to see if he kind of repeats that. But then again, that would mean that Guli would get out before he gets to his 100. We don't want that. But if Jason Mohammed could continue to bat on here, it will be interesting if he could get to triple figures. I think he has, 13 first-class hundreds to his name already.
And if he goes past that mark, he'll be the leading century scorer for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Previously, in Darren Ganga would have, well, at this point, he's holding the title. Yeah. But I'm sure over the season, Jason Mohammed is going to get to that century, even today. He's that sort of player, Mr. Reliable for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force over the last few years. And of course, it's great to still have someone of his invaluable experience out there. Of course, guiding the youngsters.
Yeah, they're doing very well. The partnership is 158 right now.
And again, Ruskin, as you saw, he defended that ball uppishly. I was pleading yesterday
for a bat bird
many times. We saw a bat bird come out at a later point in the innings when Mahabir Singh was bowling to Jed Guli. And for the left-hander, the bat pad was in play. But when Mohammed came on strike, Mahabir Singh was bowling around the wicket and the bat pad was taken out. So I thought it would have been a good ploy to still have him in. And even more so when they got that new ball and the ball was just
doing a little bit. Yeah.
Correct. I think it would have been a good idea to just put some pressure close in on the batsmen and let them know that, yes, I've seen you attacking and defending, but I'm not going to make it so easy. Because right now they are just going through the motions.
They're picking up from where they left off last night. As you saw there is some cloud about, but like I said, it's high clouds. And so hopefully they wouldn't be filled with water and drop down on us. And I have to be, afterwards, I make mention of the ground staff in Sri Lanka and Gaul. They cover the whole field. And while we might have 20 members in the ground staff, here, and most facilities will have around that 20, 25 persons, you know, managing the covers. For each corner of the ground, they seem to have like about that 20 to 30 people. So they bring in one big cover from that end, about 30 of them pulling it over. Another 30 bringing a cover over on this end. Another 30 bringing a cover from that end. Another 30 bringing the cover from this end. So when they finish, the whole playing surface is covered. You know, tarpaulins everywhere. And they organize. They know what they're doing, and they do it in a particular sequence.
And I think it's one of those issues where we know that the geographic locations of certain cricket grounds affect how they need to be prepared and maintained and so on. And Gaul, in fact, is very close to the sea and coastline there. I think Sri Lanka, of course, known to have a lot of heavy rains at times and monsoons and so on. So could be very well that they have those extra measures in place.
Yep, they understand the scenario around their cricket. And if they want to get as much play in, then they have to take those precautions. Again, Jordan is strong on target, putting in a good spell here. He's not overextending himself. He doesn't seem to be running in any faster, but he's certainly bowling within himself and keeping and maintaining good line and length.
And he bowled a marathon spell yesterday. In fact, when O.J. Shields came on and got that new ball in his hand, Jordan was replaced by Shields and only got a rest for 2 overs because then he was asked to come back again with that new ball. So being one of the premier fast bowlers of their lineup, definitely reliant on him.
Yeah, and I think he understands that. And we probably would have spoken to coaches and say, you know, just bowl within yourself because you might get a long spell or at least several spells today, you know, and so he has to kind of stay within himself because when you bowl under these conditions, because one, the ground is hard, so your feet hurt, it's hot, so you're humid and you're getting tired quickly, you're perspiring a lot, and then when you're asked, your fitness is being challenged a lot. And so if you could bowl, now to his credit, and this is one of the areas where you could kind of combat that or get away with it for a while, because his mechanics are good, it doesn't take too much out of him, unless he's, like I said, when you try to bowl short balls, because it takes a lot out of you to do that. But as he's bowling that line and length, and because he has good mechanics, it's easier on him to just run up and repeat. It's a repeatable action. Let's just put it that way. The mechanics are pretty good. It's not the smoothest of run-ups, but everything else is good. That's gorgeous. And that could be 4 runs. In fact, it is 4 runs. I think Jeremiah gave up the chase immediately as the ball sped across the turf, and that's lovely from Guli.
A majestic drive from Guli indeed. That's the 3rd time that he's driven straight behind the bowler in his innings. And each of those occasions, it seems to be almost deja vu or replica of the shot before. And such is the importance of playing that shot straight behind the bowler to perfection, the timing, power, precision. 93 gone, 321 for 2. And you see
Yannick Curry
correct.
Has been padded up for a while.
Some of the spinning arsenal for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the skipper Brian Charles, of course, and Yannick Correa, both of them would have been in that West Indies spin camp at Antigua held over the past few weeks. So I think they would want to take any knowledge that they would have gained additionally and apply that, especially in this West Indies Championship. Of course, Brian Charles receiving that West Indies call-up last year into the squad. Unfortunately, didn't get a chance to debut as yet, but I'm sure he has it in the cards.
And you look at the approach by Jason Mohammed, and I hope the other batsmen are looking at that. Now that's a delivery. The length probably might have warranted a 4 defensive, but he is playing it. He's going so deep in the crease that he has loads of time to play it on the back foot. Sometimes. Even then, he's not reaching out to it very much. He's trying to play it from the crease, but a lot of times he's playing it on the back foot, even though it's a fairly full length. It could be he's not really reading. He's not sure which way it's going to turn. And here he is again, just pushing the pad down. But still, there's no bat pad.
And if there was one in place, he wouldn't have played that shot. Might have been a bit more hesitant and
Probably would have gone back on the back foot.
correct.
And end up in trouble.
Correct. So again, those different initiatives that a fielding team can take is to add a twist.
Jason again just rocks back on that back foot quickly and punches it into the offside. An easy single because not much Shields could do about that. And that's one of the areas the CCC players have to be mindful of, is that you could cut off some of those singles, but you just have to be very alert. And his goalie, and that ball goes where it's funny. He swept that ball, and that ball went past the keeper. It went past slip as well. I'm not sure if it went past the slip in the air. What's the sweep shot? And it just passed Jordan. He probably, I'm not sure if he saw it. And I wonder if Jason could show that again, because he was sweeping, and it's like the ball hit the back of the bat, or he hit the back of the ball, as they say, and pulled it all the way past the wicketkeeper, passed through, right in the hands of Jordan.
And that was essentially a chance at slip. But in fairness to Jordan, I think just looking at how
expecting.
Correct, because the way Gooley set up himself, that ball was supposed to go to backward square. Instead, it was a sweep shot that went to third man for 4.
It went to slip.
Slip and then down to third man.
326 for 2 at the end of the over.
And as you mentioned the back of the bat, I recall in that first test between West Indies and Pakistan, Jamel Warrican, when he came out and he ended up top scoring in that first innings, he tried that reverse sweep on many occasions, but the difference is he did not switch the blade of the bat to play with the full face. He actually
played with the back of
correct. And after that, I was in true amazement because he was still getting the ball where he wanted it. He was getting to the boundary or through the gaps, and by no means was he using the full face of the bat or the full power.
Did you see the one that Johnson Charles hit?
Yes, I did.
That thing went a mile. In fact, that shot, if I'm not mistaken, actually made the CNN, the ESPN top 10, because it was such an extraordinary shot that it was a reverse sweep that just went out the ground.
Well, we all know what
Just
Johnson
tells you the
Charles has
power
to
that he
offer.
has, yeah, you know, and he plays it a lot. In fact, Kawaja, in his double hundred, he played the reverse sweep more than he played the orthodox sweep.
What do you think about when you saw the likes of Craig Brathwaite from the first
Also
over
playing a reverse sweep.
attempting reverse sweeps and all of those new innovative shots in the modern format of the game, the paddle scoops and the different switch hits and so on?
Well, it shows you that my good friend, the dill scoop, was not out of place at all. Remember, but he used to play it in a very unusual fashion, in the sense he used to pick up the line and almost just bow his head and just let the ball hit the bat and sky over over his head. Sometimes I say he might knock himself out because his head was right there, and he just used to like flick it like that, and straight over his head, over the keeper head and everybody. But not too many people could play the dill scoop because it's a dangerous shot.
I tell you, each time I saw it, my heart was in my hands because I was so concerned, as in I would never even contemplate attempting that myself. Again,
and I think part of the good thing for Jordan is his lack of pace right now, because he's not at full throttle. But so the batsman have to wait, and hence the reason why that return catch came, because again, Gooley was pushing at the ball, and the ball just wasn't there as yet, and got under it, almost gave a return catch. In fact, he did give a return catch, but it wasn't accepted.
But what I like is that he does have two fielders close in on that second pitch just to the right of your screen. And he's bowling into the pads of Jason Mohammed, as you saw. Those two fielders there, just in that last shot of your screen. One at a catching position at a very short. You would say that's
Usually a deep forward square leg.
correct.
And a short mid wicket. The other one. One's very fine or very square, and the other one's straightish.
And he's trying to go into the body of Jason Mohammed because on a couple of occasions he fended the ball into that forward short leg region and was uppish, as well as sometimes attempting that on drive or backward punch.
Okay, and that's good bowling because you could see the movement, and he looks up at Jason Mohammed as if to say, how did you play that one? Because he did get some movement off the wicket. But Jason, again, everything behind it, kept his eyes on it. But this is a good examination here from Jordan. But now the umpire is having a look to see where that foot is landing, if it's encroaching on the danger area. As a bowler, you don't like to see umpires doing that. You get worried. And here's the pull shot as 4 runs. Beautifully played by Jason Mohammed. He was into position in a flush and wasted no time at all in dispatching this one.
Yeah, that was just on around that off the middle line and didn't really have to move too far back and across. In fact, just swiveled into the shot, and quick use of the hands and nice placement as well, because there is protection at a wide backward square leg out on the boundary.
Hey, 330 for 2. That was Australia's overnight score. They ended up getting 654, I think it was. Here is Mohammed again trying to flick it away. Now, a much fuller length this time. He would think that he missed out there. Jordan was appealing for all his worth, but clearly the ball was going down the leg side. Yeah, it was pitching outside the leg. And so 330 for 2 after 95. Gooley is 90. And Jason Mohammed is on 87.
So both batsmen continuing in their same strides from yesterday in terms of almost being neck and neck with their individual scores, as well as the amount of deliveries that they have faced. But again, just a testament to the batting partnership that they have put on. 171 the partnership at this stage, but the understanding between the pair, as well as batting sensibly, the running between the wickets. And you see many times whenever there's a loose shot or a half chance played, they talk to each other, they keep that communication channels open. It's very, very important. Apart from technique and all of the actual components of the game with the bat in hand, these other components, the mental aspects and physiological, also play a role.
Well, I think they're kind of feeding off each other in a lot of ways. And if there is any doubt at all about maybe how to play a particular delivery or a particular bowler, it's good to get some kind of encouraging words or, a little pat on the back and say, don't worry about it, play straight or play this way or whatever it is. And that's the beauty of having a Jason Mohammed. Here he goes. That's another great shot. In the gap it goes. And it's a bit of a chase. Won't get to the boundary. But again, placing it nicely into the gap to pick up a couple. So he starts to rotor into the 90s, up to 92 now. Jason Mohammed not too far behind on 87.
I like this innings from Gooley because he showed previously with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force that he does have the ability to score runs with a couple of half centuries, but has not been able to get to that fabled century mark as yet.
He is again coming onto the front foot and not trying to bludgeon the ball, but really just taking some of the pace off of it and stroking it. Now, it's so good for Trinidad and Tobago to have both, Jid Gooley doing well, because you've just lost another one of your key batters who just made that step up to the West Indies team. And when they're both playing for Trinidad and Tobago, and here goes Jason Mohammed again, playing on the back foot, a delivery that was not that short, but still manages to get it away. And so what it is too, and Jit Guli must recognize that, and I'll give you another example of that kind of similarities or whatever referencing. Think of Akil Hussein and Kari Peer. Remember there was a time when Akil Hussein was miles ahead of Kari Peer. And then he kind of fell off the map for a period. And Kari Peer came into his own, and was doing well with the Trinidad team, with the Night Riders, and was the spinner. And now I don't know if Akil Hussein looked at that and took stock and organized himself and maybe got encouragement from whatever. But he then kind of turned things around and look at where he is now. And you could see the shift because he has gone here and Kari Peer has kind of stayed at that level. 334 for 2 at the end of the over. And this is where I think Jit Guli now has to recognize that, there are other youngsters who are pressing, doing the same things he's doing, but, he cannot wait. He has to put stats on the table as well.
And that's exactly what I like about his maturity over the last few seasons. Of course, he's into 14 matches in the first class campaign, high score of 128, averaging 36.4. So he does have 200s to his name, and the one he played last year was one of the most impressive for me, because it showed that he had that mentality and mindset to push on, because previously he used to always score runs but never get past that mark as often as he would have liked. 350s and 2 centuries for a batsman of his technical competence and ability. You would expect that those figures would be more in terms of the amount of centuries that he would have scored, but again, he's coming into his own and still relatively young at 27 years of age, Jit Guli. But of course, you said the 18s and 19-year-olds are coming up.
And here again, they were thinking of a single, but then decided against it. I'm surprised that Jason Mohammed can't find that gap, because look at that big gap, square the wicket on the offside. And he's trying to open the face, but he keeps finding the man at extra cover there. And so it just says he's probably just not timing the ball as well as he was previously, and that's a credit to the bowler, because Jordan has really created some problems for both batsmen. There is the shot I was referencing. Could get it done. That's 4 runs. I don't think he's going to get around to that. And Jason Mohammed again finding ways to manufacture some runs. Look at it. Didn't really take too much of a risk there. No slip. So he just helped himself, literally.
Well, we all know it's one of his favorite shots, and I think especially if Jordan is going to bowl that line, he needed to have that fielder on the boundary a bit wider to his left, more in that backward point region than the straight point position. So he could have allowed him to get around easily if he needs to. Jason Mohammed loves to square cut and open the face in that region.
But here's the other thing. That's not the line he's supposed to be bowling, because look at the onside field that he has. And he was bowling well on the pads, into the pads, on middle and leg stump line. That's more like it. But this time too, he's being helped down towards the boundary. It's a nice diving stop down there. And they're going to come back for 2 runs. So that's excellent cricket out there in the deep. He did change the line, but he was outside the leg stump. And luckily for him, brilliant bit of fielding out there in the deep to limit it to just the 1 run. As Bailey was out there doing the honors.
Really good work, and all of those runs would be vital for their team. Simple mental factors of saving.
Yeah, they have to encourage the bowlers. Jordan is probably tiring a bit. And once again, he's outside of the legs. Now, he was outside the off stump the first half of this over. He switched back to the legs, but he's outside the legs too much. And that was a real gift there that Jason Mohammed failed to take advantage of. Because any kind of a touch, you would probably have been able to at least get 1 down to fine leg, if not more.
And what you see from Mohammed is that he's not afraid to take on the deliveries, going to that leg side region, despite the fact that the field is predominantly set for him to play those shots. The field at that forward short leg catching position, field at short mid on also in a catching position. And there's the backward square and the deep fine leg.
So he has to bowl towards the field suggests that's a good over. That's a good delivery. Not the best over from Jordan, but that was a very good last ball there, which is where he was prior to this over, where he was kind of too far outside the off stump or too far outside the leg. The end of the over, he might get a bit of a breather here. 94 to Mohammed, 93 to Jid Guli. And the Red Force 340 now for 2. Remember, they were put into bat by CCC yesterday, and they've only lost 2 wickets. Cooper for 80, and Vikash Mohan suffers Cooper, and Vikash Mohan for 66. The 2 openers put on 139 before Cooper left, and then at 159, Mohan left. And these 2 have been together since, and they just continue to pile on the runs, but we're gonna be taking a breather, and of course Mr. Lalman is gonna come in, and Rani Bikram Das is gonna join him shortly.
Yeah, thanks Ruskin, thanks Keshav, and good afternoon to all our viewers, wherever you may be looked on from. And yeah, certainly the brilliant run scoring of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team continues, and this time in the form of Jid Guli and Jason Mohammed. This partnership continues to build nicely. Both batsmen approaching their centuries as well. Abhijay Mansingh would have started this morning with Akeem Jordan. I say good afternoon to Ronnie Bikram Das. Good afternoon, Ronnie.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all our viewers. Yes, it's nice cool conditions here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and CCC seem to be under some pressure here. A lot of pressure, I should say. Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force 342 for 2. Both batters, Mohammed and Guli, on the cusp of 100. This one is pulled away, and that will go. Just wait for confirmation. 1 bounce into the fence. That's 4 more. Jed Guli, he races on to 98. He's trying to get that 100 in a hurry now.
Yeah, Guli continues to do Jid Guli things, and just being able to play the ball on its merit. That has been the hallmark of his innings thus far, and any delivery that he gets served up that he think might be in his arc, he's been able to put it away nicely.
So he moves on to 98 from 162 deliveries. So it has been a bit patient for him. He's naturally aggressive by nature. This is a perfect innings for him. He hasn't been among the big runs of late, and you know, this is perfect for him here to start the season off with a wonderful knock and showing his character, showing his skills, his level, his maturity now. One of the senior players in the setup. This one is cut away. This is going to be 4 more, and this is going to be his 100. Look at the celebration from this young man here. You could see how much this means to him. Look at that. Look at the celebration. And this is exactly what you want to see from these guys, how much it means to them. Getting to his 100, his 3rd regional 100 here for Jed Guli. And many congratulations to him. It's long overdue. He has been among the runs, not able to get the big scores, but this is good here. Again, short and wide, cut away, and he finds the boundary. His parents they are in the crowd here as always, and they would be very proud of their son, Jed Gully, and he races on to 102. The Trinidad Red Force, and that also brings up the 350 for the Red Force.
Third first class 100 for Jid Gully. That must feel very amazing for him, and especially at home as well, with his parents in the stands, as you said. And many congratulations to him. He has had a great season last season as well, and already 2 centuries leading up to this one, so it's good to see him back and scoring runs.
As we mentioned last season, he scored 341 runs, an average of 42, which is very good. He had 100 and 250s, so he's continuing to score the runs, but he needs to get those big scores. He has converted his first to 100 here. He needs to continue, at least get 2 more centuries and a couple 50s if he could. And we all know he's very capable of that. And if he could get there, he'd be, showing the selectors what he's very capable of. He has good seasons, but it's not the season that he wants to. He wants to have that one big season where he can build on. So it's a change in bowling. Bailey takes up the attack from the media center end. This one is driven. It's going to be 4. And it's going to take Jason Mohammed to 99, sorry. That's the Red Force 354 for 2.
So 1 run away from his century, Jason Mohammed. What would be, if he does get to it, that would take him to the top position when it comes to first class centuries for Trinidad and Tobago. That would take him to 14 if he does get to it, surpassing Darren Ganga.
Yes, successful Red Force captain in his time. Commentator. Yes, that would be a good feat for Jason Mohammed. Yes, he's always been there and amongst the runs, and he would want to continue that good form here. So it's just 1 run away for him. As you mentioned, it would be his 14th 100 at the first class level. It's going to be Bailey. Down the leg side. He felt he missed out there. All he needed was a little tickle on that one, and that would have bring him his 100. But not to be. But they are persistent with that straight line or that leg stump line to Jason Mohammed here. They feel that there's something there that they can work out with Jason Mohammed, some weakness that they are seeing on that leg stump line. They're hoping that maybe he would chip one into that mid-wicket region with those 2 fielders waiting there. And there's also that mid-wicket fielder is probably 3/4 way to the boundary. So they are hoping that he could chip one. Well, there's a leg slip now in place. So they are hoping that he's going to just work one into that leg side. This one a bit too straight. He was able to push it straight back to the fielder at short. Mid-on. No run.
Well, they have a packed ring of fielders on that own side, as you said. And yesterday, early on in his innings, he was caught playing around that front pad quite a lot and flicking a number of deliveries upishly in that region, and they did not make this move that they did this morning. So it's good to see them being a bit more proactive this morning.
Yeah, that's good, but I find that they took out the slip fielder to put that in that position, and that to me, that is not a good. This one, it's a full-length delivery and driven, and that's his 100. So look at it. Look at the celebration here now. He knows. Yes. He knows what the people have been saying about him, and he has really silenced everyone with that century there. This is excellent from Jason Mohammed. Well, we can say he keeps getting younger. not older. He's showing what he's really capable of. 100 there to Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, much deserved 100, and just carrying on his good form from last season. 443 runs in the 7 matches last season, and already starting the 2025 season with 100, following up the North-South Classic as well, in which he had a double 100.
Yes, celebration. He's not listening to anyone. He's there to do what he's capable of and what he knows he can do.
Saying he's number one. No.
Well, he is on that list of hundreds. But he needs to continue here. These two. But I think Blackwood scored the first 100, yeah, for Jamaica yesterday. Batted really well. Looking to get back into that West Indies setup. This one is just outside the off stump, left alone. Redford's 355 for 2 now. This partnership 196, am I seeing right? So
yep.
Excellent partnership. So we had that opening partnership of 139 between Cooper and Mohan. Now we've seen another huge partnership, and this is what you want when two batters get themselves in on a pitch like this. They just want to bat as long as possible, take full advantage of everything that is given to them. Bailey, this one, he's well forward, and in that the partnership building, you have to say it is very good batting between this pair, in the sense that when you saw yesterday, come down to the end of the day, you know the bowlers, they are going to get tired. It's a long day out there for them. Yes, it's a night session, but it's still a long day out there for them. But what we saw with these two batters in particular, they were the good balls, they respect the good balls, played them properly. But as soon as the bowlers were off their line a bit, whether it was wide, whether it was short, they were there to pounce on it. They were there to take advantage, and take advantage meaning they put it away for boundaries. So that shows that the way the partnership has been building. They respect the good balls. Obviously the bowlers, they are going to bowl good balls. There's no two ways about it. But from the time they bowl that one bad ball or two bad balls, they are taking full advantage of it. And that's why we saw an increase in the run rate to the end of the session yesterday. So this is excellent. And then we see a reverse this morning, where they were a bit more circumspect. They're a bit more just trying to get themselves back into their rhythm that they had from yesterday. A bit slower, and now you start to see them take advantage of those bad balls, putting away those bad balls for boundaries. So this is excellent, and excellent building a partnership, a perfect way of building a partnership here with this pair. Changing bowling again from the southern end. It's Marveer Singh, local boy.
The lone Trinidadian or Trinidad and Tobago player in the CCC team.
This one, he's driving Mohammed into a lot of vacant area in that offside. He picks up one, come back for two quite easily in the end. He moves on to, I mean, it's 104, should be. I'm seeing 102. It's 102, so it's 157 for 2. This one played in front of him, no run.
I think Marveer Singh, after that catch off his bowling yesterday, really felt a bit hard done.
Well, you have to say CCC, they did create some number of chances for themselves, and they just didn't hold on. So Gully, that opportunity when he had just passed 50. Mohammed got a chance. Jet Gully got another chance this morning. So they weren't able to hold on to their chances, and that's really their downfall at the moment. Had they hold on to their chances, it would have been definitely a different ball game. This one is swept away nicely, and this is going to run away into the boundary for 4. Just as we were talking about those bad deliveries, they are taking full advantage of them now. The Red Force, they are 361 for 2 now.
Yeah, 2 straight on the line of that leg stump, and having passed his century now, Mohammed, taking full advantage of it. And 100 overs gone, and the 200 partnership comes up as well. A partnership of 202 thus far.
Yes, excellent partnership by this pair. And they would want to continue. Just at least take it to the session, the end of this session. And maybe if they could get close to that 400 mark at the end of the session, then probably try to get to 450 second session, probably look for a declaration and try to bowl CCC in that night period. You don't want to bat too long because you don't want to take too much time out of the game. You want to give yourself enough time to get that 20 wickets. You want to give yourself enough time, so you can't afford to bat too long. That's a huge score on the board already. Bailey continues, and this one is just pushed into the covers for no run. So they don't want to use too much time. The management saying that they want to probably bat till probably the last session and give themselves a bowl in the last hour or so, but I would think they would want to go a little bit more. Try to give themselves at least a session to bowl tonight. You don't want to take too much time out. The wicket looks good. Driven past the fielder at mid-on, and that will be 4 more. 4 more to Jed Gully. He moves on to 106. Red Force, 365 for 2.
Yeah, over pitch there from Bailey, and yesterday had a really tough day. Andrew Bailey coming into the day as well. He looked a bit more settled, but just over pitching on that occasion. And Gully as well, having passed his century, he takes full advantage of it this time around. And just maybe, we may just see a change of gears from both batsmen having passed their century now.
Well, at least one of them might want to be aggressive and one continue along. They would have to decide, or probably the management will decide which one would be more aggressive, or even both of them, because you have a lot of wickets. Just 2 wickets down. Bailey. This one is pushed into the covers. There's no run. So maybe a change of tactic, or as I say, maybe they could bat normal for now until that break, that first break, and then you look to be a little more aggressive in that second session. Probably see how much you could get, 400, 450, and then look to be a little aggressive in your game plan and try to declare and try to bowl them out. You have to get that 20 wickets, huh? CCC, they need to try something different. Could it be that man who brought the initial breakthrough for them? Could he be the one with the golden arm again to get that breakthrough for them?
Well, he could very well be. We haven't seen him since those 4 overs that he has bowled.
Only 4.
1 for 17.
Yeah, I think they should give him another try, another crack at it. Now that the batters, both of them are over 100, you have nothing to lose, really. Try something different. Yes, they try with a different field setting for Jason Mohammed, but change up your game plan in terms of your bowlers. Probably give shorter spells. Try someone different. And they always say bowling partnership as well. Try to change up the bowlers a bit and see what partnership could work for them. They need to try something different. At the moment, they're just waiting and hoping that one of the 2 batters there make a mistake. And with them well set, it's going to be difficult. You have to be a bit more proactive. That's where the management needs to come in here, the backroom staff. Talk to the captain. Try something different. Bailey to continue. Well, that's a shout of bold. To me, that was a bit way outside from that off stump. Well, that would take us to the drinks break. So we will have a drinks break here, and we will also take a break as the players take a break. Trinidad Red Force at the first drinks break, they are 365 for 2. Jason Mohammed, he's on 106, and Jed Gooley, he's also on 106. Yes, welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here. Nice, cool conditions. Players would be loving the conditions out there. Fast bowlers, you think they would want to enjoy these overhead conditions, but it hasn't been that way for them. Nice breeze blowing through the ground as well. Well, the Red Force, they are taking full advantage here. At the moment, they are 365 for 2. There you can see both celebrations from the two guys who scored their hundreds. And they would be really proud. Jace Mohammed just doing his thing, continuing the way he accustomed. And Jet Gully, good to see him back among the runs. Well, not just among the runs, but scoring big runs. And he would want to continue. So, it's going to be change in bowling. Is it?
Mahabir Singh's going to continue.
Well, yes, it's going to be Mahabir Singh to continue. It's another chatter from the keeper. The keeper seems to be having a very tough time behind the stumps. He doesn't seem to be able to hold the ball at times. This one is worked away into the onside. Yesterday we saw a number of balls just seem to hit the glove and bounce off as if there were springs in his gloves. Seem to be better off today.
Yeah, just maybe not having a good day yesterday, the Mario Richards.
Yeah. It's good to hear that still trooping around in the CCC. That's good to show that there's still the confidence level is still there. They are not just allowing the Red Force to just steamroll all over them, and that is good. That is what they need. They need to still keep their believe that they are gonna. This one is guided away really, and it's gonna go close to the boundary. Oh, that's excellent piece of work there by that fielder coming all the way from that deep cover boundary. And he saves, well, 1 run in the end. They end up getting 368 for 2.
Oh, that Ruskin's good friend, Demel Evelyn, came around to his left and dove away to stop that one.
It's a man to try and lift the team, as Ruskin said. The team, right now, he may have to physically lift the team the way they are going. Yes, Ruskin is alluding to his stature. Mahabir Singh nicely behind it is Jet Gully, so you can see definitely these two batters are well set, and it's just a matter of what is the tactic from here on with the Red Force. Walked away looking for a single, not there, but CCC really it's just a matter now for them to say, okay, it hasn't gone our way really, because mainly of our fault, drop catches, right? Not so much good fielding, some misfield. Fine, we need to put that behind us now. It's just a matter of now, what are we going to do from here onwards? Are we just going to wait for something to happen? Are we just going to wait for a wicket to come our way? Are we going to wait for the batters one of them to make a mistake, probably go on the aggressive and make a mistake? Or are we going to find a way? Well, change. Well, no, it's going to be Bailey still to continue. So he's just going to continue with the normal routine, which I find is really, well, it shows his inexperience maybe as a captain.
Yeah, I thought that could have tried something different here. Serve something up that these batsmen hasn't seen just yet, or hasn't seen much of.
Yeah, he needs to change things up a bit. Can't be doing the same thing over and over and expect to get a different result. Yes, they have been probably chopping and changing the field around a bit. Oh, this is a good delivery outside the off stump. Beating Jason Mohammed, and well, as we mentioned, you said that he was having a good day today. Well, he spilled another one.
Yeah, there we go.
Allowed that one to pass through him, and an easy, well, bye in the end.
Luckily, he didn't go into the helmet, just behind him.
That's the kind of day he's having. At least one thing went his way in terms of it didn't hit the helmet. But yeah, I think the skipper needs to change. And you can see the fielders. They just walk into their field, hands down, just trying to figure out what is happening.
I thought that Gully and Mohammed very comfortable with the pace of the spinners and Bailey at the moment. Maybe Jeremiah could look to bring back OJ Shields a bit more pace.
And I was surprised that he didn't start with Shields. Oh, again, the keeper spilling that one. Well, we had a little appeal from the bowler, from the captain. Maybe there was an edge on that. We don't know. But in the end, the keeper did spill it, so we can't say if there's a chance or not. But again, the keeper not really having a good time behind the stumps. But he's there. He's sticking with it. That's a good thing. Yeah, getting back to it, maybe I thought, he should have started with Jordan and Shields just to shake things up a bit.
Yeah, Shields has a lot more pace than all of the seamers within the CCC group. And I thought that bringing Shields back in, I didn't see too many short deliveries attempted at these two as well, at the Mohammed and Gully. And maybe bringing Shields back and asking him to hit the deck hard, enforce a short leg as well, and look to be a bit more attacking.
Yes, change something a bit. Maybe you're right in terms of the short ball ploy. Maybe it's something they could try for a few overs. See what will happen. This time he's right behind it. Is Gully. No run. So maybe, as you said, the short ball ploy could be something they would look into and try, to see. And you're right, with the shorter, with Shields, a bit quicker, maybe rush the batter, right? Jason Mohammed, you see, yes, he pulls well, but maybe if it's a bit higher than expected, could cause him to hit it in the air. Try something. This one is caught, but straight to the fielder. Jed Gully as well. Yes, you see them pull the ball, but when it's about chest height, it's easy for them. And as you said, these bowlers, they are not as quick. So it's easy for the batters to line them up with the short ball. So maybe Shields a bit quicker, a bit shorter. And, he set the field accordingly. Deep fine leg, deep square leg maybe. And, try something different. This time he's driving. A good piece of work there at that short mid-on fielder, and there's no run. So we'll have a change. Visham Lalman will be leaving, and joining me would be my good friend Ruskin Mark. I should say Colin Murray's good friend Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much, Ernie. But you're right. Something has to change, else they will just continue to suffer at the hands of these two, and probably any other batsman that comes to the wicket, unless they, are prepared to, as they say, die by the sword. But you have to try to force the issue sometimes. And I know a lot of our captains are encouraged to be patient, and work, but sometimes you have to change things in order to effect the desired outcome. Right now, it's too pedestrian. It's bowlers bowling, but the batsmen are just batting, and they're not being troubled unnecessarily.
Yeah, and it's not good to see. And as you could say, probably inexperience of the captain. But you have that backroom staff, that senior staff there to really help you in those situations.
Yeah, you could send a message and tell them.
Correct. Right.
Change things up a bit.
Yeah. And the short ball ploy with Shields, it's a good idea. Get it up above the shoulder.
Yeah, it cannot be waist-high short ball.
Correct.
Because then you're bowling long hops. What you want to bowl are deliberate short balls, maybe even from around the wicket.
Yeah.
Going across him and see if we could find, because both of them will hook.
Yeah, they will play the shot.
Yeah, they will play the shot.
So if you get it in the right areas at the right pace, could cause some problems. Because at the moment, the spinners really not causing any problems to the batters.
Yeah, they're not getting much purchase off to the wicket at all. 369 for 2 at the end of it. Yeah, they're not getting the kind of purchase of the wicket that they would like right now. But worse yet, they have 2 set batsmen, and that is really just playing into their hands. When they need to consolidate, they consolidate.
Yeah.
And then when they feel, okay, it's time to maybe just step on the gas a little bit, they do that. And so they're really dictating, how the game is being played. Whereas the captain of the fielding team might want to have a say in that. And he could do it in many ways, but part of his responsibility now is with his bowling changes and his field placings. And then, of course, is how he is, his whole body language on the field.
He continues. This one is pulled away, and that goes into the boundary.
Vacant.
Well, no one is there, so it's an easy boundary. Again, it's a short ball, but it's chest height. They're not pacey. They're not as quick, so it's easy for the batters to just rock back onto that back foot and pull it into the, as you said, vacant mid-wicket area.
Yeah, because even if he doesn't time it well, because there's nobody out there, it's no risk to him.
Correct.
Because he feels once he makes even a little bit of contact and he gets it past the inner ring, there's one man in mid-wicket there that was the nearest to the ball, and he was so far away from that because it was well played. But no change in the field, really. The mid-wicket is still what we would call the 30-yard circle area. Yeah.
Bailey, he left alone. And just to really confirm your point with the spinners, Mansingh, 22 overs, 84 runs. And he called me up 3.82. Expensive.
Yep.
Expensive. You wouldn't want your spinners to be going that way. Then Mansingh, 18 overs, 82 runs, 4.56.
Yeah, that's high.
Yeah.
But it's partly a testament to the way these two have batted. And not just these two, the 4 of them. Because, not very often you see 4 batsmen all getting half centuries or centuries, And but that's exactly what has happened here. We were talking about these figures, and I was making reference to the Sri Lankan bowlers.
Yeah.
One had, I think he had 3 for 192, and 2 others. One had 3 for 189, and one had 1 for 182 or something like that. And I'm like, man. So you had 3 batsmen who got hundreds. One got a double 100.
Yeah.
And then you had 3 bowlers who also got hundreds too.
Plus that double 100 too.
So they're like, man, that's plenty runs. And they only use 4 bowlers. That is
Yes.
the other thing that is surprising for
Yes.
Sri Lanka.
Jayasuriya bowls 60 odd overs.
Yeah.
60 odd overs.
You must have even a part-timer.
Yeah.
It's Gully edging, but it peels away and it goes for another boundary.
Well, again, throwed it up full and wide. Gully went for the shot, got the outside edge. It flew past the slip fielder. He was probably a second slip region, between second, third slip. And that flew past him. He tried his best. It was a good effort in the end. Maybe got a fingertip to it. But the thing there with Gully, he went hard at it. So it flew off fast off the outside edge. And, well, we can say it's a chance because it did go to the fielder. But again, another chance went a begging, not taken.
And the thing about it is that they haven't really been, well, I can't say they're holding on to the catches. Those are like half chances. We saw Jordan drop a cotton bowl chance with Gully, off Gully's bowling, off his own bowling rather, off Gully's batting. And outside of that, just those little half chances. Even Jordan, when he was at slip here, when Gully was sweeping and the ball hit the back of the bat and went right through his legs.
Yeah. Then
You'll have to
yesterday-
say he wasn't expecting that because
that was difficult. Yeah,
how it ended up there, he probably don't even know because that.
he was looking to see
Yeah,
somewhere square
somebody
leg,
square-
ball
yeah,
going
yeah,
down.
ball pass right between his legs. Like, what? That
Then-
reminds me of a time Prince Bartholomew was feeling in slip. No, Prince had no right feeling in his slip. But he said his slip. This is no joke, eh? That's another good shot. Going for the single. He's going to have to hurry, Jason Mohammed, and he does. Yeah. So there's Jordan feeling here middle of had a shy, but Mohammed,
It was quick enough.
he seemed to have it covered. He wasn't too panicked, although he had to quicken at the end. But he seemed everything was okay. The end of the over, 378 now for 2. So I'm telling you about Prince Bartholomew. This is Paragon. I think we were playing Harvard. So what is even worse, we had to beat Harvard to win the National League title. So Queen's Park came up and, because they beat Crumpton, so all their supporters came over to support Harvard, not Paragon. Because they want Harvard to pull up the upset and stuff like that, Because we had beaten Queen's Park on first innings, and like I said back then, whoever won that game invariably would have won the National League because we beat everybody else, So here's goalie again, sweeping fine, and gonna get another boundary. So they're beginning to leak the runs now. That is not a good sign for the CCC. So we there and Runfire is the captain. And if I'm not mistaken, it might be Bernard was bowling, or might be the same Kelvin Williams who coached with the national team. And we have this slip code, and it's Ron, myself, Richard Gabriel, Leo John. Why Leo there, I don't know, but he was there probably because he couldn't run anywhere else on the field. So we put Leo in the slip.
There's 2 men there because
Prince there, and so somebody got the edge, and actually this was Kiduri, who was like the main man, and that was the wicket. We had to get Kiduri. We always felt once we got rid of Keith, we could get the rest of the Harvard batters. And anyway, by the edge, the ball passed right by Prince kneecap. Prince said, that was a catch. Listen, in unison. I never heard one man get cussed. It was like a chorus.
Can you imagine? Because that's the mean man you want to get.
And boy, we get the edge, and Prince didn't even move. He just and then the Moko Jambi asked, that was a catch. Oh, God, the late great Prince Bartholomew. Another edge, and this time it goes to the left of Jordan now, and another chance goes down. And this one is going to run very close to the boundary. It's not even going to get to the boundary. The wicketkeeper, Richards, is the one who goes sprinting after it. Not for the first time he's done that, and picks it up and limits the batsman to just 2 runs. In fact, Jason Mohammed probably felt it was 4 from the time the catch was dropped, but it didn't have the legs to get to the boundary, and they only completed 2 runs. So tough times continue here for the combined campuses and colleges. It's 385 now for 2.
Yeah, Jordan again. The previous one from the fast bowler, Bailey, went above him. This time it went down to his left. It was difficult, really, for him. It went to the ground, really.
This is, and Ronnie, this is something that I've been watching at, and even at the international level. When you're feeling at slip, especially when you're at first slip, you're at first slip. You're not between first and second, or you're at first slip, and really what you want to be doing when you're at first slip, even if you have a second, third, and fourth slip in place, you want to be going in one direction.
Yeah.
And that's well played again. But there is protection out there this time. But even, so what you want to be going is going in one direction. Now, he probably was leaning to his right and then had to go back to his left. But he was so wide that now he has to try to make amends going back to his left. When if he was in the standard first slip position, he might have been taking that catch straight into his laps. Didn't even have to move much.
Yeah, and that's the latest trend. The slip fielder, one slip fielder, and they're trying to cover 2 and 3 positions rather than the standard probably full slip or just a little wider to give yourself some
room. But the
room.
understanding has to be that if it's there, the keeper is the one who is going to come and get that.
Right.
So once you move out, like you said, once you move a foot or two, then the responsibility now is with the wicketkeeper. If he dives and drops it, nobody could quarrel with that.
Correct.
But they can't expect you to now go back to your left now to try to take that.
Yeah. But well, you can see there's a definite ploy here now for Jed Gully in terms of they are looking to bowl just outside that off stump line and a bit fuller, asking him to go either through the covers to go square. And we saw in the previous over there was an outside edge.
And then, why not put a second slip? Because if you're going to ask him to drive, chances are, and you think he's vulnerable out there, put the second slip in and really encourage him to drive.
Exactly. And there you go, this one, he's driving at this one uppishly, but just bouncing in front of Akeem Jordan again. He's in the wars right now, Akeem Jordan. But it's just a single. So you can see that there again, just short, just full outside the off stump, and he's driving in the air. So then, Akeem Jordan should be a bit closer, right? You have Akeem Jordan a bit closer, have that second slip in. There's no need for that guy at deep square leg if you're going to bowl that line.
So in fact, you could bowl over the wicket and bowl it across.
Correct.
If the bowler bowls on the pads, then that's his fault.
Correct.
Because the captain is setting a field and everybody agrees this is where we want to go. You can't then go and bowl the ball on the man's pads.
Yeah, so it's things like that. And try it for a couple of overs and see, or probably 4 overs, and see what's happened. Okay, if it doesn't work, okay, what else could I do? Try something else. And it's things like that they need to do to get themselves back in, to find a way to get a wicket.
Yeah, or you could just hand the ball to my good friend Evelyn and said, Damel,
do your thing.
Do your thing. Let's get, like how long time the Chicago Bulls used to give the ball to Jordan and everybody get out the way. And get Big Shaq in here. Let's do something. But that's a proven entity.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you don't have a proven entity here, other than Akeem Jordan. So everybody else has to, you have to kind of measure where you use them, when you use them, and hope that they come up trumps you. At the end of the over, 386 for 2 at the end of it. 111 for Jason Mohammed, 121 to Gully.
Yeah. And
that's in Nelson, 111.
111.
Should be
hopping. And that 111 of 180 deliveries, 14 falls. Jed Gully, on the other hand, 121 from 194 deliveries, and he has 19 falls.
Yeah, they've been kind of eyeballing each other throughout. One would go ahead a little bit, and then the other one would hit the accelerator pedal and catch up. And this has been the kind of the story of this partnership. They've really kind of shared the workload almost evenly, but they batted so well together.
Mario Singh continues here, continues to plug away. Last couple of overs seem to be better for him. He seemed to find a little rhythm out there. This one is up in the air, chance taken, and that's the wicket they were looking for. and it draws a sort of fall shot from Gully there, and he was looking to go across the line with that one. You see Jason Mohammed just run across to congratulate him for his knock, 121. Again, looking to go in the onside for that sort of slog sweep. That one getting the top edge, and finally a catch is taken.
Yeah, it's Bailey who took the catch there at that short cover position or point position, and a good outcome for Mahabir Singh, getting a wicket. So I'm sure he's happy with that. 1 for 91, is it?
Yes.
So,
well, we just mentioned that he seemed to have found the rhythm. He had kept the runs down. There you can see again, looking to slog sweep that one. A bit too full maybe. And that one just taking the top edge. And Mahabir Singh has his first. And the breakthrough, finally able to break that partnership, that wonderful partnership between Mohammed and Jed Gully. He goes for a well played 121. In comes Yannick Correa.
and Yannick again
Carrier.
is the kind of batsman who can score quickly. Plus he brings back the left hand right hand conundrum for the bowlers as well. And but he too is a batsman who likes to score, but he can play the waiting game when he wants to. So I'm not quite sure what the instructions from the dressing room is at this point in time, but I would imagine he would let us know by his approach here. But he's generally a batsman who can score quickly, but he's not afraid to dig in and frustrate bowlers. They go for one, but they've decided Evelyn is much too quick. And they're not going to trust him. Plus he has a powerful arm. So you kind of know who to take your chances by. You know, he really is it's almost like he brings the energy for this team.
Just to take a look at Carrier and his first-class career, 75 matches.
Edge it, and he's dropped it. Well. There was Jason Mohammed slashing at one, probably trying to hit it square. It went right in and it went back out, and Jordan again is just holding his head and wondering what is happening here. Why isn't this sticking? Well, you need some stickum, and but that might be illegal in cricket. So he's not allowed to use anything on his hands that will aid him in any way, form, or fashion. But boy, he needs a hug right now.
Well, that was the opportunity they had of removing the two set batters. Not just one, but the two of them. And have two new batters to bowl at. It would have been the perfect scenario for CCC. But Akeem Jordan just in and out, as you said, Ruskin Mark. It was too easy. It went straight to him. He didn't have to move this time. Yeah, perfect height.
Yeah, that's the type of catches you live for at slip.
Yeah.
You know, because all you're really doing is cradling the ball. You're just accepting it. You don't have to push your hands to it or anything. And that's what he probably pushed his hands at it. He needs to accept it right under his eyes. And cradle it, throw it up, do anything, roll over, any number of things you could do after. But make sure you hold on to the ball, you know. At that point in time. And that's just unfortunate. And he's rehearsing. If you see him standing at the middle of there, he's rehearsing his catching movement, you know.
Well, he stood at that position for at least a couple minutes. This time, Shields takes up the bowling attack from the media center end. And this is a change that we were speaking about earlier on. But he is here now. This one just a single from Carrier. And just again back on Carrier. Total 3,008 runs, a highest of 196. and an average of 28, which he would really want to
Improve.
improve on. Yeah.
And the only way you can improve on it too is to get a lot of not out innings, but score big runs.
Big runs, correct.
You know, so get an unbeaten 120, 150, you know, and push that average up.
And that is what is lacking. These guys, yes, they would get a couple 50s in a season, 3-4 50s, but they don't get that big runs that you need. And I always remember Phil Wallace always say that you need to get hundreds, you need to get big hundreds if you are to push your way into that senior team. Getting runs, as they would say, 50 or 60 or 70, not going to get you anywhere. You need to get those big runs.
It gets you in the conversation, but it doesn't get you on the team.
Correct,
you know.
correct. And always make reference to that statement. Shields continue. This one is tickled. Fine down the leg side, and it's going to run away into the boundary for 4. Well, leg by signal by the umpire.
I thought he got a little nibble on it there.
Well,
Let's see.
it looked like he did.
Yep. Keeper went with one hand though, and you know, and that's probably the fatigue factor here, or the concentration factor here, because as a wicketkeeper, you want to be the one keeping everything, controlling the game from behind the stumps as much as possible. So you want to be always on top of your game. You don't want to be giving away easy runs like that, you know. Because he just went with one hand. The ball did bounce in front of him, but to cover that bounce, he would have had to get his body behind the ball a lot more. Now, I was making a point yesterday about Shields, and I really think he has, you know, he has the tools to work with, and not just him. There are other bowlers around the region who right now are not express pace, but contrary to what people think, you can develop pace over time.
Yes, yes.
You know, but what he has, look at his action. He has a good action, you know. So I've always said, if you could take that action, you know, you build the muscles, you build the fitness, you know, and then you add the other ingredients, which is the intelligence with bowling. You know, the art of bowling is one thing to bowl, but it's another thing to understand what you're doing and have the command to do what you want to do, which is what made Malcolm Marshall so great, Joel Garner, because they could do, you know, they knew what they wanted to do, and they almost always could do it. Courtney Ambrose, Glenn McGrath, you know, they could do what they want. Now, if you just want to knock down people, then, you know, Jeff Thompson is your man. You know, but and I'm not saying that in a derogatory, because Jeff Thompson was, with all the around his bowling and his aggression, was actually a pretty good bowler, you know, in terms of the other skills that he had. But he really had pace, you know, and he used to scare you with his pace. Yeah. And the other thing he had, what we call in Trinidad, bad mind. You know, he never saw a batsman yet that he didn't think he could decapitate, you know, and no matter how good you were, he always felt that he could produce a good bumper that will scare the daylights out of you. And 9 out of 10 times he probably did, you know. But don't ever underestimate his ability to bowl, because I have seen him put down a spell. While it was quick, it was also concentrated, you know, one side of the wicket, working on a certain plan and executing. And I remember the West Indies could barely score a run off of him. He was that good that day. And it happened at the Oval, I think, as the Desmond Haynes had coming into the test match and made some runs. The late evening, hook shot, 6 runs, and the crowd going crazy. Tomo. Next morning, when Thompson started the bowl pace, so Desmond Haynes could barely find the middle of the bat. If you see speed, but it was control speed, you know, and you know he just put the ball in areas where it made life difficult to score, and he would basically was saying, well, you take your risk if you want to score runs, but this is where I'm operating from. And it was so good to see somebody who had this big reputation as, you know, just a tear away fast bowler come and show that he could do other things and still bowl fast. That was the thing. He was still bowling quickly,
Yeah.
you know. And but it was just so amazing to see. And that is what I really want a lot of these young bowlers to understand and to learn how to do stuff like that. You know, it's okay if you have the ability to bowl fast, but do you also have the ability to rein in that aspect of it and add other things to your fast bowling? It's 393 for 3 at the end of the over. And that is the areas that we certainly would have to look at. Ronnie's going to take a bit of a breather here. And of course, he will joining us now will be the dynamic duo of Bahadur Singh and Lalman. And so Ronnie and I will get out of the way.
Thanks, Ruskin, and good afternoon once more to all our viewers on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Good afternoon, Keshav.
Good afternoon, Visham.
393 for 3, and OJ Shields, man we were asking for all afternoon. He is coming to the attack, and good to see Mahabir Singh though, Keshav, striking and getting a well-deserved wicket.
Yes, but he really has toiled from yesterday. In fact, he was given the ball very early on at the start of the innings and was taking the attack by Cephas Cooper and Vikash Mohan. And I think from since then to now, he has really come into his stride. Has bowled really well to come back and get that much coveted wicket.
Carrier this time chasing a wide delivery. The ball not getting up as we saw yesterday, but that was the end of the surface, on the southern end of the surface, that in which we saw a bit of invariable bounce.
Well, of course, that weather factor, when it changes from daylight to nighttime. Last night we noticed a lot of different variations off of the surface with the seam, wind, all of these volatile factors. A nice quick single taken there from Karaya. He's always known to be a busy player at the crease. Doesn't take long to get going, and of course Jason Mohammed steadily along. What an innings it has been from him, Visham. As we mentioned at the start of proceedings today, if he got to that century mark, which he did, he is now in fact the leading century scorer for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the regional 4-day championship, and a fitting reward for such a loyal servant and soldier of Trinidad and Tobago cricket.
I would say West Indies cricket as well.
Indeed.
And passing Darren Ganga to that number 1 position now, and his celebration, Jason Mohammed would have echoed that. Nicely guided, stayed almost down to a deep backward point, and a big miss a couple overs ago though. Mahabir Singh bringing forth that chance, another chance in that said over in which he dismissed Guli, and the catch was spilled at slip by Hakeem Jordan. He really had a tough time at slip though, Hakeem Jordan, yesterday into today.
Yeah, that was a really tough chance. I mean, if he took it, the game could have changed on its head.
Yeah, and as well, Mahabir Singh bowling so well this morning and bringing the chances. But that has been a cause of concern for the CCC camp, not being able to hold on to their chances, and at times not being able to be as penetrative as they should be.
And it all comes down to making those chances count. Even from that drop catch off of Guli yesterday. And then he went on to score a century. So again, it might be a simple saying in terms of catches win matches, but it applies even at this senior level, the regional stage, and even more so in international. 111 overs completed, 395 for 3. So Trinidad and Tobago at this stage, you would say, still in the driver's seat and a very formidable total. I think they'd want to get up to around that 500 mark. There's still a lot of time in this game left, of course, but it would be a good use of strategy if they bat until that dinner session, and then maybe put the CCC in and have them face all of those variable factors after toiling yesterday in the field, and then for majority of today be in a great position to take advantage.
Bursting, getting a lengthy spell in, and why not this morning? And I'd like to see a bit more pressure be put on Yannick Carrier when he's batting, a new batsman coming to the crease. You already have no pressure with the scoreboard.
And now he's just working it around easily and getting the singles. And of course, with that new gear since he has passed 100, seen him advance down the crease a couple times, use his feet. So looking to play some more shots than previously. But again, still a very measured and well-structured innings from Mohammed.
Just the one slip and no other fielders in close around the bat. Carrier only facing 12 deliveries, fairly new to the crease.
Well, as you said, if they put that pressure on and don't allow him to defend easily, you know, this is the time where they need to strike. Definitely some things to learn from this game. Use of the feet there from Karaya. Goes uppishly and won't get all the way to the boundary, but welcome to. So in his usual manner, Karaya, not one to waste time at the crease, looks to score quite freely.
He normally is someone who likes to get on with things, but he has the ability as well to bat for a long period of time and occupy the crease. But it all depends on what the message is coming out of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force camp, as 112 overs have been completed, 398 for 3. And yeah, it all depends on that, Keshav. What's the message going out there from Carrier as he went out? You know, whether it is to get on with things or whether it is they're going to bat through to the tea interval, and then following that, you know, they could be a bit more aggressive, looking to bat out that session and then allow the CCC men to take strike after that lunch interval.
Well, a game with the likes of Joshua James, Tion Webster, Antonio Gomez, Gary Pear, and Brian Charles, in fact, straight to 11, even Justin Manick. They all have capable batsmen who can come and play that sort of cameo where they can look to score around 5-6 runs over or even more. And maybe in that T20 style to just show you the game situation if they need to change it. Maybe with 20 overs left that before that dinner session, they might look to advance.
Yeah. Easy for Jason Mohammed. It's getting, well, when you're on 114 and you face 191 deliveries or 115 or 192 now, Keshav, it just seems as though it's so easy for you out there in the middle.
And that's the thing, from the first delivery that he faced yesterday, he showed that same sort of mannerisms, that character and just that confidence that he has carried forward from all of those preparations in the North-South Classic and the trial matches.
This one sliced away, almost edging it down to third man. And that's going to be forward with the pace of Shields. That went quickly to the boundary.
Well, Karaya is going to play his shots. And that also brings up the 400 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 403 for 3. So getting closer and closer to setting a target that they would ideally want to have enough runs on the board where they can send the CCC in, bowl them out, and probably try to get them twice without having to return to the crease. You can really see from Karaya's intent, he's looking to score whenever the options are there. And Mohammed just continuing in his usual fashion, and no need for him to change because he has shown that balance throughout his innings.
Curry has been around for quite a while, and you're mentioning his ability to play differently whenever the game requires, or the passage of play requires, I should say. I think if you're a ball striker and a clean ball striker, Keshav, I think this is a perfect situation. If you're sitting in the dressing room and you know you're going in next with a platform set, you can express yourself and play a natural game.
And also on a wicket such as this,
yeah,
and no better opportunity. The ball is coming on nicely to the bat. No real devils in the pitch. Looking for that quick single, but not on at this time. And just again, this innings from Jason Mohammed is just a example of the fitness as well. We always speak about his batting capabilities and his stroke play, but never underestimate the power of fitness. Of course, into his late 30s now, and also recognizing that both he and I have the same birthday, so it could very well be a factor in that greatness achieved. But such an excellent player, and to keep out there for so long, Visham.
Yeah.
Any cricketer would know that mental strength, apart from the physical fitness where the sun is scorching down and have on all of this gear, definitely at this point, facing close to 200 deliveries, it's only natural that some of his muscles would be under some strain and getting tired, but he looks as if he's now come to the crease.
Yeah,
he's
definitely.
really unfazed.
He's so calm as well, Jason Mohammed. And he does things his way, meaning that he has his own style. Looking for the run carrier, but sent back by Mohammed this time around. So the over comes to an end. 113 bowled, 403 for 3. And I think this really took the CCC team by surprise, Keshav. I mean, they won the toss yesterday, elected to bowl first, and I don't think they would have expected by any hint of the imagination that the Red Force would have been in this position.
Well, from all observations at the pitch,
Yeah.
you could have sensed that it was going to be a batting paradise, and whichever team got the opportunity to bat first, again, Captain Jeremiah's decision was based on that extra dew factor around the weather conditions yesterday, totally different in terms of that grey cloud cover and some moisture on the pitch. But essentially, after that first passage of play, because they did bowl very well, in fairness to CCC, they started off, Trinidad and Tobago were only scoring at 1 or 2 runs over for the first 10 or 15 in terms of just taking their time, respecting the good deliveries, and once they got set, that was it.
And that's the important thing as a batsman, and we spoke about that yesterday. It's not just about going out there and trying as quickly as possible to get runs, but at the same time, it's a 4-day format of the game, something that's been lacking in the West Indies and on the international circuit with the West Indies as well, is that ability to bat for long periods. And I don't think it's the players lacking the ability to bat for long periods, Keshav, but I think it's that concentration level of the players. You just want to be a bit more concerned about the situations within the game and what it requires. Yeah.
Again, that question of mental fortitude and your ability to use your intelligence and your wit in all aspects of the game. Of course, all players at this level, as he gets a single tuck down to fine leg. This is the professional stage. This is right before you reach to that international level. And each of the players out here, 404 for 3, they need to understand and remind themselves that this is essentially a job.
Yeah.
And if you treat it as a job, as a professional cricketer, athlete, sportsman, as we see the President of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and the Vice President of Cricket West Indies, Mr. Azam Basarath, on the far right of the screen, as well as other executives from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board situated at the top. Mr. Samaru, Mr. Ramlal, good to have them here looking on at the game. Of course, Mr. Basarath is ever present at all of the cricket fixtures throughout Trinidad and Tobago. He's never one to miss. And of course, thanks to the investment that has been done in terms of the surface that the Barnard Cricket Academy has produced in games of this nature, where batsmen are able to express themselves and bowlers have to work extra hard. In international cricket, Visham, when you go to play in certain countries, you will meet wickets such as this.
Yeah.
And also you meet wickets on the total opposite end of the spectrum as the one in Pakistan.
Yeah, look at the one in Gaul, for instance.
The Gaul, I think, is in a league of its own. Any test match that's played there always has some sort of interesting twists and turns.
Has the protection there for those type of deliveries. Interestingly, overnight I was reading an article, Keshav, and I saw that Mitchell Starc and Alyssa Healy out of Australia, of course Alyssa Healy playing in the Ashes, the Women's Ashes series, and Mitchell Starc playing over in Gaul for Australia. They're playing their 287th international match for Australia simultaneously. How fortunate is that, and how rare is that as well? Loud appeal this time. Not out, says umpire Christopher T. Going down the leg side, he suggests. Your thoughts, Keshav?
Yes, well, I don't mind that length from Shields, to be honest. Just maybe the line could have been a bit straighter, but you can see impact in Mohammed just going down that leg side, and hence the reason the umpire was not interested. But Shields has that ability to just get the ball to skid onto the batsman with his extra pace, so I don't mind that at all. Just get the line a bit more accurate. And then he goes for a short one and allows Mohammed to play down to his most comfortable region. Just essentially open the face of the bat. Didn't even put much power behind it, but pure timing and class from Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, just steering it down to that wide dude man region. And yet another boundary to his tally. Siddiqui Henry could have only retrieved it beyond the boundary rope. But again, too easy, Keshav.
Well, it's not the first time he's played that shot,
Yeah.
either of the bowling of Shields or even Hakeem Jordan before, and Andre Bailey. And the fielder, again, is just too straight at that point position. I think he just needs to go more backward, because Mohammed, he does have the ability to cut square as well, but he's just playing with the fielders. Wherever they move them, he's angling the ball the other direction.
Speaking to you about that rare occurrence that Mitchell Starc and Alyssa Healy both playing their 287 match each simultaneously, and he's also gone past Glenn McGrath and Brett Lee to have 700 international wickets now, only the third pacer to do so for Australia, and that too on his 35th birthday.
Celebrations all around.
Oh, sharp delivery coming back off the surface.
That's the area I want him to hit. Shields because you can see it rushed onto Mohammed, and he just tried to defend that one into the ground with almost tailing into him. Thankfully not hitting his pads or close to the stumps, but does have him more watchful indeed. And you see them persisting with that leg side dominant feel, with those two fielders catching in close to the square. But still nobody with a helmet under the bat.
Yeah, you want to finish the over well, Shields. Hasn't been a bad over. That slip fielder coming a bit wide, almost into a gully position now, with Mohammed looking to steer those deliveries down to third man. At the end of 115 overs, it's 408 for 3.
Batsmen dismissed. Cephas Cooper, Vikash Mohan, Jed Guli. Opening pair both getting to half centuries. Guli getting to that 100. Mohammed still continuing past the 100. Karaya just come to the crease but has been scoring at a decent rate.
It looks as though Marber Singh is going to continue his spell. And I was looking at the... we don't see too many men's cricketers and women's cricketers coming together and actually tying the knot, Keshav, as we would say. But looking at just 4 that I would have read about, Ruturaj Gaikwad from out of India. He's a part of that. Cut away nicely. Protection in the deep. Yeah, Ruturaj Gaikwad is actually married to Utkarsha Parwar, who is one of Maharashtra's rising women star. She's vying for selection for India as well. Of course, Mitchell Stark and Alyssa Healy. Roger Prideaux and Ruth Westbrook out of England. And out of Sri Lanka, not sure how you would pronounce this, but I'm seeing here Guy Deolwi and Rasanjali Silva. Former Sri Lankan wicketkeeper Guy Deolwi.
I'm sure soon enough there will be the 5th pair of Visham Lalman and to be determined.
Well, you just never know, You just never know. One pulled away forcefully. Again, protection out there. Abhijay Mansingh giving some chase around the boundary. Quick to pounce on anything that's short. And Jason Mohammed, and you would expect that. Look at that. That could have easily gone into the hands of a short leg.
Well, again, we've seen that delivery just pop on the batsman multiple occasions over the course of yesterday and today. But still, without that pressure, they're able to just convert that, what would have been possibly a chance or that delivery, and they get easy singles instead. So it's not really putting that extra pressure that's needed. When batsmen are comfortable at the crease and they're seeing the ball as big as they can after getting set, you really have to try all sort of different tactics to just get the better of them. And look at their movements on the crease, and as a bowler you can try many different variations. As the overs ended 4-11 for 3. Simple aspects as using the crease, the angle that you deliver from, either wide of the crease, closer to the stumps, whether you bowl from over or around, different factors. If you're a spinner, vary your pace, and even as a pacer. So what I've noticed is that in many instances, once fast bowlers play in the longer version of the game, whether it be West Indies Championship or across the globe, and even in Test match, they tend to not use as many variations that they would use in the shorter format of the games. Those cutters, back of the hand deliveries, slower balls, and when you see them use, they do have an effect and an impact. So I think they could, never fail to try some of those variations. Of course, it's a different format, yes, but no harm. if you realize that what you're doing consistently is not working, that's when you need to try something different. It's not to say if you bowl 5 good deliveries and then the 6th one you try something different. That's not exactly the mindset, but it's just to keep the batsman guessing rather than the batsman getting into a position where they are so confident and so comfortable at the crease that it's just like having a net out there.
Yeah, at the same time, you don't want to stray too far away from the basics. Pulled away nicely, getting away from the fielder, and gets 2 valuable runs. But yeah, variation at times is very important, and we see a lot of different variations, Kesha. We see bowlers bowling from behind the umpire. We see, of course, wide of the crease. So much variation we see. I remember one time in the Indian Premier League, I think Andre Russell would have been bowling to Shane Watson, and he would have almost stopped while running into bowl, and he continued his run up after a while, and Watson was taken by surprise. And a quick single. I think Russell, I'm not too sure if he was in turn fined for that. I think he was, though. And I'm not sure if you remember that incident. I saw some variation in batting as well. Kyron Pollard in the ILT 20, batting behind the stumps.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, in the modern day of cricket, with all of the different innovations on and off the field of play, you have to adapt. You have to, of course, not forget the basics, but change your game to suit. This is where the situational analysis and match analysis all is coming in. Mohammed calls for 2. He's going back and gets there comfortably. He's also very quick at the crease, which is many times underestimated. But, just seems to just scuttle down that 22 yards ever so easily as the 30 partnership comes up between this pair. Of course, Karaya reliable on the other end, going along nicely.
What's commendable, though, we saw that 2 runs been taken, and tell you what, to be out there for 209 deliveries and be that brisk between the wicket, Keshav, it's impressive, and that goes to show that he is still fit, Jason Mohammed, and he has so much to add to the game still, and hence he is right there, right out there, doing what he does best, scoring runs.
Well, I think it just goes to show you that having someone of his experience in the team is always a valuable asset. Many persons would have been, as he's struck here, just walking away, limping a bit. Hope it's nothing too serious. But Shields with that extra pace and persisting with that line, giving him some difficulty and some cramp, maybe just settling in.
I think it's more of the lash than cramps, just getting hit.
That's the thing with those injuries. Once you get an impact, it can cause the muscle
immediate cramp.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think he's just signaled to the camp. Maybe needs a bit of treatment or assistance. Gloves first of all, or spray. That magic spray. There's the cold and the hot versions, depending on whatever intention you need to use it for.
Nicely bowled this time by Shields again. The bowler's not being able to penetrate and make inroads, much needed inroads. 117 overs bowled. It's 416 for the loss of 3. And have a look at that batting card. As a coach, you won't have much to say.
Well, it's a dream for any team that is batting, no matter which point of the game. I mean, ideally, this is a perfect start for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in terms of setting a score for the CCC, and then after having them labour in the field, there'll be some tired legs when they have to come back and bat. And just goes to show you that the toss is ever so important than the decision made there.
It is, and the physio is out there, Mr. Jelani Batiste. He is ensuring that Jason Mohammed gets the much needed treatment that he requires, and that he is ready to go again. And it seems as he is ready to go. It's going to be Carrier, it seems, who's going to be facing up to Mahabir Singh. Mahabir Singh, who continues to bowl a marathon spell.
Going
28 overs bowled by Mahabir Singh. This one turned away. It could run away for 4, and it will. Lovely, neat little noodle there from Carrier. 2 straight from Mahabir Singh, and dealt with expertly by the experienced Yannick Carrier.
Yeah, well, Mahabir Singh just straying in terms of his line and his length on that occasion, and he's also bowled quite a spell into his 29th over and bringing up the 100-run mark in his figures column. As Ruskin mentioned this morning, no bowler wants to reach to that stage, but when your team has bowled close to 120 overs, you have to put in that shift.
This time looking to do the similar thing to what he did in the previous ball. Just turn the ball away and look for the runs, but not on this time around. Pulling back the length is Mahabir Singh.
Well fended there from Karaya. So more than likely this might be the last over before that tea break. And you just see the intention after getting a 4 of the first delivery. No need to take any risk. Just fended nicely. I'm sure when they come out after that tea break, you might see a different mindset if they look to accelerate the run scoring.
I think we're going to see that. But we'll have to wait on that. As the over comes to an end, that's going to be tea here on day 2 of this contest between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and CCC. That's how things have gone thus far. 420 for 3. The Red Force are after 118 overs, courtesy century from Jason Mohammed, 123. He's still there. And Jid Guli, he went for 121. Cephas Cooper, 80. And of course Vikash Mohan having a half century in that as well. Wickets to Demel Evelyn, Avinash Mahabir Singh, and that man Akeem Jordan. So that's the situation here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. After more thoughts from Keshav Bahadur Singh, we'll be signing off for tea.
Well, it was an excellent session from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Of course, the CCC prizing that wicket of Jed Gooley, but in summary, you would think that Red Force took the win in that session, as you look to see where the different teams can get victories in different breaks of play. And going forward now into those other 2 sessions of play, I think when they come back out, they would look to increase the amount of runs that they have and try to put as much as on the board, and then probably send in the CCC when it gets dark. So stay tuned for action, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy as we get ready for the continuation of this West Indies Championship clash between the TNT Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges, with the TNT Red Force now 420 for the loss of 3 wickets, which is a considerable total already, but with Jason Mohammed still there, not out on 123, and of course with Karaya now getting into his groove as well on 18, it is a situation here where both of them should be able to kick on and cause even more strife for the combined campuses. Let me welcome back Mr. Lalman, who is here with us.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ruskin, once more, and good afternoon to all our viewers, our loyal supporters and viewers, wherever you may be tuned in from. And 420 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, as you said. And immediately the CCC camp has asked Akeem Jordan to take the ball, and he's going to start things off here after the tea interval. And this is going to be a very interesting passage of play, a very interesting session, to say the least. Whether we are going to see a change in approach from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force or not.
Yeah, he has been there. He is on paper their, their most likely bowler to do sustained damage for them, and. But in order for him to do that, he has to get one and then another and then another. And so they're giving him every opportunity to do that. Plus, he dropped a sitter in slip, so they're probably punishing him now. Run up in the hot sun.
I saw Coach Pedro Collins had him taking some catches there earlier before this.
Say because he dropped that catch. Bowl. But he has bowled well. On occasion, he might have strayed a little bit, but in the mean, I think his line. You see that leg stump line that he's bowled to Jason Mohammed? It has really kind of cramped Jason a little bit.
Yeah. And
they had the field well set on the onside for him. The problem was when they bowl outside the off stump and you have a predominantly onside field, then there's not much that the captain could do about that.
Yeah, he actually forced a couple shouts as well. He struck Jason Mohammed on the pad on a number of occasions, about 3 times, and obviously the umpire was unmoved. But that's all because of the fact that he was attacking the pads of Jason Mohammed. And in doing so, a number of the deliveries angling down the leg side.
Yeah, but when he attacks the stumps, he is in business. And there he is again, just keeping that line. Now he has that forward short leg, just some distance away, but he's in a catching position. He also has a very short mid-wicket, straighter. He has a mid-on. And he has a mid-wicket that is a little squarer but deeper. Then there is the deep backward square and the fine leg. So it's a 7-3 field essentially. Or should that be a 6-3 field? Because the bowler is also bowling with the wicketkeeper, which we don't really count as being onside or offside. So it will be a 6-3 field essentially, and that requires a fair amount of control on the part of the bowler. And so I suppose the captain would have to monitor it to see if the bowlers are consistently putting the ball where you want them to, based on the discussions. Because this is the plan. Clearly, they've come out with a plan.
I think they've continued with, the plan that they had in the very opening over of Hakeem Jordan in that, well, it's that said ploy of attacking the path with those two close infielders right there at a very short square leg and a very short mid wicket as well. A very interesting field, as you said, though.
Yeah, and a couple of occasions I've seen Jason Mohammed try to like fetch some of those deliveries that are pitched outside of his legs. Now he's just throwing the bat at it. There is a deep backward square and a fine leg there, so you'll have to be very watchful. And now when you put it outside the off stump like that, it's really bread and butter for him. He can just, push and run, and just as he did there to get another comfortable single. So 421 now for 3.
Yeah, and deliveries outside the off stump has been punished by Mohammed as a result of the CCC team looking at that plan and looking to put together that plan. It hasn't worked just yet for them, and Jordan at times when his error delivery, I would say, short and wide outside the off stump, Mohammed looks to cut it away and stay it down to third man, which he does to perfection. And Carrier as well, take nothing away from him. Since coming to the crease, he has looked good as well.
Yeah, well, we all know Carrier is a quality batsman. He probably hasn't scored, the bag full of runs that many expected him to, and probably that he expected to score by this time in his career. But the ability is there. It's whether or not he has the appetite for it, and if he's prepared to do the hard yards. And here again is another well-taken single. Just, as you say, putting the ball where there are no fielders.
You have to feel for Avinash Bursing as well, having had that drop catch of his bowling, and that as well was to Jason Mohammed.
Mm-hmm. He was on 111 at the time, and when he got put down, also before he got out, so Zidguli also got a chance.
Yeah,
he got a caught and bowl chance. Remember that one? That was a catch that Jordan probably on another day might have stuck. So you had both Centurions, had an opportunity to remove them both, one off his own bowling and of course the other time taking the catch, but he failed to do that. I'm not even counting the one from the sweep shot, because that was freaky, because I don't think he even saw the ball.
Yeah.
And the funny thing, it passed right between his legs.
Yep.
I don't think he was even looking. He was looking down behind square to see the ball was going down there.
He would not have expected it. Yeah, and late last night as well, we saw that drop catch by the wicket keeper of all people, Jid Guli, just passing his half century late last night, and Bursing would have pitched a half tracker in, got the top edge, and it was spilled. Could have been a different story had that catch been taken. You just never know.
Well, at least they would have broken the partnership.
Yep.
At that point in time, and again another failed attempt to prevent the ball from going into the deep, and once it passes the inner ring, comfortable single once again. So one by one, they haven't come out guns are blazing just yet, but they're starting to pick up singles regularly. And here we go again, same area for Yannick Correa. And that brings the over to an end. At the end of it, there's 425 now for the loss of 3. Do you see the declaration? When do you think they might consider declaring? After the dinner break or before?
I think they may look to get somewhere around 500, within that range to 550, and then we may just see a declaration, just giving themselves enough time as well to look to dismiss CCC on 2 occasions before getting to 550. But we'll have to wait and see. I think they may just bat in to the just after that dinner break, and then they may look to unleash their seamers in the night period.
Yeah, so you figure what, another 100 runs in this
Yep.
session might do the trick. If you get another 100 runs in this session, then yeah, 500 is definitely on the cards in the sense that, you'll be well positioned by then. Now, even if you were to lose all your wickets,
Yeah.
you don't mind because if it's 500 you're aiming for, you should be able to get that and more. And then you, like you said, then you unleash your bowlers under the artificial lights
Yep.
and see what happens. We just saw that with Sri Lanka and Australia. Australia put what, 15 overs and they prized out 3 crucial wickets. Probably could have had a 4th one as well. And Jordan again, and excellent running once more. So they're not scoring boundaries, but they're not accumulating dot balls either. They're finding ways to rotate strike.
Yeah, and they're doing it quite easily. No pressure on them. And it's as though the CCC team are not doing anything really to curb that easy run scoring.
They have another slip now. We've just brought him on and put him in that, what would it, a third slip or gully? It's more like a third slip because they don't even have a first slip. The man who's standing there is really at second slip. Corbin, he's barely more of a second slip right now. And just to his left, I think they've installed another slipper, but he's also some distance away. So let's call him a gully for argument's sake. That's well played. And immediately I'm playing it. He sets off for the single. Not much that Shields could do about that.
Yeah, at all. And it's just good batting by Carrier and Mohammed. But yeah, it's good to see the CCC at least looking to put in that extra slip fielder. Well, in that case, a gully fielder, especially with Jordan normally gets the ball to swing away from the left-handers.
Again, Jordan looks as if he's primed to do quite a bit of work. This is what, his 27th over. It's 1 for 64, which is not a bad effort. In fact, it's a commendable effort. Just the number of overs that he has been able to send down. And he still looks fairly fresh, although it must be taking its toll. And they're going for 1. They might get a second here. I don't think it's going to go to the boundary. And it's just stopped. And they might actually take on the arm for the 3rd. No, they decide against it. So a nice gentle shot. Not a big, powerful shot. He just guided it. He didn't try to hit it too hard. Such is the awareness of Jason Mohammed. So he goes to 129. And 22 it is to Yannick Karaya. 430 now on the board. 430 for 3.
4 half centuries from the top 4, and then 2 of them going on to hit centuries for Trinidad and Tobago. Just what they would have wanted after getting the opportunity to bat first yesterday. After what looked to us, Erskine, as a good batting track. Surprisingly, Joan Jeremiah decided to field first.
Maybe he likes the sun. But that ball is played there. It could be a chance. And he's coming in and he takes a catch. Brilliantly done. And guess who? It's that man again doing the business. What can you say about Damel Evelyn? He is here, there, and everywhere. Takes a really good catch. It really was a ball that probably came on a little bit quicker on to Karaya. He went swinging at it, probably didn't get the full extent of his arms, kind of hit it almost knee height, and had to go. He goes for 22.
Yeah, getting height and not getting the distance there, Yannick Carrier. And talk about a catch there from Damel Evelyn. And he as well involved in yet another partnership breaker there, so to speak. And Avinash Mahabir picks up his second. Too short though, kept a bit low. And wow, spectacular from the big man. I think the biggest of all the players on the park, Ruskin.
Yeah, he's very muscular, isn't he?
Getting down very low. And when you're diving forward, it's always difficult. There's always a chance of the ball bubbling out of your hand as you hit the ground. Certainly poaching that one safely. The Mel Evelyn.
Yeah, he's certainly doing his bit. You give him the ball, he's bowled his heart out for you. And in the field, he's going to give you 110%. And we saw there, as he said, it's a good running catch.
Yep.
And went tumbling over. And
well, for a moment, I thought he wouldn't have gotten there. Looking at the ball in the air and where he was. But he got there in the end. And Mahabir Singh picks up yet another well-deserved wicket.
yeah, he now has 2 for 107. So he too has made 100.
Yeah, look at
with the ball.
look at the amount of overs he has bowled as well.
Yes.
30.
So the new batsman is Tion Webster, another talented young man who likes to get on with things. Tion, if he settles in, the scoring will definitely increase. So it will be interesting to see what his approach is going to be here. But a great opportunity for him as well to get some runs. And nibbling at one outside that off stump there.
Yeah, just want to be careful here, Tion Webster. I don't think they'd want to lose another wicket here in quick succession.
So he does have the slip. They haven't adjusted that slip cordon. Not just yet. But Webster is one of those, like most batsmen, they want to feel the ball on the bat. So he's trying to hit as many balls as possible, as early as possible. Good, generous flight there. But this is good bowling. This is excellent bowling. Well, he's decided he's going to go around the wicket now. And Webster strokes it nicely, but can't get it through. That ends the over. It's 430 now for 4.
Yeah, Webster coming in, and we know the style that he possesses. Tion Webster, he obviously likes to strike the ball, and strike the ball hard and far. And this time, playing it straight in the 4-day format, but there's that luxury now, Ruskin, with your team at 430 for 4. And that's what makes cricket so sweet. You have the opportunity to play in the 4-day format, and your natural game is being a ball striker, and your team is in such a position. You get that opportunity. You don't want to make a mess of it at all.
You're right. You want to at least showcase that ability that you have to. You could score quickly.
Yeah.
But again, you kind of do it within reason, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Without going too much. Jason Mohammed again still having his difficulties with those deliveries on his legs there. You can see Jordan trying to be very precise with his field placing. So you go an inch to your right and you come another inch to your left. He's very exacting, So he's asking the players to be on the alert, because they feel they might be on the brink of another breakthrough here. Jason Mohammed, though, stands in their way.
He's happy to just tapped the ball into the onside for no run. He's not in no rush at all, Jason Mohammed. He always seems to be ready and seems to be getting himself back in the game if he's just losing a bit of concentration.
And people, you won't believe this is the same Jason Mohammed who scores so quickly in the T10 and T20 tournaments. And this is kind of like where this is his get out of jail shot, where he just tries to turn it on the ons. Even if he doesn't make contact, he's gonna get something, and he gets a leg by on this occasion.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed is one of those cricketers, though very experienced. He has that ability to change gears when needed, when the situation warrants that style of play. He can be aggressive. He's played a lot of franchise cricket as well, Jason Mohammed.
Because this is not a limited overs game, the umpire doesn't signal or why, but that one was way down the leg side. And it's almost as if he's adopting the same strategy to Tian Webster that he is employing to Jason Mohammed. But Webster is yet to score. And Webster is the kind of batsman, if you put it in his legs, he might very well go with the full swing of the bat. And that one kept very low indeed. So the wicket every so often gives you a little sign that things could become very interesting by this time tomorrow. And there is Jordan, really without much luck, still probing, still going past the outside edge or the inside edge on that occasion. A little nibble there could have dragged it onto the stumps.
Yeah, Hakeem Jordan is someone who the CCC team would have looked forward to making more of an impact in this game. He's someone with county championship experience as well in last year for Kent.
Yeah, so that ends the over. And it's 4:31 for 4 now. Jason Mohammed is not out on 129 and Tian Webster is yet to score.
Yeah, Jordan would have had 8 wickets in the West Indies Championship last season, and he would have followed that with 8 wickets in the Vitality County Championship 2024 as well. And in the Super 50 Cup, he had 14 wickets, best of 5 for 33. So, with those stats coming into this tournament and those little experiences that he would have had, I think they would have been looking for a bit more of an impact, Ruskin.
Yeah, I think when they got him, they felt, they had somebody who could really do the business. Here's another very well judged single. So the Jason Mohammed has really been at the center of this, and this is how you build partnerships. You're not going to hit boundaries all the time. So when that option is out of the window, you have to figure other ways that allows you to do that. And maybe we should say hello to our scorer over on the far side. She's been scoring all D, juggling numbers. Down the wicket he goes, and how did that end up there? But Tian Webster was really trying to launch that somewhere in the Brian Lara stand over long on. The ball hit the bottom of the bat and ended up at short backward point. Slightly quicker delivery, and he's watchful, but it just shows you that he's yet to score, but he's not afraid to put bat to ball. He really went after that. He threw everything at it. And again,
he can't let that get to him, facing 11 deliveries, not getting off the mark.
Because he can score so quickly. He can more than make up the rate once he gets started, but it's like it's causing him a problem here getting a start. Still can't get off the mark.
And we saw with Carrier, when he was batting, he was able to just push the ball out to mid-on and mid-off and pick up the single. This time Webster pushing a bit more forcefully.
And this time he's going to get off the mark, finds the gap. They want a second. No, they decide against it. In fact, I think Tion Webster fell down. And they had to change that plan quickly. So he's on to 1. It's the end of the over. 4-3-3 for 4 after 124 overs.
Yeah, I was seeing that, Webster pushing the ball, and in that manner, it's going to get to the fielder a bit quicker, so it doesn't allow you to pick up the single. Just needs to play with a bit softer hands, but still off the mark though, as the very last delivery of the over. Jordan seems as though he's going to continue. And they continue to put this plan forward here, the CCC. And it seems as though they're going to stick with it for Tion Webster as well.
Yep. Interesting to see how he adapts to it. Does he try to counter it with a big hit out in the deep? And, well, he was trying to play it somewhere on the onside. It hit the outside edge. But hey, they paid that much for a bat, you might as well use the edge. This is good bowling from Jordan.
We saw Gully using the back of his.
Well, you pay for everything, Yeah. And in the scorebook, all it says is 1 run to Webster. Doesn't say it hit the edge. He was beaten in flight. Nothing like that. Yes, he's persistent with that plan of attack all the time. But every so often, as he gets tired now, you will find him pushing more and more deliveries down the leg side.
Yeah.
And that's when he opens himself up to be picked off quite easily. So he has to be careful. This is, when he gets to the top of his mark, he has to take that deep breath and go over the plan in his head and kind of visualize him executing where he wants to put the ball and then just run up and do it. Yeah, that's more like it. But that's kind of like when you're starting to, when the needle going on empty, almost reaching empty, you're just relying now on, your other faculties to help you out here, because you have nothing in the gas tank left.
Yes. And he has worked quite a lot for CCC in this innings. As a seamer bowling 28 overs into your 29, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, needle going in the red here. And as a result of that, you see he's starting to push more and more the deliveries outside the leg stump as opposed to middle and leg where he was so dangerous. But now, because he's tiring, he can't hold the line as long.
Yeah, his pace as well isn't there from what we've seen this morning in comparison to now.
He hold it. He hasn't really tried to bowl quickly. Maybe 1 or 2 deliveries. But remember yesterday, that opening spell was a long spell for him, so that might have taken a lot out of him. So once again, he bowls on the pads and he gets picked off for an easy single. So Mohammed goes to 131. 3 it is to Tion Webster. It's 437 for 4. Actually, it's 132 to Jason Mohammed. So 437 for 4, and we should have a double change here, but I think I'll just leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Bahadur Singh.
Ipswich 437 for 4. They end up 125 overs. And at this point in time, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, despite losing a couple of wickets today, continuing in that same manner and vision in terms of free run scoring. I've seen a couple more opportunities in terms of the wickets that came and also some half chances that were called. But I think this player at the wicket knows that coming down to the end of the session, there's going to be a difference in the mindset. You see Tian Webster already trying to play aggressively since he's come to the crease. Abusing continues. And Mohammed set on 132. I think his role would be essentially to bat through the entirety of this innings or as long as he can. And with Tian Webster on the other end, hasn't got, as they get a comfortable 2. Did seem to push for it, but safe in the end. And yes, the likes of Tian Webster, who when he strikes the ball powerfully, he strikes it quite a long way.
Yep.
And in terms of his stay at the crease so far, just hasn't been middling it, but you know, he's one of those players, once he gets going, it's really difficult to stop him, Visham.
Yeah, it certainly is. And he was in some trouble earlier in terms of getting off the mark, Tian Webster, but he's now on to 3. Edged one as well. Very low down to Hakeem Jordan.
Jason just working that nice into the gap again. They look to come back for the second, and they do. So it just goes to show you that even though he's 230 plus deliveries into his innings, Mohammed, he's not relinquishing at all. He's just not taking his foot off of that gas pedal. He's continuing to accelerate and score as quickly and efficiently as he can. And just in his usual manner, fixing his gear and getting ready before each delivery. And sometimes that's a sign each batter has their own unique techniques and gets into that momentum, that energy at the crease. 441 for 4. And the likes of Steve Smith, Manos Labuschagne in terms of international examples. And then locally, we see all of the different players where sometimes they fix their helmet, their pads, their gloves, they walk away and just get back set into each delivery for that optimal focus and concentration. As I say, good afternoon to the infamous Ronnie Bikram Das. How are you this evening, Professor?
Good evening. I don't know how to respond with the 2 words that he used there. Infamous and professor. Good afternoon and good afternoon to good evening, I should say, to all our viewers. Again, a pleasure being here. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 441 for 4. In a huge score in the context of the game, and very much in control. And you see the score card there with that man, Chase Mohammed, 136, leading the way as he more often than not does for the Red Force. And it's good to, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him doing that for many more years to come. As Ruskin said, you know, it's on him now to decide when he wants to leave.
And I completely agree. As Mansingh comes into the attack, change of bowling from this end. Previously we saw only the pace attack used, likes of Jordan and Shields, and now Mansingh coming in. We'll see if Mahabir Singh maintains on the other end, so there'll be spin from both ends for the first time in a while.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, last night I should say, when both of them, this one is pulled away straight to the fielder at long on. And it's just a single. As he said, the spin twins for CCC. And as we was alluding to earlier on, we saw the economy rate for the spin bowlers, Mansing in particular, 4.5. Very expensive by his nature. You want your spin bowlers to really keep things tight. You don't really want them to go for a lot of runs, because they are the one you expect to keep things tight. If they get a couple wickets on this sort of pitch, you are happy with that.
Yeah.
As with Mahabir Singh. Yes, he's about 3.4, which is a bit more expensive. This one, Jason Mohammed says, thank you very much. Pitched up a few steps down the wicket, straight back over the bowler's head. That's 6 runs.
Well, no safer place to execute that shot, and Mohammed just casually coming down the crease and a lofted on drive. There was a fielder stationed at long on. Wide was OJ Shields, but again, the straightness of the shot from Mohammed, he would have been safe every day.
That's his first 6 of the innings, Jason Mohammed. To go along with 15 fours.
And the amount of singles and twos that he has run to me.
That is
Short and pulled away this time. Fielder coming around on the boundary and does some good work there. The Mel Evelyn, is it? Ever present, as Ruskin said. You
Yes.
can't keep him out of the game.
That's Ruskin Mark's very favorite player for CCC.
Well, I think he should get another spell based on what he produced yesterday. And we really haven't seen him been given that second opportunity. He's just one of those players that has that extra dynamism.
He took a catch earlier to dismiss Carrier.
Swept away, and this one goes behind square. I don't think Evelyn can get around in time, despite his superhuman efforts previously. Webster getting the better of Mansing on this occasion. Badly line delivery, as you said, Ronnie. He has been mixing his lengths and lines and not really getting consistency, so they have been able to attack Mansing easily, and the over comes to an end. 453 for 4, the Red Force.
Yeah, he has to be very careful. Mahabir Singh is doing pretty well on the other end. He has picked up 2 wickets. A bit expensive as well, but he has bowled 33 overs. So it's a huge spell for him. 33 overs, 8 maidens, and 118 runs. But the economy rate is not bad, given the fact that he was bowling two set batters in Gully and Mohammed at that time. They were picking him off very easily, right? But I mean, considering that's not bad, still pick up 2 wickets. He should have had another one. He should have had Jason Mohammed. That catch, that slip put down by Akeem Jordan straight to him. So he should have had Jason Mohammed. But it's not bad for him. He continues. This one is cut away. Well, Akeem Jordan was looking at the field that did wicket to chase that one, only to realize he should be chasing it. And he eventually went after it. But nonetheless, it's Ruskin Mark's favorite player who does the cleaning up. And it's just...
The ball is following him on the field. I think the ball is indicating that even that itself wants him to get a chance. You know, it's saying, come, take me into your hands and let's see what wickets we can get here for the CCC. Because no matter where they put Evelyn, the batsmen are finding him with quite some ease.
Yeah, and I mean, just when you look at it, just 4 overs he bowled, and just picking up that 17 runs, picking up that wicket, got the breakthrough that they needed, they so desperately needed. And maybe I was surprised that with that 200-run partnership between Jason Mohammed and Jed Gully, that they didn't bring him on for a little spell. At least 2-3 overs, see what will happen if he could break that partnership as well.
And even more so when they had that new ball last night, 65 or 66 overs in, and they got a brand new ball to use. Jordan was tired, Shields was tired, and Evelyn was there putting his hand up, ready to go. And, you know, I just think that they could have used them a bit more, and even we saw the part-time spin of Shakir Paris coming down to the end. But when you look at the bowling lineup, they have used their 5 premier bowlers in the first session of yesterday, and none of them seem to penetrate the batting lineup.
Yeah, this time Webster is on the back foot, pushing that one straight to the fielder at mid off. So just to talk about that, you mentioned that new ball issue. So the viewers would have been wondering. It's past the 80 over and the new ball wasn't taken, but it's because of what you said. Because the damage to the ball around the 60th over, they took a new ball. So in that, at the 80th over, they didn't need to take another new ball, but the new ball is also available for them to take now. So they could take the new ball. Yeah, they could take the new ball now, because even after the 80th over, they still would have had the new ball to take.
Yep.
But they didn't take it because they had already a new ball. So even now, they can still say, all right, we want the new ball to try something different. So again, it's just about trying to change things up a bit. So there's also that available for them.
Yeah, they definitely need to add some variety to their attack in terms of the options that they have. Now, when you look at their bowling lineup, 2 out-and-out pacers, you would say, and a couple medium pacers in Bailey and Evelyn, and then the off-spin of Mahabir Singh, the leg spin of Mansingh, and no other bowler in terms of even the all-rounders. There's no left-arm orthodox, there's no different variety. There's just strictly the same type of bowlers that you have right now.
Well, the only difference is the extra pace of Shield. That's the only difference, really.
and even Shields with his extra pace, he hasn't been as consistent. He gets in that right area and he makes the batsman defend, but he doesn't really attack to say he gets those wicket-taking opportunities.
Yes. So this one is pushed around.
Yesterday, for a majority of the period of play, we saw Shields setting a feel as if he was going to bowl the short ball, and most of the deliveries were in fact full and up to the batsman. So, sometimes it's a double bluff, but in that occasion, I think he should have just tried to use that pace and get those deliveries rising into the batsman more, make them play at it. Sifas Cooper and Vikash Mohan, they were both pulling, Mohan less convincing than Cooper, and you saw the potential for wickets, but again, not acting on it as vociferously as they should have.
Well, the thing with that is that when you bowl the short ball, and you bowl the short ball chest side, it's easy for the batters to just get on the back foot and pull those deliveries. You have to get it just above the shoulder or even head height, where it's difficult for the batters to say, okay, you're going to get out of the way is fine, but if you're going to play the shot, you're going to at least get down on it. It's difficult for them to get down on it, to hit down on it. So more time than not, they will be hitting up in the air, and that will present opportunities. So I have no problem in bowling the short ball, but it has to be above the shoulder if you want to cause problems. If you're going to bowl a chest side, well, you're going to just basically tell the batsman, hit me to the boundary.
Yeah, especially at this level of cricket where the short ball, most of the top order batsmen would be competent playing it, because it's one of those things that you have to have in your artillery. So overcomes the end 457 for 4. But when you look at the likes of the international cricketers around the world, they always have that extra bit of pace if they are bowling those short type of deliveries. Because if you don't have the pace as well, even if it does come up to that head height, sometimes it's easier for the batters to adjust. Sometimes we see them even playing that new style of shot where they just open the face of the bat and guide it over the wicket keeper or the slip cordon. And it's all of these different innovations. Yesterday, Ruskin and I saw a pull shot that went to third man. So there's never a dull moment when you try these type of deliveries, but you have to have the ability to back up the plan that you set to execute.
Well, this morning we saw a sweep shot that went through the hands of the first slip.
And it was a drop catch.
Sweep shot down the leg side and went through the hands of first slip. So yeah, you're right. You see these things, happening. But and then you mentioned with the pace, you need to have the pace to really bowl those short balls to be threatening. But I would, if you look at the likes of Neil Wagner, he's not express pace. But the thing with him, he gets that bounce, but he is so consistent with that bounce and getting it above that shoulder height, which makes it difficult for the batters, and that's why he is so successful. He's very accurate too. He bowls on the body line that is difficult for the batters to hit them. So yes, I agree. Pace is really good when you want to bowl a short ball, but if you are very accurate with your short ball, then you're gonna cause problems no matter what pace you bowl at.
Correct, because even though Wagner is not express pace, it also reminds me, as Webster tries to go down the ground, it reminds me of Scott Boland, who also, like Wagner, not express pace, but something about their style of bowling. They hit the deck hard, and that ball comes onto you much quicker, even though the speedometer may not reflect it in terms of the kilometers per hour. You just see the batsmen always being rushed a bit extra when Boland and Wagner and, a lot of other players around the international stage who have that sort of delivery where they get those hard balls into the pitch.
Heavy ball, they
Heavy
call them.
ball, correct.
Heavy ball. Mario Singh continues. This one, it's another easy single for Jason Mohammed. He moves one step closer to that 150. Moves to 149. At the end of that over from Mario Singh, it's that also brings up the 30-run partnership between Jason Mohammed and Webster only getting 9 out of that 30.
He struggled a bit, Webster, since he's come to the crease. He's just not seemed to middle the ball at any of his strokes. He tried to play a couple attacking shots, getting the inside or outer edge of the bat, and even some of the defensive strokes, you see, not just getting quite into his stride. So again, no need for him to stress because Mohammed is continuing to keep the run sticking, but Webster can probably just look to rotate the strike until he gets his eyes in.
Yes, Mansingh continues. Jason Mohammed. Score remains on 460 for 4. We're into the 131st over. On back foot pushing this one. Seems very comfortable now. He's quickly to just pick up that short length delivery onto the back foot, looking to punch on the offside. If it's short enough, pull through the onside, and punch it in the offside and pick up easy runs. Oh, this one went on straighter. He was looking for that one to go across him. That one seemed to went a bit straighter and really got the inside edge of the bat. So a bit of variation there from Mansingh. And that's what you need to do. Try a lot more variation. Slow it up a bit. Seem to be bowling one piece all the time, which makes it easy for the batters to pick him off. And that's what they're doing. And that brings up the 150 for Jason Mohammed. Again, it's typical celebration. And he would want to continue and turn this into another double century.
Yes, well,
to add to the one he scored in this very ground.
He's already on the course for that. The way he's playing right now, apart from that one dropped opportunity off of his batting earlier, he really hasn't given anything away. And with Jason Mohammed coming to this half-century mark, he's not looking to be dismissed anytime soon. Again, as I said earlier, I think he has to bat through the innings as long as possible. And depending on if they decide to bat all of their 11 players or whether they decide to declare earlier, Mohammed has to carry that torch. And that 150 coming up in 254 deliveries, and it just goes to show you this stay at the crease, Ronnie, a testament to the fitness and the experience of Mohammed and his mental strength to be out there for so long and still play sensible. It's truly amazing.
Yeah, that's correct. You're right. This time he's down the wicket and whipping this one to the onside. Goes straight to the fielder at long on. Just a single. But again, he's prepared to change things a bit. And the bowler, as we said before, Mansingh, he's just bowling that same speed, that same line and length. He's willing to change things up, stepping down the wicket a bit and, scoring. So at the end of 131 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 163 for 4.
See Shannon Gabriel in the dugout, just probably offering some assistance to the Red Force team in his senior capacity. The famous West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler over the years. I think probably just coming down into the twilight stages of his career, but Jason Mohammed seems to be in his prime.
Well, as I said before, he seems to be getting younger. As he works this one into the offside, picks up an easy single.
Well, I absolutely agree with Ruskin in terms of he deserves the right at this stage to say when his time is up, because he's continuing to score runs, he's continuing to perform. And regardless of age or not, performance beats old talk, as they say in Trinidad. And that's why you saw the celebration with the two fingers pointing to silence the deafening noise.
Yes, he doesn't want to hear those external negative thoughts in his mind. He wants to keep himself confident and positive out there. And that's exactly what you want. Webster just trying to force the ball away. I think just needs to settle down a bit. Just allow the ball to come to him and just work it into probably the offside. There's lots of space into the offside. Look at it. What is he trying to do?
Just seems agitated at the crease,
Yeah,
as if he's restless.
maybe the word to him is to try and get the scoring going. Accelerate the scoring, as you would say. But he has to be careful in the shot selections here. He can't afford to give it away. And maybe, as you said, right now he's not feeling it. Maybe he's not timing the ball well. Okay, just get the single. Allow Jason Mohammed to bat. Because the more dot ball you soak up on the strikers and Jason Mohammed, he stands at the non-strikers and he will start to get frustrated. Why am I not getting the strike? And maybe he might do something in the front, right? At the end of the over, Red Force, they are 165 for 4.
You see there the marathon spells from Mahabir Singh, 36 overs, 29 from Jordan, 21 each from Bailey and Mansingh, 19 from OJ Shields, and just 4 from Evelyn. But yet he has a wicket in the column. So again,
I like how you bring in that. Just 4.
Just 4, because if he got the breakthrough yesterday, Roddy, I tell you, when we were looking at the cricket, all of the fielders out there, their shoulders were dropped and they just seemed to be at a stalemate. And when Evelyn came in, even before he was given the ball, Jordan was going to bowl, and he seemed to be upset that the skipper told him, no, I'm going to try something new. And his first delivery got that all-important wicket, and you just saw the entire team lift their spirits thereafter, you know. So, I mean, it worked once, it can work twice.
Yeah. Definitely Definitely it could. So it's going to be Mansingh to continue. Trying his best this time. Webster times this one. We're straight down the ground. One bounce over the fence, and he picks up his first boundary. So this is good for Webster here. And very nice from him. Again, a few steps down the wicket. So just change things a bit. But the thing about that shot is that he hit straight down the ground. He took the few steps, got to the pitch, and straight down the ground. Yes, the long one and long off is there, but he hit it straight down. Mansingh. This time he tugs it a bit wider, and it goes straight to the fielder at a long one, just a single.
Well, that boundary from Webster is more of what we know and expect from him. A full free-flowing player with the face of the bat. And again, the second delivery is what we saw more of him today in terms of getting the inner edge and not the full face. So you saw the full contrast in the first two deliveries. Mohammed was looking to advance, but just stepped back, and a misfield will allow him to get. I know he's going to look for 2, and he gets there. That's the thing about Jason Mohammed. He's never going to stop. He just continues going. From the moment the misfield took place, 2 was the call.
Yeah, well, he looked to run hard, and that's what you want. The first one, you always look to run the first one hard, and if there's a misfield, the fielder is not quite there to the ball, then you look to get the second quite easily. So he did the right thing to begin with in running that first one hard, and then was able to come back quite easily for the second. So as I said, that's excellent. And again, just remember, he's out there now for 258 deliveries. Huh? So he's been out there a while.
Almost an entire 50 over innings.
Yeah, and still able to, as you rightly said, have that mental concentration there, and able to, pick up on these subtle things that change the game. Oh, this time, that one when Kid threw a bit, he got the bottom edge. Well,
I think the keeper might have just been struck in a sensitive place.
it seems so. He got a La Machine.
And to their benefit, the physio was situated right on the boundary rope. So
Well, she's out. She's running towards him. So, well, he was down immediately, and he didn't get up. So,
and he's been a live wire behind the wicket, the Mario Richards. Apart from that dropped opportunity yesterday off of Mahabir Singh's bowling, where Jed Gooley was on 60 odd. Since then, he's continued to chirp in the ears of the batsmen, lift their spirits, and be that wicketkeeper and rule to perfection in terms of making sure that everybody has their energies up. And we see the cart coming onto the pitch, as well as the third umpire, Mr. Kashif Sandhi, and that signals the start of the drinks break as Mr. Richards will get some treatment. So we'll take a short break and join you back in a few.
Yes, we're back here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That's the first round match between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. Remember, combined campuses and colleges won the toss and elected to field first. What a decision that was. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are currently 472 for 4 at the crease at the moment. Jason Mohammed, 154 not out from 160 deliveries. With him is Tion Webster on 16. Webster now seems to be finding his rhythm here, finding his timing and his placement. We all know what he can do when he gets going. So it's a task here. Marbury Singh to continue. And he's just on the back foot. Marbury Singh picking up 2 wickets as I am joined by Keshav.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to this second spell of the second session. Webster again trying to go aggressively down the ground and just a single, but I think the signal of intention is there, and with the likes of Joshua James and Antonio Gomez to come, I must say I would have actually liked to see Gomez come in a bit earlier, given that he is a wicketkeeper batsman and he's very competent. In fact, he opens the batting at the club level and as well as the under 23 level, and he's coming off 100 recently in the under 23 cup that was hosted in Trinidad and Tobago. So he is very competent indeed, and especially making his debut. You know, I'd like to see him come on and get some time in the middle, but by all means the experience of Karaya and Webster took precedent.
Yes, definitely the experience does. But I would like to see, honestly, Joshua James come out after and try to up the ante a bit. And if he could spend half an hour at the crease and take the attack to the bowlers, that 550 might be on the cards.
Well, initially the 500 target, I believe, is what they were looking at. So anything above that is a plus, because they wanted to reach the 500 by the end of the second session. At this stage, it looks as if they would reach there during the session and try to accelerate as much as they can.
Well, I would have, this one is driven. I'm going to get 1, looking for 2. Not there this time. I would have actually tried to up the ante a bit more now and tried probably maybe half an hour before the break, the dinner session. Give the bowlers, have them a few overs.
End of the over, 475 for 4. And as Ronnie was indicating there, you need to up the ante, and they do have the right platform set to do it, as Mohammed getting past that 150 mark, so achieving another individual as well as team milestone, and Webster getting into stride. This is the time where they need to accelerate as best as they can. And as I mentioned, accelerate, I welcome back alongside me one of the fastest men I know on the cricket field, Visham Lalman.
Well, I don't know too much about that. Keshav, good afternoon.
You have to take the positives in stride, Visham. I know that you're working hard on your fitness regime. Sure, looking forward to the start of the season.
Saturday, as the season begins.
Use of the feet from Webster, and again goes down the ground to the left of the fielder at long on, who was wide indeed, so allowed Webster to get that boundary, and almost a repeat of the previous over. This one just a bit wider, but in that same area.
Could this be the start of the aggression season from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force? Certainly Webster getting into the act.
And this one is kite up into the air. Mansingh running back, looks set to take the catch, and he completes it. So Webster deciding to take a second strike at that delivery. It was flighted and it was up in the arc, but I think he just took his eyes off of it, as you saw, and his head actually went up into the air. So miscued stroke, and that leads to his demise. Webster has to go for 22. Brief cameo at the crease, but a couple welcome boundaries to help increase that run scoring, and it's 479 for 5.
Yeah, the excellent wicket there for Mansing. Well flighted again, but this time just slowing it down a bit. And got height, no distance for Webster. And a simple catch taken by Mansing.
And that brings to the crease the debutant. I was now mentioning that I would have liked to see him come out earlier and get some time at the crease, but the youngster Antonio Gomez, what a proud moment this would be for him, his family, as well as his friends and supporters. Really and truly a very exciting youngster, very prolific with the bat in hand, and even more so with the gloves. I'm sure many persons around will be looking on to see what he has to offer, as this is his debut season with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and of course still under 23 years of age, as he featured in that cup, coming off of a well-played century just over a couple of weeks ago. And I'm excited to see what he has to offer here, Gomez.
Best wicketkeeper award as well in the under 23 cup.
Not so classic, in fact. And is driven nicely for his first delivery. As you can see how he shapes up, Visham. He's very cool and calm customer. Excellent time off the ball. And rising from Mansing and also coming into Gomez, so pulling out the variations early. Not going to allow him to get settled.
Yeah, the wrong one being enforced there by Mansing. We saw that yesterday from him. It's good to see him not afraid to show his variation.
A flight this time, and again driven nicely from Gomez, but a good stop at that short cover position from Kyle Corbin. He looks a tired figure indeed, as he would have to come out to bat at some point either today or tomorrow. It's 479 for 5. And you look at that scorecard again, Karaya and Webster both getting scores of 22 for 39 deliveries. What are the odds of that, Visha?
A lot of strange things have happened in recent times on the cricket field, and that certainly is one of them. Could we see a double from Jason Mohammed? When I say a double, I mean a double 100. So your eyes light up when I spoke about a doubles, Keshav. I think you were thinking about a different doubles.
Quite to the contrary. I'm not allowed to eat our local cuisine top flavor and doubles and roti, as this is guided down to the boundary at third man. Really well played there from Mohammed. Just opened the face of the bat, used his feet as well. And what I like about that shot is most times when players use their feet to advance, they tend to just look to go aggressively rather than playing the shot smartly, and the head always go in the air, as Ruskin rightly said. And most times that leads to the wicket, or sometimes they get the ball over the ropes, yes. But what Mohammed did there is, again, sensible batting. Getting to the pitch of the ball, knowing that there was a gap past that first slip, and getting the much-needed boundary. And use of the feet again from Mohammed. This time goes high and wide down to that long on region, but doesn't get it over the ropes. In fact, when the ball landed, it just stopped.
It plugged really down there, deep mid-wicket. And after he struck that, I thought it was going to go all the way for 6, but in the end, just earning himself 2 runs.
That was actually a kind of golf stroke there.
Yeah.
Because you saw how he just uncharacteristically played a cross-batted shot. Trying to cut on this occasion. There is protection at the deep point boundary, so just a single. But Mohammed also looking to go into that further gear, that mode of aggression.
It could very well be, as we said just a while ago, eyeing that double century.
Well, in reality, I think if he can get to that double century, that will be 38 more runs added to the total as well. They will be safely over the 500 mark, and they will be in a comfortable position to declare.
Highest first class score of 220. Jason Mohammed.
Driven nicely from Gomez, and he's off the mark in first class cricket. Goes close to the boundary but doesn't get all the way, and they're looking for the third, but some good work from Evelyn, the ever-present Evelyn.
A round of applause as well goes up for Gomez as he gets off the mark in first class cricket from his teammates.
48 for 5 in 136. And just as you look around at the field, Visham, you see the laboured footsteps of the CCC players as the shadows descend on the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. One shadow is still shining brightly in that of Jason Mohammed. Of course, one of his local nicknames.
And how often you see a shadow shine.
Exactly, and that's why it's such a unique experience. Cut away from Mohammed into the 30-yard circle, but calling for that single. So imagine at this stage of the innings, he's still looking to turn the dot balls into singles, turn those ones into twos, and just shows his mindset. Doesn't get stuck. And driven nicely from Gomez off the back foot. The call is for 2. And with his fresh legs, he's going to the danger end and gets there safely.
Yeah, that's excellent running between both batsmen. Goes to show the communication between them. And immediately as well, Jason Mohammed applauding that from Gomez. Good backing up.
Gomez, of course, one of the products of the Presale Sports Club. It's in Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, if anyone, you must be a proud man, Keshav.
Well, definitely. And also the skipper, Brian Charles, in fact, started his playing career from the youth stages up until he explored different opportunities with other entities, but I can note the likes of a few players, in fact, in the Red Force setup in this instance, as well as throughout the years, who have come through that club. The likes of Yannick Karaya, Yannick Otley, Keon Otley, Brian Charles, Darren Davis, who also played for the CCC for some years, Antonio Gomez, the youngster Anil Ruplal, very promising upcoming leg spinner. Also the talented all-rounder Ronnie Bikram Das. So you know, many fine products coming out of Inchinali Park territory. That's where they played from Gomez. So what do you think about looking at Gomez thus far, from your perspective, as the over comes to an end 491 for 5?
But I think he doesn't seem too bothered at all. And it doesn't look as though that it is his debut. You know, he came out there and he looks like he's ready for the challenge. I think that as well has been brought about by CCC not putting pressure on someone like Gomez, who you know is making his debut. It's his first game at this level, and you would want to put a bit more pressure on him.
Well, I think from the start, pressure is something that the CCC have been experiencing, but not necessarily implementing.
Yep.
And again, I mean, I might sound like a stock record, but that fielder close in under the bat, we saw him feature for all of 1 or 2 overs yesterday, and even it wasn't the entirety of the overs, it was just when the left-handed goodie was on strike. But again, a debutant coming to the crease, a youngster, just try something different, put someone under there. You have 2 spinners operating, Man Singh and Mahabir Singh. Just make him uncomfortable if you can. And use of the feet from Jason Mohammed, straight as an arrow. That one behind the head of Mahabir Singh. And he's looking to get to that double century quicker than we anticipated.
Yeah, but Zaid Basrat was ducking for cover. A little bit. Again, he would have asked for Gomez's helmet borrowed there.
And he's a tall guy, umpire Basrat. On a few occasions we saw that he had to duck out of the way.
Now Singh seems to be looking to go around the wicket now to Mohammed.
I think he should have tried that from the start, because yesterday he had some success with that angle.
Yep.
Just adds a different component, and in his usual manner, Jason Mohammed just opens the face, guides it into the gap and gets 2 in the 30-yard circle.
And the legs still going strong for him. And Jason Mohammed, 271 deliveries faced. Just 29 runs away from that 200 run mark. There he is. Such a veteran of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. Jason Mohammed.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
And cut away again for an easy single. But if you look at this total that is now raised by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 500 for 5. What an immaculate performance it has been. Jason is now asking, just waving to the dugout to find out whether he has to come in. He's looking on with bated breath, because I know he's aware of his 172 also, and they're giving him the opportunity to get to it. This morning, as we mentioned, the manager of the Red Force indicated 500 was the total that they had in mind to then send the CCC into bat thereafter. And now we see again, they are just confirming Antonio Gomez asking the question as well, but they have been given the signal to continue. I think what they're going to do is allow Mohammed that opportunity to try and get to his double century, and again, any run scored thereafter this 500 mark would be a plus, because that was the initial target. So everything going forward is only going to be an advantage.
Well, I'm seeing Mohammed was signaling, well, asking rather, to the dugout, and he was pointing up to the skies, maybe signaling really whether or not they should go and go big now, having gotten to 500.
Well, in reality, the dinner break is approaching in just about an hour's time, you'd say, under an hour's time. And he's using his feet here, and an excellent shot played over cover. One of the more difficult strokes, as that ball goes to greet the ground staff in their hut and the medics. But look at that from Jason Mohammed. Now he's going to go into that T20 or even T10 style and get those runs as quickly as he can.
Yeah, one of the more difficult shots to play. The inside out over cover. Executing it well.
And cut away very powerfully. Kyle Corbin, I think he's going to need ice bath for sure after this game. The amount of times he's stopped a ball in that short cover region, which has been struck with quite some might. You know, excellent work from him. Mohammed again flicking uppishly and goes down to the fielder at the mid wicket, and he takes the catch. So deciding to launch in this over, go aggressively, Jason Mohammed, and he holds out in the end. Abhijay Mansingh getting that wicket, and look at all of the respect from the players from the CCC as well, just congratulating him as he walks off of the park. And that delivery from Mansingh, short of a length. Mohammed, a nice tireless flick, but there was protection out there. And again, Evelyn, you can't keep him out of the game, but as I said, Visham, look at all of the players running to greet Mohammed. Of course, many of the youngsters in the CCC team would have that admiration for him as a role model figure. Akeem Jordan doing battle with him throughout this game. And rightfully so, raises his bat and his helmet to the resounding applause of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force camp, as well as the supporters in the stands.
Well deserved knock of 176 for Jason Mohammed comes to an end though, and that brings an end to the innings as well. A declaration comes with that, and you were right, Keshav, they were really looking for him to get to that double century, and very soon we'll be seeing the response of the combined campuses and colleges, and until then we take a short break and we'll be back with more in just a bit.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy as we continue here in this West Indies Championship clash between the TNT Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. And as we speak, you see the players making their way back out in the middle. This transpired just a moment ago when Joshua James from Tobago received his Red Force cap, as did the youngster Gomez, who also on debut getting his national cap as well. A proud moment for both of them, and we wish them all the best. So James as well as Antonio Gomez Antonio receiving his cap there from the captain Brian Charles, and it's going to be the young man Justin Manick who is getting the opportunity to open the attack for TNT.
Yeah, it's we must say congratulations to those two guys in receiving their cap on debut. It's always a special moment for those guys getting their cap to begin their career in this regional tournament. Opening the bowling for the Red Force, Justin Manick, as I said before, taking the attack from the media center end. It's a very good opportunity for this young man as well. Made his debut last season, and he would want to. He's now the leader of the attack for this game, and he would want to use that little experience he had in that previous match and try to get a good start here for his team. Opening up the batting, Johan Jeremiah and Jamel Evelyn. This one is worked away into the onside, and they are off and running here. CCC. And the first run for them. It's one without loss.
Yeah, he just has to be steady here now with his attack. I mean, you have a lot of runs to play with. So if he looks up and he sees that there were 3 slips and a gully, or 2 slips now and a gully employed, he, I'm supposed after the discussions with his bowling coach and manager and everybody else, all they're asking him to do right now is to, just line up the deliveries properly, maybe off stump, just outside the off stump, and see if you can, prize out a couple of wickets. Because that's what they're striving for here now, some early wickets to put even more pressure.
This one is on the back foot, just guiding that one between second slip and gully, and it goes into the boundary for 4. So that's the first boundary here for CCC.
And that's the man, Damel Evelyn, doing his bit here. And he was on top of it. It probably wasn't the most convincing of shots, but he was on top of the ball. He didn't try to hit it hard. He just allowed it to come onto the bat, and it went down. So quickly they're up to 5 now without loss.
Yeah, it's not a bad delivery. You have to give credit to the batter there. Just staying on the back foot and just guiding it. Just opening the face a bit. And guiding that one. This time it's a bit wider. So there's 2 slip in place. Gully, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and deep. That's fine leg. That's the field, just that one fielder outside in the 30-yard circle at fine leg. So a lot of opportunities here for Manick. It's a full length delivery again, a bit wide, but just going after that one. A bit too full to really play that shot.
He has to be careful because you don't want to get carried away, go making shots early. And because you lose 1, you could lose 2 and 3 quickly. So we saw that in the test match in Gaul, where Sri Lanka, chasing a score in excess of 600, find themselves in all kind of trouble with 3 early wickets down.
This time it's a good line on length there from Manick. To bring an end to the first over, end of one. CCC, they are 5 without loss, replying to that mammoth total posted by the Red Force of 504 for 6.
Yeah, really good effort with the bat. You had 2 half centuries and 2 centuries in there. Plus you had 2 century bowlers as well. So it wasn't the easiest outing for the CCC bowlers. When you think Jordan had 1 for 70 from 29. Shields had 0 for 69 from 19. Mahabir Singh had 2 for 142 from 39. Bailey 0 for 66 from 21. Mansingh 2 for 116 from 24 overs and 3 deliveries. Evelyn had the 1 for 17 from 4 overs, and Paris 0 for 15 from his 2 overs. So some pretty expensive figures there. But T and Webster it is, who's going to pick up the attack for TNT.
This one seemed to nip back a bit into the left-handed Jeremiah. Again, 2 slips, a gully, point, that's backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Same field basically for Webster. So it's good to see giving him that 2 slips, allowing him that opportunity. This one is just left outside the off stump. Catches in place. And exactly what you said, Ruskin, is that you want to get early wickets. You want to allow yourself or give yourself enough opportunity to pick up early wickets and put additional pressure. Because there's already that scoreboard pressure of that 500 looking down at you. Yep. And then, if you lose early wickets, then it starts to put extra pressure on that middle order, then lower order. What are we going to do? How are we going to counteract this?
Yeah, the whole dressing room takes on a different mood and atmosphere if wickets are falling regularly, but more so if it falls early, because they have a couple of minutes, a few of us before the interval. What they don't want is to lose a wicket before that, and then they will assess and see what they're doing well, what working, what not working. So when they come out after for the final session this afternoon, they could look at it nicely. That's a great shot. He was on top of it, and he punches it through the offside for 4. Too much width and offer there.
Yeah, definitely a bit too short and wide, and he was quickly onto that one on the back foot and just really punching it through that cover region. Picks up a early boundary. So and Ruskin, I must say, I like the positive intent from the batters here. You have a daunting task ahead of you, and they're not going to say, okay, we're going to just set up shop, see it through to the break, and then see what happened. They're looking to take advantage of every bad delivery that has been bowled, or if it's there in their area, they know they can score, they are trying to score. So that's a good positive. Yeah,
it is, but that's the way they have to approach any kind of target like this, because you don't want to just stick around and prod and block, because sooner or later one is going to do something and bite you, as they say. So you want to dictate how the innings unfolds. The other thing for the bowlers here is you want to pick up early wickets, because chances are when the spinners get this ball, you're not getting it back. So if you get 2 or 3 overs, you want to take every opportunity to get a wicket or 2, because after that you're probably just running around in the field.
Well, the likes of Brian Charles and Carrie Pear, once they get their hands on the ball, well, you know what's going to happen. It's going to be like in goal, as you mentioned, where he had Jayasuriya bowling 60 overs. He had the ball for an entire session. He was just bowling non-stop from one end.
So they threw him the ball and they say, you work here, we will deal with the other end.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So and the thing is, back in the day when I played, that was kind of like how you felt, because when you have ancient Jumas and Ranji,
yeah.
when you bowl your 5 overs, you're like, no, you running around the field the rest of the day.
Because more often than not, they won't take the rest of the wickets.
They would do the bulk of the bowling.
Yeah.
You know.
This one again.
Sometimes Larry and I or somebody else would we would get a little 2 or 3 overs just to, give them a rest. But outside of that, there's too much ringing away at one end. And then, when Ranji come on, Ranji too was very tidy.
Yeah.
Very economical. So Ranji would block up an end as well. And then Aisha would probably come and take all the wickets. But all he had was done by Ranji. And Chuma's,
this time again on the back foot, just punching this one to that point fielder. James there. Tall figure, James.
Yeah, but you're right. The positive approach by these two is really a breath of fresh air. They're not prepared to just sit and wait for something to happen. They're trying to make things happen. They're not taking too many risks.
Right.
But that's the danger, because if you feel the bat on ball, you want to always feel bat on ball. And there he goes. And that's the fear that you have for them, because he's going to always want to go after the ball.
But on the other side, as you see it again there, just chasing a wide one here. But, I mean, when you can get on top of the bowlers earlier, put pressure on the new ball bowlers, then you force the hand of the captain now. Maybe he would have wanted his opening bowlers to bowl 10 overs on the trot. Mm-hmm. Then now with this positive intent from the batters, now it forces him to say, well, okay, maybe I need to make a change. So you start bringing in your spinners earlier than expected, and then you start to change the plan that they have. So it's also a nice way to cause a little problem, a little headache for the captain.
Yeah, it is. But the other side to that is, I don't think he worries at all when he brings in the spinners. In fact, if we give him a chance, he'll bring the spinners now, And, he's probably just doing it out of respect for the coaches, because you pick,
too fast bowlers.
Two seamers. Well, you have really all-rounders in a sense.
Correct.
And, one out-and-out bowler and the others are basically all-rounders. So he's probably using them, as is the norm. But I'm sure if you push him, he would say, we could bring the spinners now if we wanted to. There's a young Racha in the field. Young man just missing out on making his debut here as well today.
Yes.
But you get the impression his time will come.
Yeah, definitely. He's a very young man. I think he's 17 this year, so it's a lot of time and opportunities. This time it's a drive, a misfield by Carripier of all people. You would not expect that from him. And it's an easy single. So at the end of 3 overs, the CCC, they are 11 without loss.
Yeah, they just need to stay positive, but be very circumspect when they have to, and be aware of the dangers, because remember, the bowlers are working, they're trying to figure out a way to get you out. And we saw Evelyn throwing the bat at one outside the off stump. Now he might get away with it once or twice, but chances are one could hit the edge and and he's gone. So, and the TNT Red Force won't mind that at all, even if they give up 15, 20 runs, but could get a wicket when it's all said and done. That would be a trade-off they will relish.
Yeah, definitely. I know you would be disappointed if he gets an edge from that delivery.
Yep. You were talking about
one over from Webster, and it's Carripier into the attack. So it's definitely going to be a serious a spin here for CCC, and it starts very early. So I thought at least, maybe you might see an over again from Manik, maybe an over or two from James, and then spin. Or is it going to just be spin from that southern end and probably rotate the other bowlers?
They could do that, or you could get spin from the top, from the bottom end, from the top end, and if you bowl across the pitch, they bowl spin there as well. You know, because once you have quality spinners, because they give you the best chance of getting, of getting a result in this game. You're looking for 20 wickets.
Yes.
You know.
You have Curry Pair, you have Brian Charles, you have Carrier, you have Jed Gully. Well, yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, but
Four of them.
But those are four basically frontline spinners that you have there. You know.
And you have Jason Mohammed.
Yep. Who can also help you out if you require. Oh, yes, a goes right through. He was on the back foot there, and was really living dangerously there, Evelyn.
Yeah, he seems to like playing on the back foot. We saw him a lot on the back foot with the faster bowlers. That is fine. But here you see him now on the back foot for the spinner. And Curry Pair is a bit quicker. So he's going to push that ball through a bit quicker than you expect. So he has to be very careful in playing on the back foot to those deliveries.
Plus, Curry Pair is not a big spinner of the ball, but he will bowl wicket to wicket.
Yeah.
And once he's able to do that, even if he gets it to turn, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be tough for you to negotiate.
It's time to the left-hander, just outside the off stump. Jeremiah.
Both edges in play here, Carry. Both edges
Yeah,
in
they
play
really
here,
need
Carry.
to be very careful
Nice
here
rough to work with, Carry.
with the spinners. But like I said, one could quickly become two.
Again, that one, as you can see, he's looking to play for that turn, but it's not really turning.
No.
He's going to get that ball to drift in a bit because it's a new ball. You're going to get that arm ball as drifting in a bit, but it's not really turning.
Catch!
He's just looking to bowl, as you said, wicket to wicket.
Yeah, he has to be so careful, so watchful. 13 without loss at the end of the over.
Let's see if it's going to be spin again. Well, it seems like it's going to be spin because it's Brian Charles.
He's not wasting any time. You know.
Captain.
Well, what he could do, in all honesty, is try the spinners now to see who's getting what at which end, and then maybe after the break, could bring back the seam bowlers just for a couple.
Yeah.
You know, and see if if something happens. But then now he knows which end is probably going to give him, which is the best option. Or he could juggle around his spinners, see who's doing well at which end, and then ask them to tighten up or tie down one end, and maybe operate on getting wickets at the other end, or vice versa.
Well, that's 6 minutes or so to that dinner break.
So trying to get as many overs in as possible.
Yes, that's
before
one.
the break.
And you could be right. Just seeing which bowler, what they are capable of, what
the
you get in.
wicket's doing,
Yes, what you're going to get out of the wicket. This time, Evelyn is down the wicket, looking to hit straight down the ground. He has to be careful because he has a long one in place.
Evelyn is such a strong man. I feel that long on might be might be there for retrieval purposes only. Because if he connects, he could probably clear this stand with relative ease.
Well, we can wait and see what he will do. It's again on the back foot, a loud appeal for a W, but did he get some bat onto that?
I think he was playing for turn and probably just kind of rushed onto the pad. He thought it was going down the leg, and it was, but it certainly crept up on him.
Again, down the wicket. Is Evelyn looking to create something here?
It's going to be interesting to see how he goes. Because sooner or later, you get the impression he's going to throw the bat at something. There's an appeal for ABW. That's very close indeed. Well.
That's the over.
Maybe outside impact, outside the off stump. Let's see.
Oh no,
Oh,
that's pretty
that's
much
the
plumb
back
in
foot.
front. Yep.
That's on the back foot.
Yep. That one, he considered himself very lucky to be still there,
Yeah.
because that pad was covering that stump, and that hit the middle of the pad,
Yeah.
and it hit just under the knee
Knee
roll,
roll,
so
yeah.
there was not a question of height or anything.
Maybe he got a little edge onto it.
I don't think so. The bat seemed very far from it. When we look at the artificial lights
Yeah.
on, but that ended the over. A good one from Charles. Still 13 was a maiden. And Carrie Pierce continuing. So these two in tandem could bowl a number of overs in a very short space of time.
Yes, definitely. Caripia gets through his overs very quickly. But the batters playing like this, they're gonna really go through quickly, because they're not looking to really hit the
Taking the
boundaries.
risks right now,
Yeah, probably if it's there, just to push it around, rotate the strike. So it's pretty much survival until that dinner break.
And that one kept very low as well. And that is kind of like there's the vagaries of the pitch now that you have to contend with. Because you figure it's a hard ball, so you're playing for bunks. But when it keeps low like that, it could be very disconcerting. Here he is hitting this one, and that's a good hit. Not wasting any time, and it goes for 6. Because again, Jeremiah.
A bit short, a bit too short. He had enough time to just get back on that back foot and pull that one over deep mid wicket for 6. So that's the first 6 of the innings.
More positivity from Johan Jeremiah.
Yeah. And that's good to see. So yes, he had 2 or 3 good deliveries prior to that ball. But the moment he saw it short, he was quickly on it. So that's good. Taking advantage of those, I wouldn't say it's a poor delivery, but just short of a length, he was able to take full advantage.
And another delivery. It's not a bad line from Carrie Pear. And I know batsmen feel they could get under him a lot, but he's still a clever bowler, so you always have to be watchful.
Oh, that one was a bit quicker onto him quickly, but he was on the back foot, played it safely back to the bowler. A bit of football skills from Carrie Pierre to end the over at the end of over number 6. CCC, they are 19 without loss.
And this is a good start for them. And they just need to try to keep their wickets intact and before the break. Don't get separated before the interval. That should be the first objective here.
Yeah. Maybe the last over before that dinner break. Charles to continue. This one is driven in the air, but just short of that fielder. Looks like, is it Rambaran? Yeah, he's on as a sub fielder. Living dangerously on that back foot. Evelyn, that's the second time or so he's playing that ball very late off the pads. So you said he has to be very careful. But he plays it well in the end. Picks up an easy single.
Yeah, because he's almost trying almost exclusively to play off the back foot. Because he's not, it's almost like he doesn't trust himself coming onto the front foot. And if he's coming onto the front foot, he's probably running at the ball. And he has to be so careful he could run past it as well.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes if you're not sure what is happening. And he was beaten a couple times clean on that front foot. He had that appeal for LBW as well. So he would be wary of that and just probably thinking, okay, if I hang on the back foot, the wicket's not that quick. The pitch is not that quick. I'll have enough time to play with the turn if need be. This time on the leg stump, just pushing it to that fielder. That short leg.
Yeah, this is a period where, of course, they're just trying to bat out until to the break and then come back after.
That's the over on time. Dinner.
That seems
they're
to
doing
be
the-
it,
yeah,
yeah.
they're doing the smart thing, just trying to give it some air and see if we could entice something wrong. But he doesn't. So the over comes to an end. Just a one run in it, 20 for no loss, with Jeremiah on 11, Evelyn on 9, and the combined campuses and colleges, well, they have it all to do as they chase down Trinidad and Tobago, the Red Force, 504 for 6 declared, with a splendid 176 from Jason Mohammed and a 121 from Jid Goody. We'll take a break and then we'll come back with play in the third and final session in about 35 minutes or so.
Well, welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad and Tobago, Taruba to be exact, as we are into the second day of this encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. In this encounter, the CCC won the toss and decided to bowl first, and Trinidad and Tobago amassed a heavy total of 503 runs, and that means that the CCC trail by 484 runs, as right now they are 20 without loss after 7 overs. The pair at the crease, Johan Jeremiah as well as Demel Evelyn. Jeremiah, of course, the captain for the CCC, and he would have indicated that when he won the toss and decided to bowl first, he did back himself in terms of his team and their ability to bat, no matter the condition. So, of course, looking at that initial total, it might seem as if it is a very daunting task, but given the confidence of the players, it's all to definitely play for out here on the field itself. No matter how much you strategize off the field of play and you make your plans and your theories and so on, it all depends on how you execute it out there in the game itself. So right before we had the dinner break, we saw that the Red Force decided to employ spin with the likes of Brian Charles and Carrie Pear, just checking to see if they would have gotten any purchase with that new ball variation. But now that we're going into this interesting period of darkness and the artificial lights coming on, Tian Webster takes up the attack from the Brian Lara end. Starts off with a good delivery, as I am Keshav Bahadur Singh, and welcome alongside me Ruskin Mark in the commentary booth. Ruskin, your thoughts on how those first 2 sessions went?
Actually, it's the Red Force that are the ones who batted themselves into a really impregnable position, getting to 504. I think the one sour note is that Jason Mohammed got out in the manner in which he did, when the declaration probably could have come before that, and he would not have, and he probably would have come out not out on the same score, even with just 4 runs, earlier, because he was actually looking for a sign from the dressing room as to what the plan was, and whether they should come off. And then 2 balls later he got out. But so it's just an unfortunate thing at the end here. And with the bowling, I don't think the bowlers the 2 spinners have done well. The seam bowlers have not been as concentrated as they needed to be in those few overs that they had there. We see Tian Webster is back here now. Hopefully he can, rein things in and get the radar working a little bit better, because at this point you want wickets, and now that the artificial lighting is beginning to take effect, in fact this could be a tricky period here now, as you're in between lights. The natural light has kind of gone, the artificial light is now taking effect, so you're kind of in that dusk period, that in between lighting here. So as a bowler, this is where you want to create problems for batsmen.
And one thing that we saw last night when we entered this final period of play is that the pink ball certainly moved a lot more than it did during the day. And we hope that Trinidad Seamers, the ball, of course, still relatively new, 7.4 overs in, but we want to see some of that swing movement of the pink ball from Webster, Manick, as well as Joshua James. You see warming up out of your screen and getting limbered and ready.
It would be interesting to see if he can get an opportunity to bowl. We saw him getting his national cap earlier, both himself and Gomez, 2 debutants, so congratulations to them both. I'm sure Tobago will be proud of Mr. James. They'll be even happier if he could get the ball to pick up a couple of wickets, because he didn't get to bat. So I'm sure they'll be looking forward to him taking a few wickets.
Tempting delivery from Webster. It's full and outside of the off stump. Of course, at his pace, the batsman can do what they like with it, but he can also get some easy wickets as the 8th over is completed 20 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way how Jeremiah is shaping up. Similarly, Evelyn, because we know he's a power hitter, if you know what I mean. He wants to get on with the game, but you could see him showing, good restraint so far. I mean, he had that one wild swish outside the off stump to a delivery that he had no right playing at, but he did. But since that time, he's kind of reined himself in and hoping that, he can play each ball on merit and avoid chasing at wide deliveries.
What do you think about the start that you have seen from the Pacers? Of course, you only saw just a couple overs before the break, but in terms of their approach to the batters at the crease and what they might have learnt from what they saw the CCC doing.
Tion didn't use the 1 over he had. He didn't really use the ball all that well. At the other end, Manik was a lot more consistent. But again, they're not tear-away fast bowlers. They are really line and length medium pacers who can maybe tie up an end and build pressure and hopefully through that pressure force an error.
Good delivery from Manik in swinging Yorker. But again, not really seen any of that new ball movement as yet.
Mm-hmm.
I think they probably just need to pull back the length a bit and allow the ball to work. We saw on a couple of occasions yesterday that when they bowled short of a length and just allowed the ball to move in the air, they did get some reward. So have to be mindful of that, the Red Force.
But again, he's on the stumps here, and that is a good sign because it means that Jeremiah can't afford to go across the line because he'll be probably committing suicide if he does that, and he might be accumulating a number of dot balls because he can't get them away. And that's what I meant by building pressure, because now you're putting the onus on him to try to score.
And that's better from Manik. Just make him come forward and play, of course, with 3 fielders in that sub-cordon. And what I liked, of course, seeing before the break is that immediately with the spinners, they brought in the bat pad. And we were calling for that throughout the entirety of the innings from CCC. And you saw how many...
hesitant, yeah.
Correct, and you saw how many of those deliveries went to Cephas Cooper at bat pad. It's always an interesting ploy.
Yeah, they were very reluctant to do that.
Jeremiah's look very solid though.
Yeah, I like the way he shapes. He looks like he understands his strengths and weaknesses, so he knows his game. And once he's able to play within those confines, he'll be fine. The Guyana Happy Eagles making a fist of it against the Barbados Pride. Barbados 346, the Happy Eagles 315 for 3. So they're right there within reach out and touch me distance come tomorrow.
Fended away for easy single, vacant that leg side, just a couple fielders. And the 9th over comes to an end, just one coming off of that. 21 without loss.
Yeah, good steady over from Manik. But that's what he's been accustomed seeing from him. He, like I said, he's not going to blast you out with pace, but he could frustrate you to some degree. And, once he gets into rhythm, then he could start to use maybe a slower ball, maybe a quicker ball as well, and try to move the ball both ways. And bring the edges into play. And so that, I suppose, but it really depends on the patience that the captain has. If he's prepared to allow him to get into that groove, or if, maybe say after 3 overs, if he can't get a wicket, then he go back to his spinners. But like I said, because the conditions are changing, that might work. That might be the thinking while the seam bowlers are bowling now. To see if they can't get the ball to do something off the surface here. And once they're able to do that, it could be that they'll be able to buy that wicket that they're so desperately craving right now. Because just like with the CCC when they were in the field, they need wickets. I think Trinidad and Tobago wants to get wickets because they want to start the process of getting 20 wickets in this game. And there's no time like the present.
Yeah, well, this period, even from this morning when he spoke to some members of the Red Force staff, this is what they were looking forward to. All of those conditions and factors that you just noted would be so pertinent in this next session and next couple of hours of play, because right now it's not yet full darkness outside, but again, as you said, that period of transition. And then, of course, when it gets darker, that dew factor will also kick in. And we know that right now in Trinidad and Tobago, the nights are getting a bit cold.
Yep, it's very cold.
Also increasing wind as well. So I think right now for this period, they just need to find their line, their lengths, and get into that momentum, that right energy, so that when they do get the assistance from the weather factors, that they can make the most of it and get an immediate impact.
Yeah, and the bowlers have to be mindful that they may have to bowl at times, bowl a slightly fuller length, because both of these batsmen are going to drive at deliveries that are pitched up. This one put away nicely again with no fuss at all. That's the second time that he has been able to punks on a short ball. Wasn't all that short, but he was in position sweetly.
And the lack of pace from Webster would have also assisted him. Just swiveled and pulled it away very neatly. Jeremiah looks confident at the crease and competent indeed. Of course, Jeremiah, along with Demel Evelyn, the CCC will be looking to a lot of runs from this opening pair, alongside the likes of Jordan and Greaves. All four of those players involved at the batting lab out in Barbados.
Corbin as well.
Indeed, and one of my colleagues from Barbados, Antonio Alain, in fact, runs that batting lab across there, indicated that he did a special 2 to 3 week camp with Jeremiah prior to the start of this tournament, and he indicated that he likes what he's seeing in terms of the form that he's going to come into this championship with. So expecting great things from this pair, as well as all of the other members of the CCC lineup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the Trinidad and Tobago, the captain, how Brian Charles, how patient he is with his seam bowlers. But this is the time that you want your seam bowlers operating, maybe even a little bit later, when it gets fully dark, and then they might be able to take, advantage of the atmospheric conditions and see if they can get a little bit of reverse swing in going in here. So it's probably maybe 45 minutes too early. But the problem is, does he bowl the spinners now and then go back to the seamers? But you're hoping that you want to give them as hard a ball as possible so that they could take advantage of that. So he's in he's by kind of in between right now as to what his approach would be, but he's persisting with the seamers for the moment.
Well, just 10 overs in, and we saw the marathon spells from the seamers from the CCC. I think if they get into their strides now, depending on their fitness levels, of course, they should be able to capitalize when those factors come in. Of course, Joshua James still hasn't been given the ball in hand yet, and we know that when he made his debut in the Super 50 for the Red Force, he got a wicket off his first delivery, and he adds that extra component with his height and the angle at which he releases. 2 full from Manik and easy for Evelyn to drive, but we know that Evelyn was most active in the field.
Yep, yeah, he's a big, strong man, and again, like the Gordon Greenidges and Desmond Haynes, he loves to put back the ball, and when he hits it, you know it's going to travel. What Manik will be hoping for is that he goes after one and don't hit it, but nick it, maybe to the keeper or to slip.
And that's what you want to see. 10th him outside the off stump, and you saw some late movement away from the right-handed batter as the ball passed the stumps.
And you see his trigger movement. He put the foot down the line. He didn't go across to the pitch of the ball. He kind of went down the leg stump and was thinking of going after it outside the off stump. So he was prepared to play well away from his body there. Again, I'm hoping the bowler spots that and understands what he's trying to do. So he's strengthening the slip cordon. Third slip under gully now.
Nicely driven from Evelyn. Unfazed by the fielders coming in into the slip cordon.
Yeah, he has a good. I mean, I have a good feeling about him as a cricketer because you see it in everything that he does on the field.
Charisma.
Yeah, he's full of energy. He's even when the guys were a little bit down, he was still there, bubbly. And then when he got that wicket, that just changed the whole dynamic for them. And then he continued. His spell was a pretty good spell, that 4-over spell for 17 runs on a wicket. You'll take that every day.
Manik bowling into the body of Jeremiah. We saw on a few occasions just continuing around that off and middle stump line. Haven't really seen much deliveries outside of the off stump, around 4th or 5th stump, to see if he can get in to try and drive at one and bring those slip fielders into play.
But he goes around the wicket to the left-hander, which is a custom that a lot of bowlers do.
And pulled away from Jeremiah. There is a fielder at the deep fine leg boundary, but it will run all the way to backward square for 4. So again, you see Jeremiah's competency with that pull shot. Didn't have to move.
Yeah, he was already in position, and he just swiveled and just rolled the wrist on it and picked up an easy boundary. So he's dealing in boundaries. He's gone up to 20, and 10 it is to Evelyn. It's 30 without loss.
And what you're seeing from the approach from the batsman thus far is that each over they are willing to just defend because they have gotten at least one errant delivery to put away to the boundary. So the run scoring is continuing along nicely while they're still able to get their eyes in.
Well, it's called taking what the bowlers are giving you. And if they give you good deliveries, well, then you defend it. But if they're going to give you, long hops and short balls with wit on offer, you take that too, and you punish it.
Wide outside the off stump, but again, I don't mind that from Webster. Yes, wasn't the best delivery, but again, you see Evelyn practicing that shot he would have played, and you need to get them just playing at the ball.
It's so important. Yeah, it's so important to not, as we say, not waste the new ball, but utilize the new ball and give yourself the best chance of getting a wicket. And the next thing, if you can't get a wicket, don't concede runs.
And you see that exaggerated movement away. If you can pitch in that same area, that same length, but bring it closer to that 4th stump, or even start it on the off stump and let it move away. Evelyn also batting outside of his crease, trying to negate whatever movement.
Evelyn, of course, I'm sure would want to play a long innings here. Been in the field for nearly 2 days, so If you're thinking, you would want to keep the opponents in the field for almost 2 days as well.
Yeah, and definitely the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force need to make use of this period because, as you say, you don't want the CCC to get too comfortable and get set in when the strategy from the Red Force would have been to try and get some quick wickets here, see if they can get the CCC skittled out for a low total and probably send them back in.
Yep. And I want to believe Yannick Correa may have to play a big role in all of this.
The plus that the Red Force have over the CCC is that the variety of bowlers. So we know that the CCC only had one off spinner, one leg spinner, 3 seamers in effect, and the Red Force, they do have the likes of Correa, Carey Pear with that left hand orthodox, Correa with the leg break and also googly tough spinner variations, Brian Charles, competent off spinner. And even recently we saw the likes of Jed Guli and Vikash Mohan bowling off spin for quite some overs and getting wickets.
And Jason Mohammed as well.
But he's always a threat whenever he has ball in hand.
Edging! And he's gone. Well, it went through his grasp. Right through the grasp it's gone. Because I thought he had taken it, but it sped. It was almost like it burst through his hands. And it went down to the third man boundary. And unfortunately couldn't hold on to it.
And that's the skipper, Brian Charles. Normally an excellent fielder. One of the guys you would expect to take those catches. And putting himself at second slip, taking the responsibility. And you see the consoling pat on the shoulder from Cephas Cooper and Jed Gooley, because I know someone like Charles, he will take that on mentally, but he has to just refocus. And Webster was devastated. He was down to his knees there, Ruskin. That's what they've been looking for. That's what you need.
And that's the thing. He got the batsman to play at the delivery that he really has no right playing at. And look at how far outside the off stump he went in search of that one. But it's that away movement that he was trying to cover. And he almost gave it away.
You just wonder if Evelyn is going to make them pay for that drop catch. We saw in the Red Force innings, both Jason Mohammed and Jed Gooley were given chances, both going on to score proper centuries. 12 overs completed, 35 without loss. Could have been 34 for 1.
Yeah, it's, and that too must be a little bit worrying if you're like a selector and stuff like that, because you don't want to see chances created but not taken. And any coach will tell you, the old adage, catches win matches. You have to take your catches because you're not sure you're going to get another one. And so you want to take that one, and you always want to have like a new batsman at the crease or new batsmen at the crease. So what that means is that you're taking wickets constantly.
And it
It's
continues.
another brilliant stop there.
Cephas Cooper can't keep him out of the game. Really good fielder. You see even the wicket keeper coming to congratulate him. Smiles and looks of surprise there.
But that would lift the bowlers. Yeah, that will do the Manic's confidence a world of good, because now he feels he can, he now has to hold his end of the bargain, which is line up the deliveries nicely. And even if he's a little bit offline, the fielders are going to back him up.
And you see Jeremiah having a chat with Evelyn. They're probably just trying to remind him that he doesn't need to play at deliveries that are too away from his body. Don't want to give too much opportunities, as you just got a chance.
No ball.
It's a no ball from Manic.
Took a no ball, yep.
Well played from Evelyn. Looking for 2, but can't take chances on the hand of Carey Pear.
So no ball. Confirmation there from the umpire. Yeah, but Brian Charles has to put that drop catch, behind him, and focus on what is ahead. He's leading the team, so he has the responsibility to encourage and build up everybody. If you have a bowler who might be struggling a bit, he's the one that they'll be looking to for leadership and support. So he cannot afford to allow himself to get down because of the drop catch.
Some nice inward movement. And Manik, we saw this approach around the wicket from many fast bowlers. Of course, none other than Kemar Roach, who likes that angle and gets the ball to naturally go into the left-handed batter, but then also seam away. And he's gotten many of his wickets like that, either nipping the top of off stump or taking that outer edge, going into the slips. But just need to see Manik try and execute that line. Played comfortably from Jeremiah for a single. I think he's just trying to bowl too hard into the pitch sometimes. He's just not allowing the ball to move as it should.
Well, if he's going to bowl into the pitch, then bowl a bumper, try and see if that changes. But you can't bowl a bumper that comes up waist high. That's not a bumper, that's a long hop. You're bowling a bumper, you want to get it up to the throat area, The Australians have a saying. They say throat and toes,
Edge!
And again it gone through
The gap. And this time, no fault of the fielder, I would think, because didn't get a hand onto it. But look at how close the third slip is to the second slip there. Just wonder if he was a couple steps or just even
just to the right.
a half length is right, he might have gotten a hand to that.
Well, it was played in the gap in the air, so Evelyn living a charmed life at the moment. Twice now he's gone through that area.
Sometimes, these sort of cricketers, as you mentioned, a guy who is involved in everything, they just have that extra bit of luck sometimes, it just carries them forward.
And the thing is, his captain, Jeremiah, could speak to him all he wants. Once he sees that ball there,
He's going to go.
he is more than likely going to play at it.
That's better from Evelyn. Instead of pushing at the delivery, playing with soft hands.
Okay, allow the ball to come to you. But again, I'm trying to see which guard it is he takes. He's probably batting on a middle stump. So by the time he puts the bat on the ground, he's covering all three stumps. You barely could see the off stump when he kind of lines up or gets into his batting stance.
So you see his right foot, the tip of his toe in line with the middle stump,
Yeah,
and now
see,
he
look,
just
he's
shifts across.
Right across on the off stump. He's covering the off stump.
So in fact, it looks like an off stump guard because he initially started in the middle and then now,
Because of that away movement, he wants to get closer to the ball.
and then he still has another trigger movement back and across further. Just anticipating those deliveries outside the off stump. 13 gone, 42 without loss.
There's a period here where he has to be very careful. Doesn't want to get himself bogged down, but he also doesn't want to give his wicket away by trying to be too positive. You could be too positive because you figure you could hit everything. And while you might get away with a couple, remember the ball is relatively new and the bowlers are relatively fresh. So you always have to factor that in. Plus the conditions are probably changing ever so slightly because of the dew and the atmospheric conditions. So all of those things as a batsman you want to factor into. What you're trying to do now is play as little as possible. Once it's off the stumps, don't play. And
Don't think he heard you there, Ruskin.
because that's a delivery you could just leave alone. Don't even fuss about it. Just let it go its merry way. And let him go back to the top of his mark and come again. But don't give him that opportunity to think that he could get you out there. But it just seems both batsmen are almost inclined to want to play at deliveries well away from their bodies.
And that's what I prefer about the approach over the wicket to the left-hander, because the natural angle carried the
Takes it.
ball
Mhm.
away.
And if you could bring it back, it could cause some problems. Yeah, that's better. Leave it alone. You don't need to play at those deliveries. You know, and I remember Alvin Kalicharan was a master at that. You know, but he would only play almost if it was in his arc. You know, he wasn't going looking for deliveries. Not that he couldn't play cut shot and pull shot. He had every shot. But especially when he was starting an innings, he would leave the ball alone a lot. And that's because bowlers were not bowling at his stumps. You know, and he was just obliging them, well, you keep bowling and I will just keep not playing. You know.
Well, that's something that many coaches always try to get embedded in the minds of these batsmen, that always wait until the ball comes into your space. Don't play away from your body or out of that zone. And it sounds so simple in theory, but in reality and practice, you know, it's those split-second decisions and patience, of course, being a major factor, allowing the ball to come to you rather than chasing it.
Well, because now that we play so much limited overs cricket, and the plans are different, you know, because coaches want you to score quickly. And there's another one that bounces down into the slip cordon. So they are finding the edge of the bat. It's just not going to hand right now, and the one that did went out, or it wasn't taken.
Well, one complete drop catch, as in got past the hands of the fielder in the slip corner, and the other one passed very close. He didn't get a hand onto it, but again, when we looked at the positioning, I thought that he could have been just a couple steps wider. And the thing is, with Goody at first slip, with his reach, and once he spreads his arms either side, he can cover quite some distance.
Yeah, you could push the fielder next to him a little bit wider if he wants to anyway. But if they react to the same ball, chances are one of them should get it because they're so close to each other. You know, the ball itself would be in the arc for both of them, so either one of them could. Problem is which one will go for it.
Correct. Whether there might be a mix-up in the decision.
Because you've seen that so many times.
Fuller from Webster and forcing him to play on his stumps. That completes the 14th over, 42 without loss.
So 42 without loss, and Tishav gets a breather. And Visham is coming back into position here. So 42 without loss. Jeremiah is on 21. And Evelyn is on 20.
Yeah, good evening, Ruskin. Good evening to all our viewers. And yeah, certainly a healthy start for the combined campuses and colleges in the form of a good partnership thus far from Jeremiah and Evelyn.
Yeah, it's important though that they carry on. You know, it's not enough to get in the 20s and 30s. We've seen 2 centuries already in this game. So they must be thinking that they too can put their heads down and build a big partnership.
Yeah, certainly they would need to take a lot out of what they saw from the top 4 of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. And they would really need to take some inspiration from that. And well, it continues to show that this track has been an absolute batting paradise.
Yeah, you really have to bend your back here as a bowler. Yeah, that's better. Once it's way outside there, there's no need to go after it. I mean, the lack of pace could be a deterrent to that approach, because you figure you're seeing the ball and you can reach it.
Yeah.
You know, but a lot of times you're reaching for it, but you're not in the ideal position.
Someone like Justin Manick doesn't have that much pace, but can still rush on to you at times. Just needs to be accurate in terms of his line and lengths.
That's another one, and again, it's dropping in the slip cord, and I don't know if this one carried to hand, but certainly he's living dangerously outside that off stump there.
It looks as though it's dropped way in front of Brian Charles, but a good stop in the end. But I think that's where Manic wants to be. We saw almost a chance in his last over as well that went to Cooper, who did well.
And that's more like it, because you could see he is so used to putting back to ball that this playing and missing stuff or leaving ball alone is not in his DNA, as they say.
Yeah, what we saw there is that he didn't stand, or he didn't stand his ground and then look to throw his hands at it. He went across, right across that off stump to meet the delivery, and he was able to execute the drive well, but only to find the fielder though.
Yeah, there's that man on the point boundary for the big right-hander.
I think CCC would just want to bat out tonight and come back tomorrow, start fresh without a wicket lost. I think that would be their plan.
Yeah, that's a good plan to have. The challenge for them is how do they navigate through this very TNT attack, especially with the spinners. Playing with soft hands, you're going to get a second one quite comfortably as well. So Jeremiah is shaped very well indeed. He looks very organized, not too flashy, not too much movement, but just loves playing the ball on merit. At the end of the over, it's 43 without loss, or 45 rather without loss now.
And it would have seemed as though for a moment they were going to take some water, but that's it seems as though it's Evelyn who would have asked for a drink of water.
He's a big unit. He needs to cool down.
He did well in the field though for CCC amid all that would have happened. I think one positive that came out certainly was Evelyn making the important breakthrough for them with the ball, and also taking an important catch.
Diving effort in the deep.
Yeah. And now he's showing his wares with the bat. Just retaking the guard. Just start over to just get the concentration back where it needs to be. 23 to Jeremiah, 21. A lot of batting to come there. Still Kyle Corbin to come, an experienced player on the regional circuit.
Yeah, they have to. The batsman, I think, whether you're from Trinidad, Guyana, Barbados, wherever it is, I think all the regional batsmen have to understand this opportunity that is being presented to them here in the form of this West Indies Championships. And this is where you have to, in a sense, prove your capabilities.
Yep.
And if you're a batsman, it's about runs. It's about building an innings. It's taking on the bowlers when the opportunity presents itself. It's about consolidating when you have to. It's how you run between the wickets and everything that goes into batting.
Yeah, it's very important that they understand that, and understand that they need to bat for long periods, and you can see the value of batting for a long period with Cephas Cooper and Vikash Mohan. They started very slow, and just to get a feel of how things were going at the start with Jordan and OJ Shields opening the bowling for CCC, and the more balls that they bat, Ruskin, batting became easier, and run scoring in turn became easier.
Yeah, and that is kind of the nature of the game. Yeah, he is playing this one on and he's bowled him. Well. That ball was going to miss the stumps by a mile, and you could see Evelyn really disgusted with himself because he knows that he just gifted that one. He chopped it onto his own stumps when he could easily have left that, and that is what we were saying all along. He's playing at deliveries that he really doesn't need to play at. But he was so far across to that off stump that he had to play. He felt he had to play at it, and all he did was chop it onto his stumps. He goes to 21.
Yeah, and again, that delivery, he was getting across to it, yes. In the end, cramping himself, so to speak, and just getting that inside edge onto the stumps. Very disappointed, though, given the fact that he would know that this track would offer something to the batsman. It's offering a lot, actually. Have a look at that again. Getting too much on top of it, not getting up as he would have liked there, and just going on to the stumps. So the first wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, that must be a relief.
Tion Webster getting the breakthrough. And I'm sure, Brian Charles must be saying, I suppose after the discussion during the dinner break, to come back with the seam bowlers because of what the atmospheric conditions and what the pink ball offers, under the artificial light. So I think wickets obviously is key to all of this, and they would have been hoping to get a wicket, and they did get a wicket. So now, can they repeat this as quickly as possible and 8, 9, 10 times over?
And in comes Sadiq Henry. He would have played for the CCC in the last 4-day tournament, Sadiq Henry. Coming out of Jamaica.
He too shaped well last year.
Right, 227 runs in his 9 innings that he would have batted in the last season.
Consistency was the problem with him.
.73, his highest score. You want to take that average up a bit. This time around, an average of 25.22.
Tion Webster again shortening his length and getting the ball to jump at an uncomfortable height once again. So at least he's thinking about what his options are in terms of what deliveries he might be able to have success with. He already got one with a short ball that was played on by Evelyn. Now he's trying to see if he could get Henry. That's another peach of a delivery. It raced onto him. In fact, it going to the boundary. Well, it just seemed to just gather speed and just ran away. I don't think the batsman knew too much about how he played that, but he played it and hit the inside edge and just went down to a fine leg.
Well, a fortuitous boundary, but one nonetheless. And I think Sadiq Henry would take it comfortably. Yeah, I think he would relish that opportunity, of course, to get off the mark. But yeah, another top delivery there by Tion Webster. A bit of assistance from the pitch, that one jagging back a bit and keeping very low. And when you have a delivery jumping up at you, Ruskin, and the next delivery immediately after that, keeping that low, it puts the batsman in two minds.
So this is a pretty good over from Tion Webster, one in which he picked up a wicket, a successful one. At that, it's 49 for one at the end of it.
Yeah, so a key wicket there for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That opening wicket, that breakthrough, all important as the combined campuses and colleges unit approaches 50. A very long way to go, Ruskin.
Yeah, they can't. Well, it's hard for them not to look up at the scoreboard, you know. But in the back of their minds, they know it's 504 is what you're dealing with. But let it stay there, you know. Don't bring it to the front of your mind, and then just bat. Look at what the bowlers are doing. Try and see if we could counter what they're doing, and see if we could score some runs. So Manik continues.
Very interesting to see when Caripay and Brian Charles comes back into the attack, how these batsmen would react to that.
I think last year Brian Charles picked up 6 wickets in that game, as Trinidad and Tobago won that game. So I'm sure he would love to get his hands on the ball, but right now he's allowing the seamers to operate. You could see the ball doing a little bit of wobbling a little bit now. It's starting to take effect.
Yeah, and Manik has been getting that ball to move sharply into the left-hander. Jeremiah has done well to negate that and to not get dismissed by it.
Yeah, they have to be very mindful of the dangers that these bowlers possess right now under these conditions.
Yeah, I think they'd really be put to the test here, the young batsman out of CCC. And John Jeremiah, we know how capable he is with the bat in hand. Hence, he's right at the top, opening the batting.
It's about patience here right now, because you just lost a wicket, you know, so the captain has to understand the added responsibility on his shoulders now to see them through this little patch here.
Yeah, I think he's very much capable to do so, but he would need his partner at the other end to assist him as well. And Siddiqui Henry.
That's a good delivery. There's the tailback, and it came roaring back at him, and he was shouldering arms. Luckily for him, it didn't take the stump on the way through.
A really good delivery there from Manik. One of the better deliveries he's bowled all evening. That's the sharp movement I was speaking about.
Yeah, that one really came back a long way. A peach of a delivery. Stifled appeal and change of mind there, thinking of a single, but had to go back. It remains 49 for 1 at the end of 17.
Yes, a maiden over comes to an end there for Manik. Cephas Cooper seems to be leaving the field. Andrew Rambaran comes in for a little sweat Ruskin.
Yeah, he gets a chance to run out with the team. On another day or another time, he might be on show in the final 11. Himself and
Racha,
the young seam bowler. In fact, if I had a choice, I would have played Racha. If I had a vote, I should say. I probably would have played Racha ahead of Manik. Now, I know Manik has earned his pick here, but if I'm thinking the one who's more likely to get me something out of this game, I probably would have gone with Racha, because I just feel he would have given me something extra. This one's gone down that leg side again. The batsmen are disgusted because he couldn't take advantage.
well, an excellent take as well there from Antonio Gomez down the leg side. Very impressive.
Yeah, he had to go a long way to his left to haul that one in. He did that well enough. Trinidad and Tobago has been blessed with good wicket keepers over the years. And I suppose it just continues now. When you consider Derek Murray, who wasn't flashy at all, was very, very orthodox, very basic as a wicketkeeper, but very competent. And that's a good shot. That it was asking for a lash there, and it got it.
Yeah, too short and too wide this time from Webster, and punished from Henry. Absolute gift there from Tion Webster. Siddiqui Henry, he's not going to let those deliveries go. He is going to put it away.
But I don't mind that from Webster, because at least he is trying to mix up his deliveries.
Yeah.
And what he's also doing, he's bending his back, because you look at the height that he's generating, whereas Manik is very orthodox in terms of his line and his length. He's not getting the ball to do much off the wicket other than that one that seamed back sharply. But Webster is probing here. He's smelling blood. He has one, he wants two.
Yeah, really putting in that work, that effort. You can see as he approaches that crease to deliver, you can see the amount of effort that he is putting in, and it was an excellent delivery to come back there, that previous one.
See the batsman deep in thought here. Although he struck him for a 4, he knows that he has to be watchful. Can't become too reckless. And here he goes again, a slower one. Nice change of pace there from Webster. Almost hit the outside edge.
Rush of blood there from Siddiqui Henry. Getting a taste of boundary a couple deliveries ago after he cut one away hard and handsome for 4. And this time he's looking to drive. But that's the kind of deliveries that you want to see from your pacers with the new ball, Ruskin. You want to see them with the pitching the ball up and
taking it away.
Yeah.
Inviting the drive and then going past the outside edge, or at least hitting the outside edge. That would be, something you'd have to swing it much, just enough to take it away from the middle of the bat to hit the outer portion of the bat. And hopefully it will go to slip or to the keeper. Because I remember Sir Richard Hadley, when he was a tear away fast bowler, he used to swing the ball big so.
Yeah.
So at that speed and with that swing, while he was dangerous, I think he became more dangerous when he learned how to cut down the swing.
Yeah.
And just move the ball, sufficiently to hit the edge, because he was missing the edge all the time.
Yeah.
Or most times, because he was doing so much with the ball. And there's another good delivery again. Webster probing here, trying to get another wicket for TNT. It's 53 on the board. It's 53 for 1 at the end of the over.
Cooper making his way back onto the park, and Rambran leaves. And Webster, the lone wicket taker thus far for the Red Force. Of course, he would have picked up that wicket of Demel Evelyn just a couple overs ago. Evelyn played on to his off stump. Seems as though Manik is going to continue from the northern end.
Yeah, he's getting a real blowout here. He's bowling well. It's not that he's bowling badly. He's bowling well. And I think, like I said, because we're now beginning to get the effects of the night time,
Yeah.
his chances of doing something with the ball are much improved now. I think in the North-South game, he got a 5-4, and he did move the ball around quite a bit.
Thought for a moment that we were going to see a change in the bowling and some spin being introduced, because as Cephas Cooper was running onto the field, he was called back for the helmet. And then he was called back off again, and the helmet was returned. So, just maybe, we may be seeing some pace for a bit longer.
Yeah, if they could pick up another wicket or two, that would be ideal for the Red Force. So about wickets for them now. So the batsmen, it's about denying them that by playing straight, being disciplined. We see Henry taking over his guard. Don't know if that means he's ready to blaze away or if he's just making sure that he's where he wants to be on the crease.
It's a big gap on the offside. Some big gaps, I should say.
Is that another no ball? We'll wait to see. But that's nicely driven. That's sweetly driven for 4 runs. And it is a no ball.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Siddiqui Henry. That's his 3rd boundary already. And I was just speaking about those gaps there on the offside. There's that short cover fielder. Now they've taken out one of the slip fielders, Ruskin. And they've brought him forward of square on the offside. So we may just see him taking the position at short cover. And we might see a mid-off or short mid-off being enforced.
Yeah, there's still have the 2 slips remaining, 2 slips and a gully. Yes, another edge, but that 2 went down, and is that Gully there just not able to come up with it. But he's hitting the edge repeatedly now. It's just not going to hand.
Good delivery again, taking that edge. And just dropped on Gully there. 1 bounce into the hands. He did well to stop it. I think they need to take a couple of steps up, Ruskin.
Well, not just up, but even the wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
Because sometimes wicketkeepers will go for those catches. It was in the air for a long while, so you'll have a good sight of it. But he never really moved. Gully moved to his left. But it's just dropped in front of him. And again he's edging, and again it is going through that gap there. So they took the 3rd slip out to plug the gap on the offside, and the ball went right where he was standing. So more runs on the board, 63 for 1.
Yeah, that would have gone straight into the 3rd slip fielder's hand this time around. But these things happen though. Really have to feel for Manik. He's had
Twice now, twice in this over.
Yeah, he's found the edge 2 successive deliveries. Yeah, that would have gone straight into the hands of that fielder. That absolutely flew off the outside edge.
This is a pretty good over, a very impressive over from Manik, despite the no ball. He's been really operating in that zone there. There's that corridor of uncertainty just outside the off stump.
Yeah, this over has been exceptional from Manik, apart from that no ball, that over pitch delivery that was struck away for 4.
Little change up there, trying to change the angle, but again you could see him putting the effort in, trying to get it up as high as he possibly can.
Yeah, looking for that extra bounce from the surface.
Remember what I told you, what the phrase was? Throats and toes. So if you're not bowling a bouncer, bowl a yorker. You know,
Yep.
Pull it right up on the instep. That's well played again. And Henry nicely into position there. Again, you could see Manik trying to get the bounce, but it never got up as high as he would like.
Too short and too wide. Nicely done by Siddiqui Henry.
Good comeback there. Spoil a pretty good over from Manik, in which he passed, well, he hit the edge. You can see he passed the outside as he hit the edge on a couple of occasions. And unfortunately for him, none of them, well, one went just in front of first slip and the other one went through the gap. So they'll have to fight on from there, so to speak. But talking about fighting on, let's allow these two gentlemen to come and see if they could buy a wicket or two. They always boast how good they are with the ball and how it is. So Ronnie Bikram Das is going to come up, and Mr. Badu Singh will be your next commentators.
Thank you very much, Ruskin and Visham. Webster could continue here. Henry tries to pull this one down to the field at fine leg. Does get a single. And it's been good going here by the CCC in terms of a steady start. 67 for 1 in 19.1 overs. You would think that they just need to continue along. If they can achieve reaching to the end of the session without losing another wicket, of course, should be the first goal. And granted, the runs that would accrue will be part of the game. We can definitely get up to at least 100 based on how easy the runs are being scored right now. The only difference is that we saw a couple of chances, also taking the outside edge of the bat of Henry. Evelyn rightfully distraught when he was dismissed with playing on. It's one of those shots that he definitely didn't have to play at, as Ruskin rightfully mentioned, but just reached for it too far outside of the off stump. As I welcome Ronnie alongside me.
Yes, thank you very much, Keshav, and saying good night to all our viewers.
Yes, from evening to night.
Yes, night time. And Webster, you have to give him credit here. He keeps plugging away. He's not that out and out fast bowler, but he's one that will nib the ball around. So he keeps plugging away there, and now and then he would bowl that odd surprise short ball. That's the stuff that you would get from him. And he has picked up the lone wicket thus far for the Red Force. But maybe it's time for a change. He's into its 8th over, which is 7 on the trot, because he bowled 1 in the previous session.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Joshua James should be warming up and getting ready to replace Webster or Manik from either end. No harm in trying James and also one of the spin options they have.
Yeah.
Manik also with a decent spell.
Yeah, he bowled really well in that last over. Excellent over from him. But for him it's 8 overs already. He bowled 2 in the previous spell. So they may look at probably giving him 1 more. Yeah. Because of that previous over, but definitely a change. James from one end, as you rightly say, a spinner. Well, we saw Carrie Pierre bowl from the southern end and Brian Charles from the northern end, so maybe a change with Carrie Pierre on that southern end. So 1 more for Manik, Carrie Pierre, probably James again on this end, or 2 spinners.
Yeah, definitely.
You would want your pacers to be bowling in these conditions with the pink ball, night conditions. It's cool out there. You tend to get a little bit more, but at the end of the 20th over, 69 for 1, and well, going to have a little break here as we have the drinks. So we will take a short break, just as we came in. We will take a short break.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in this encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges, who are on 69 for 1 after 20 overs, chasing that total of 504 for 6 declared from the Red Force set in their first innings. And at this stage, we see Carey Pear is going to come in with the introduction of spin. And of course, we'd like to also say congratulations to Jamal Hamilton, the experienced Leeward Islands Hurricanes keeper, who reached the milestone of 5,000 first-class runs, top scoring with 81 in the first innings against the West Indies Academy at Coolidge today. Leeward's in total control with a lead of 347 with 6 wickets remaining in their second innings. So congrats to him. So welcome back alongside me, Ronnie Bikram Das.
Yes, thank you very much. And I must say congratulations, 5,000 first-class runs. Oh, and he's bowled them. Well, the first delivery from Carey Pear has brought the wicket, so the change has definitely worked here from the very first delivery. So Carey Pear, and he's bowling from the end that he didn't bowl in this previous spell. So, and he immediately brought reward for him, picking up the wicket of Henry.
Well, you called for it right before the break, Ronnie. You did ask for some spin to come into the attack, and right on cue, Carripier with his first delivery, switch of ends. And it's really a bitter irony that the two batsmen out for CCC have both been out playing on. And that could be an indication of how the pitch itself is faring in terms of the inconsistency with the bonks. And both of them getting inside edges on to their stumps. So both of them made 21, as rightfully pointed out from Ruskin. So it's one of those things that you may not want to have a deja vu or repeat of. But unfortunately for the CCC, and both Karaya and Webster made 22 in the innings for the Red Force. And as you see, they're chopping on. He didn't really move much. He just casually tried to cut that ball very close to his thumbs. I think if he got back and across a bit more, we'd have been able to probably just punch that into the offside. Didn't really have to cut at it per se.
Yeah, but it's the first delivery you are seeing from Carripier as well.
Exactly.
Right, in the new spell. So just, show him a little respect, see what is happening with respect to the spin, because you didn't see in the first spell, in the second session, you didn't get spin, you don't see the ball spinning. Right, there was not turn there for the spinners. Now they're back on with a little wear on the pitch. You never know what could happen. Just have a look at the first delivery. It was a good delivery. He bowls wicket to wicket, so you have to show him that little respect. See what he's doing, and you are right. He was trying to cut the delivery that was on the off stump. There was no need for that.
And even more so with Pear coming around the wicket to the right hand, that natural drift in, and of course the ball to go towards the stumps. As there again you see, of course, his spin twin, Akil Hussain, one of the masters of that.
Yeah.
Number one T20 bowler in the world right now from the West Indies and from Trinidad. Both he and Carripier were inseparable at times. Twin from Queen's Park Cricket Club. And Carrie, you can see, trying to just use that similar type of delivery with the ball just angling into the right hand and cramping him for room.
Yeah, and that's what you will get with Carripier. He will bowl that wicket to wicket. Yes, he may get one or maybe two to spin a bit, but that's it, just a bit. He's not going to get that much purchase, not much turn. That's the way he bowls, so you have to be careful of that, be very wary of that. Oh, and this one is outside the outside edge actually, and passes between the slip and the keeper and runs close to the boundary, and they get two more. So the outside edge found, but again not going to hand.
Well, that's at least the second or third time where we have seen an edge and it just hasn't got close enough to the hands of the fielder. Again, no real fault of the fielder at slip. It just happened to drop a tad short of him, and some good work by Joshua James to retrieve that ball before it went to the boundary.
But the slip fielder, you see, he just took a slight step towards his left. And to me, he should be a bit closer. He should be a bit closer to the keeper to get those outside edge. It's easier for him to go to his right if it's a bit wider. But when it's just past the keeper, it's difficult to pick up. So generally, you would see in international cricket as well, the slip fielder, they are very almost behind the keeper, just for that fine edge. But in the end, it's a very good over for Carripier. At the end of 21 overs, CCC, they are 71 for 2 now. Carripier picking up that wicket in his very first delivery of his second spell.
Yeah, that was an excellent over from Carripier, I must say. And even getting that outside edge from the new batter in Paris. Paris, of course, would have featured for the Trinidad and Tobago Knight Riders in the CPL, and looked to be a very nice player indeed. Some elegant stroke play, and likes to play those proper cricketing strokes. He uses the full face of the bat and likes that offside region. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about his stay in this longer version of the game, the West Indies Championship. As we see a bowling change, right on cue again from the other end, Joshua James. So spin from this end with Carripier, and Joshua James coming into the attack from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy end. And I've been waiting for Joshua James to get the ball in hand, just because of the anticipation when he made his debut in a Super 50, a wicket off his first delivery. Let's see if Lightning can strike twice.
This one a bit too straight, worked away into the onside. Lots of room there, vacant areas in that onside. And that's Jeremiah picks up an easy single. He moves on to, is it 28? Well, 26, actually.
Yeah, and you could see from Joshua James with his extra height, Ronnie, he would anticipate some elevated bonks, and also the fact that we saw variable bonks. If someone with his height can get those deliveries to rise, and then a couple to just keep a tad bit low and play in the minds of the batters at the crease.
But this guy, Paris, this one, he's well forward. I like the look of him when I saw him in that CPL, that recently concluded CPL. He looked a very capable and compact batter. He likes to hit down the ground. He hits some lovely shots down the ground. Square of the wicket, he's really good. And like he picks up length quickly. That's what I like about him. And he has the shots to go with it. So this would be a different task for him. But let's see how he's going to cope. If he's going to play that similar role, or if he's going to play ball on merit. You will hope that he does the latter. Play ball on merit, because you know he has the shots. But it's an opportunity for him here to showcase what he's really capable of. And we know he's a young man with immense talent.
And of course, once given this opportunity, he needs to make the most of it. Paris also played for the West Indies under 19s.
Yes.
And in his first class career, just 2 matches, so early days. But he definitely has the makings of a prominent young talent, only 21 years of age, so just have to allow him that time to come into his own. Of course, when you look at the different countries across the globe, sometimes you see players at this 21-year-old stage already played over 50 first-class matches.
Yeah.
And just a testament to show you the level of competition that we sometimes come up against when facing these nations. But good to see them being given the exposure in our region now.
Well, not just the exposure, but is the amount of cricket being played with this West Indies Championship 4-day here. It's just 5 games, and it's not enough. It's not enough for a player to really get into a proper rhythm. Because from the time you play, okay, let's say you play 2 games and you didn't do too well, you only have 3 more games to impress. Right, and sometimes it may take 2 or 3 games for you to get into your rhythm, to start scoring. So it's a bit too short for my liking, but that's just me. Yeah, right. So it's 7 rounds, which is 7 games. My apologies. But still, it's just 1 round of cricket. It's not enough cricket. You need to have more cricket. At the end of 22 overs, the CCC, they are 72 for 2. The captain, Jeremiah, he's on 26. And is it
Henry?
No, it's Paris on 2.
Correct, Henry, the second
wicket to fall, yeah.
Correct, and then Evelyn, second top scorer. So, as you were saying there, in terms of the amount of cricket played, I do agree with that point. And I think it's just the fact that in the region we have been trying to implement more matches where we can, with the inclusion of the CCC and the West Indies Academy. And sometimes you wonder if they can probably have a home and away encounters, in terms of, we know that this West Indies Championship is being played across many of the islands in the region, but just to have more cricket, at least from 7 rounds you can have 14 if each team plays each other twice.
Well, you used to have that home and away, but it's because of the COVID and all of that, things changed. But the tournament used to be a home and away basis. So you had at least a minimum of 10 to 12 games being played, which is good enough. And you're seeing people in different conditions, how you apply themselves. So Carey Pear continues, picking up a wicket in his first over. Jeremiah, I like the look of Jeremiah here. He looks very compact. And you can see what we said earlier when CCC started their innings, where Ruskin Mark and I had that discussion. You can see these guys are looking to play positive. If it's a good ball, you respect the good ball. If it's a bad ball, they pounce. They're quickly to pounce on it and put it away. Not just get a single or a double. Put it away for a boundary. This one peels off the outside edge. It runs away just behind point. And they're going to pick up a single. So it shows. And when we look at the innings with Jason Mohammed and Jed Gully, that's exactly the way they approach the innings initially. They look to play positive, yet respect the good balls. You know your bowler is going to bowl a couple good balls. You have to give him credit. He's here for a reason. He's good enough to be here. And from the time the bad ball was there, they were quickly to put it away, get boundaries. So before you know it, the score was just moving along quite quickly. And you can see that here now. This is exactly what they're doing, especially Henry. When he was there for his short stay, he was looking to take advantage of those bad deliveries. This time, it's again the outer half of the bat trickles to backward point.
Well, it's all about just batting smart and batting in partnerships, understanding the non-striker and understanding your own role and your strengths and also your weaknesses. And many times we see players who don't acknowledge that they may have some shortcomings, and you see them getting out repeatedly in the same types of manners. And sometimes for us looking on and observing, we might wonder, well, why would you continue to play that shot if it continues to get you out, as the 23 overs completed 73 for 2. But it's always a mental thing for the batsmen. Sometimes the shot that gets them out the most is one of their favorite shots, hence the reason they always try to play it. I recall Alec Athanaze in that test match against South Africa last year, getting out playing that reverse sweep of his, and it just goes to show you, he played it successfully for majority of the innings. Coming down close to the end of play, there was a slight adjustment in the field and he fell for the trap.
Yeah, well, we saw that with India against England in the recent with Ben Dockett. His favorite shot is the reverse sweep.
Yep.
He plays it at will, but yet he got out it in the first T20 match. He got out for a low score, but in the second match he played it again, and he scored, I believe, it was 53 run by playing that shot. So yes, it would get you out, but more often than not, you will score.
I think what some of those players might need is just a recording of that video from Sunil Gavaskar commentating on Rishabh Pant when he got out playing the same shot repeatedly. And you know, he had some very lovely words to share in terms of his opinion on Pant's style of batting there. And after that, I think it resonated, because I saw when Pant came out to bat in the other innings, he really did not play that shot as often.
Yeah. I like how you put it, I like how you put it. Nice words.
Yes, some very choice words of encouragement. You know, it's constructive criticism, as they would say, rather than berating the player. We all know that he did it with good intention, so whether
he did
came across as a bit intense, that's due to the passion of the guy, of course, being an Indian legend and wanting to see his team continue to do their best. I think a lot of egos would have been humbled in that series against Australia.
Yeah, it was. I mean, having lost 3-0 the previous series to New Zealand at home, and then starting off well in Australia, winning the first test, and then it was all downhill from there. It was, as they said, it was a one-man show.
Yep.
Bumrah against Australia.
And as you say, Bumrah, I think the two tests in which Bumrah was captain were the two tests that they had more of a chance. In fact, the first one that they won, he was the captain, and then the final test, where if not for his injury, I think he would have come in and have a devastating last spell. But so it goes.
Yes.
Joshua James continuing nicely. They're not able to score freely off of him. If it's one thing about James, he's always economical and always seems to get wickets, no matter what format he bowls in. He's a very competent all-rounder indeed.
But to me, it's good to see him bowling. And why I say that, I will explain. Because in the last couple of years, injury has plagued him with his bowling. His batting has excelled. No two ways about it. He has done very well in the batting department. But because of injury, he was unable to bowl. And I think that's a part of his game he would want to improve on. Be that all-rounder that, yes, you're going to get the low order runs. You're definitely going to get that. But he would be able to give you 5-6 overs. And as you say, also pick up some wickets. At the end of 24 overs, CCC, they are 73 for 2.
And there you see another duo, Brian Charles and Joshua James, both 2 overs, 11 dots, 1 run each.
You are looking out for these things.
At this point, I think
Come on.
the pairs are just appearing to us. Since yesterday, Ruskin and I were noticing the different similarities, and it just goes to show you what if CCC wants to get up to the same score as Trinidad.
They would want to. Definitely, they would want to.
I don't think they would reach there with the same amount of wickets, already losing 2 wickets earlier than the Red Force. However, take nothing away from the pair at the wicket. I mean, you must give them the benefit of the doubt and give the youngsters this opportunity to express themselves on a pitch that certainly would aid them.
All it takes is one big partnership, and we saw that in the Red Force innings. One big partnership would make the difference.
And also, Ronnie, you saw how easy it is to score runs during the day, and the night time just tends to be a bit more difficult. So if they can bat out at the end of this session and return tomorrow, some use of the feet there from Paris, but nicely defended. I like to see when the batsmen use their feet, but still sensible, rather than losing their shape, head going up in the air, and then giving away their wickets.
But by doing that, it will present some sort of change. It will make Caribbean think now. Is he going to come down? Is he going to stay in his crease? And he might try something different, change his line, change his length. And then it will come in favor of the batter now, where he would be able to play his shots. So things like that, simple things like that, is what makes a difference in terms of your batting innings and cause the bowler to do something different. This time he works it into the onside, backward of square. He's going to get 1. They come back for 2 quite easily. And again, it comes back to that point. He's just waiting. So in the over, 4 good deliveries onside that off stump. He plays it. And he just wait for that one delivery that was just offline, work it into the onside for a couple. So this is excellent batting, smart batting by the CCC batters out there. And that's what they need to start building a partnership.
2 short from Pay, and nicely punched through the covers from Paris, and this one is going to run very close to the boundary. Nice attempt from Vikash Mohan, sliding forward but unable to get there, and again timing the key component from Paris. You heard the sound of the ball as soon as the bat struck it, and really sweetly played there indeed.
And again, because of that little 2 steps he took down, Caribbean now changed his length a bit shorter, and Paris was able to just rock onto the back foot and punch out into the covers. At the end of 25 overs, the combined campuses, they are 79 for 2. Nice little partnership building here for CCC, and these two have some experience behind them playing at the different levels, and they would want to utilize that experience to really try and see if they can build a partnership and cause little problems here for the Red Force. Joshua James, this one a bit too wide and just left alone by Jeremiah.
I think James just needs to start that delivery around that middle and off stump line and force Jeremiah to play at it. Once he goes too wide outside the off stump, Jeremiah is going to leave it. Unlike Evelyn, who was batting on that middle and off stump guard and still shuffling across, he was looking to cover anything outside that area. Jeremiah, on the other hand, doesn't seem to be bothered by those deliveries, happy to leave them alone.
This one is a bit shorter. Guide it into that offside. Good work there by the fielder. That's Manic.
And that's better from James. You saw closer to the body, and Jeremiah had to play at it. He could have left it in retrospect, but it was that sort of delivery where you're in two minds, and sometimes your first instinct is to just get back onto ball.
Yeah, that's excellent from him. Jeremiah, he has a role to play here. He's on 27 on 69, so he's there for a while. This time he's well forward. He looks like he has a bit more time than you expect, because that delivery was a full delivery from Joshua James, but you can see Jeremiah just casually onto the front foot and pushing that back into the offside. So it shows that he has that bit of time, that extra time to play those deliveries. He looks to move well, and picks that length well to whether to get onto the front foot or to the back foot. He seems very compact here, very organized. Again.
Too wide again, yeah. Just need to bring that in closer. And also, as a bowler, you don't want to waste your energy, because if the batsman is just leaving you alone comfortably, and then you are exerting that energy to run up, deliver, exert pace onto it. You know, you really want to maximize those deliveries, especially as the ball should give you some assistance with these conditions.
And as you say that, giving some assistance, they're pitching the ball up to utilize, to try and get some assistance here. But the line, this time in the air, just short of the fielder. That's a better delivery, shorter length delivery at the end. At the end of 26 overs. Yes, at the end of 26 overs. No, there's still one more delivery. There's still one more delivery to go in the over. It's not the end of the overs yet.
I think everyone assumed it was the way they were operating.
It's James. Final delivery. And again, so that's a good length. I have no problem with that length. But the line, he has to be a bit more, starting more middle and leg and moving across the left-hander to try and induce that outside edge.
Yeah, good over there from James. Just needs to get a bit closer to the batsman. And as the players change for this over, there'll also be a change in the commentary booth. Myself and Ronnie will take our leave, and Ruskin and Visham will rejoin you till the close of play.
Thank you very much, Kishav and Ronnie. Carrie P is going to continue here as I say good night to Ruskin. Good night, Ruskin.
Right, thank you very much. And, well, I think we're seeing squad for precisely this reason.
Pierce seemed to have been causing some problems when he came into the attack a bit earlier. Of course, picking up the wicket of Henry.
He picked up his very first ball of a new spell.
Of course, we know the talent that Shaqiri Paris possesses. We would have seen a lot of him for the Trinidad Knight Riders.
I still feel Caribbean probably needs a gully or somebody on the offside close in, because every so often I think he's finding the outer portion of the bat. So I don't know, they may have to do a rethink here and try and buy a wicket.
Yeah, I don't see.
Maybe even take the forward shot leg and put him on the outside. Put him in a gully.
I was just about to say that, yeah. That's what you're going to get from Kari Pierre. It's going to be on the money 9 times out of 10, if not all 10.
Yeah, he's gonna get through his overs quickly.
Yeah.
You know, that's because the batsmen don't put him away or don't get him away very much because he doesn't give them too many bad balls to work with. And when he does, you better be ready to take advantage.
That was your fear, though, Ruskin, batsmen getting into the 20s and not carrying on. And we saw that on 2 occasions for the CCC.
Yeah, both of them get into 21.
Yeah.
We were lamenting that 2 of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen got to 22.
Yeah.
Now we have 2 from the CCC getting to 21 and getting out. There's James again causing a little bit of discomfort here with his bounce, with that little extra bounce and a little movement. You can see Jeremiah trying to play that maybe through the offside. The ball came over the inner portion of the bat, almost as if the bat turned in his hand.
Yeah, and James seemed to be hitting the bat hard when he does hit it. And much like he hits the ball when he has the bat in his hand.
Imagine Trinidad make 504 and James didn't even get a look in. With any luck, 504 could have been 560 in double quick time.
Yeah, certainly we know how well he strikes the ball, Joshua James, coming out of Tobago.
This is good for Tobago though, because all of those youngsters who interact with him would feel that they too have a chance of representing Trinidad and Tobago on the international stage. So this, to him getting into the Trinidad and Tobago team and playing, and and them being able to see him run up and bowl, must be a very proud moment for all of Tobago.
Yeah, certainly. And we know how hard Joshua James would have worked on his cricket over the years. And really burst onto the scene and really took a rise about 2 years ago, Ruskin. And he really showed his capability with the bat and ball in last season's 4-day tournament.
And there's another false shot, but it doesn't go to hand. But again, he's creating some problems. And that one, batsman wasn't sure where the ball had gone. And it ended up squirting down to fine leg.
Yeah, another sharp delivery there from James. And Ronnie and Keshav was speaking about James being a bit too wide in his last couple of overs. This time, though, he's been a bit more attacking in this over.
And he's able to get it through, and it's going close to the boundary, and it gets over the line in the end.
I don't think James would mind that too much. It's a good shot from Joan Jeremiah. But that's what you want Jeremiah doing. You want him driving, especially with your two slips and the gully in position.
Yeah, Jeremiah has been relatively quiet, but every so often he will uncork a beauty like we just saw there. But he's kind of playing on merit right now. He's not rushing things. But he understands the role that he has to play now, especially with 2 wickets down early.
Yeah, just a mere push and guiding it past that fielder at cover.
Forcing a chase that was unsuccessful. Another good delivery. Again, touching down just outside that off stump.
This is more like it from Joshua James. Just pulling back the length just a bit. Getting that movement across the left-hander. And that's good signs for the Red Force.
As the over comes to an end, it's 85 for 2. They're a long way away from the 504 scored by the TNT Red Force.
With 11 overs to go in the day and just about 20 minutes remaining, Ruskin, I think we may be going into an extra half an hour. If not an extra half an hour, but a bit less than that.
Yeah, with a spinner operating and
Yeah.
a spinner like Carrie Pear, he will get through his overs fairly quickly.
Surprised I haven't seen Brian Charles come back into the attack just yet, though.
I think it's only a matter of time before you see him. Or even Yannick Caraya.
Yeah.
I think it might just be good to give him an over to see how the ball, one, comes out of his hand and how it reacts on the wicket.
As a captain, Brian Charles has a lot of options. He has Carrier, he has Jid Gooley as well. So many options. Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, the man with the Midas touch, the wicket taking hand.
Vikash Mohan as well.
Chid Gooley could give him some.
Yes.
So you're right, he has a lot of options. Problem is which one to choose.
I think I'd like to see Carrier, as you rightfully pointed out, given a bit of a go.
He could be the difference maker here because he might be the only one to get the ball to maybe, as I say, spit off the wicket.
Yeah.
Carrier continues to just wheel away there. Very uncomplicated action. Just kind of runs up and wheels the arm over.
Very simple in his approach, yet so effective.
Gonna have to hurry, but well judged in the end. And this is, I'm surprised Carrie Pear is not getting a little bit more out of the wicket. Maybe, who knows, maybe by tomorrow if the sun could get on it a little bit more. But the over comes to an end. Another quick one from him. 87 for 2 at the end of it.
Yeah, so Trinidad the Big Red Force pulling things back a bit with those 2 wickets, given the fact that Evelyn and Jeremiah started well. Evelyn really throwing his hand away, playing one onto the off stump, and then Siddiqui Henry, who looked really promising, Ruskin, giving his hand away as well.
Yep, I mean, when both of them look back at the footage from those dismissals, they'll be kicking themselves even more because they were both admonishing themselves walking off the field. And, because I remember a lot of these guys are investing a lot of time, effort, resources into playing at this level. So you want rewards, you want tangible rewards for your efforts. Hesitation there. He thought for a moment of playing, and then Jeremiah decided against it.
I like the fact that Charles stuck with James here. His last over was really attacking, despite being struck for 4 by Jeremiah. Really good.
Yeah, he's very concentrated at the moment. He's not wasting too many deliveries. And again, he's fairly economical in terms of his energy level, his energy output. He doesn't fight his run up. You know, and like I said, he just kind of gets up to the crease and brings the arm over. It's not an aggressive run to the wicket. That's another good delivery. Stifled appeal. Not out. Says the umpire, just jumped again. Missed everything.
Absolute beauty from the Tobagonian. Have a look at that goal. Look at where Gomez collected that ball. Just mere millimeters away from the outside edge.
Keep working, man. Keep working here, man. Love that, love that, James. Love that, James.
See, I can't help but it. You know, Paris probably telling him, forget that skip, not much you could have done about that.
Spotting outside of that crease to assist in negating whatever movement there may be. And it seems as though James just getting the ball to move away with the angle. No real prodigious movement of the surface, Ruskin. Not too much in the air as well, just with the angle.
Yeah, but he's doing such a good job because he's lining up the deliveries well. And even if he just gets a little away movement, by the time it gets to the batsman, it's down a completely different line. And that's what you want him to play at. You want him to play one line, so by the time the ball gets there, it's going a different line. Probably, and what happens when that happens? Batsmen try to catch up with the ball because you're already committed to the shot, so you're still trying to push at it to see if you can intercept it before it goes across you. And that's precisely what the bowler wants you to do, because chances are it's going to hit the outside edge as opposed to the middle of the bat.
Good variation. Just seems to have dubbed that one in a bit shorter.
And they were made an over from the big fellow from Tobago.
Yeah, he hasn't done too badly. 5 overs, conceding just 7 runs. And as a result as well of the first couple of overs, a wicket apiece for Webster and Pear. And Webster getting the wicket of Evelyn, and Pear secured that wicket of Siddiqui Henry. And just about 9 overs remaining in the day's play. A bit of discussion going on. Maybe whether or not Carey Pear should continue. Whether or not they should introduce Yannick Carrier or the skipper.
Yeah, I'd really like to see what Carey Pear can do, you know, this with just a couple overs. See if he can get anything out of the wicket.
Carrier. Yeah, Carrier. Certainly the leg spinner. I'm interested to see how he goes. Whether or not we'll have to wait till tomorrow, we'll have to wait and see.
But again, James is doing such a fine job. They may be a little bit hesitant to take him out of the attack right now. His rhythm is good. He's causing problems. He's probably one peach of a delivery away from getting a wicket.
I'm sure that's the thinking of Brian Charles. Whether or not they should give another bowler an opportunity from that end, given the fact that James is doing so well. It's a tough thing to do, though.
Yep, but again, it's decision-making time. They're going to go for a quick single, and they'll get it too. Immediately on hitting it, Paris was off and running. Well judged in the end, and this has been a feature of both teams so far. They're running well between the wickets.
Yeah, I don't think CCC has done too badly, apart from losing 2 wickets. Done so well. These 2.
And they're going to get some more here. They're going for a second run. They thought about it, but look at that effort out in the deep there. That's a rocket that came flying in and limiting them to just the 1 run. And the effort from James.
I still thought that 2 was on. If they had run the first one hard enough, though. Didn't put too much effort into that first run.
Yeah, they're going to get another easy single. As Caripia wheels over another over. Very miserly of him.
And it's so impressive how these spin bowlers, more so Caripia, gets through his overs so quickly. It doesn't have that lengthy run up as some spinners do, or walk up, as I should say. It's more of a walk than a run.
Yeah, 90 for 2 it is. At the end of that over, 34 rather to Jeremiah, 12 to Paris. These two trying to dig themselves out of a bit of a hole where they lost 2 quick wickets. Want to, as I say, stop the bleeding right now.
Go boys, hey, go boys.
It's just about rebuilding the innings, batting as long as possible. I think if anyone is getting something out of the track, it has to be Joshua James. I didn't see any bowler in the game thus far.
It's just surprising why it is they didn't bowl him with the new ball.
Yeah.
You know, because think of if he was able to get his hands on the new cherry and generate bunks, it probably would have been even more pronounced than it is now.
Certainly. We saw that from O.J. Shields very early on in the innings, the first innings, but not as consistent as Joshua James getting the ball to rise.
He's a tall man and he can use his height to good effect. Plus he has these big broad shoulders and, as we say, 3 trunks for legs. You know, and not a, like I said, it's a nice relaxed run up. He doesn't charge into the wicket. He's almost like he's demanding respect from the batsman. And they're treating him with respect.
Yeah, because he's bowling very well. And as he continued to bowl, he just got better and better.
He is again causing a little discomfort. Paris is playing it, but not 100% confident.
Bad James, not bad James. Keep working, James.
And he's keeping the ball on the stumps. So if Paris does miss any of those deliveries, it could cannon into the pad. And he could be a candidate for a leg before shout.
Yeah, he's very square when he plays some of the deliveries, so he has to be very careful. A bit of bunks there as well, forcing the batsman to have to get up on his toes. But again, he's playing at a delivery that he really doesn't need to play at.
Yeah, we saw that from Evelyn, playing at too many deliveries outside that off stump. And playing loosely. And that proved to be his demise. Paris don't want to get himself in a situation like that.
And that's well played again, but only for a single. There is a fine leg in position. But again, every so often you could see James trying to change up things a little bit and keeping the batsman quiet. 91 for 2. Now at the end of the over, 32 overs completed. Webster 1 for 23, Pierre 1 for 21.
I'm wondering whether if they're going to continue with this pair of bowlers until the end of the evening's play.
I'm almost certain they're going to make a change. Somewhere along the line, they're going to have to make a change because if they don't get a wicket, very soon. In fact, I would think that might have been the last over we get from James for now. 8 overs, 6 overs rather, not for 8. And Carey Pair at the other end, just wheeling over, trying not to leak too many runs. But in terms of his wicket taking, he's not as prolific right now. It doesn't seem as if he's going to overly trouble the batsman. Now, having said that, he might get one to just jump in the rough or something. But that's what you want. You want as a TNT Red Force player, you want him to pitch in that rough there and see if it gets, explode out of there. But this one will go down the hill for 4 runs. Gooley not even chasing hard after it. A little bit of width, the edge found, but it peels off a thick outside edge.
Yeah, it really went all along the ground. And Jeremiah was looking to drive a ball that maybe was a bit too full. And hence, as it took the edge, it went down into the ground.
Yeah, I really wish you would bring Carey and even because there's a left-hander there, he himself might be able to bowl his off spinners. Brian Charles, the captain.
I think if anyone they would want to dismiss be John Jeremiah before the end of the day's play, but just to get one more wicket, Ruskin, before the end of the day's play, I think they'd be very happy. Yeah,
that seems to be the plan here. When you consider Australia got 3 quick wickets, so Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping to mirror that with 3 of their own. They have 2 so far. They need another one. And but who is going to get them that other wicket?
Yeah, such a similar contest to what's happening in Gaul with this one as well. I think the only thing missing is another wicket here before the end of the day's play, and another century in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lineup, and a double century as well.
Yep, and 2 half centuries. Just going down there, no real appeal, if anything, just a stifled appeal from the fielders. That ends another Carey Pair over. His 9th, 1 for 26 from those 9 overs.
And Brian Charles has immediately taken off his cap, and it looks as though he's going to be operating now from the southern end. About 6 overs to go in the day.
Yeah, 96 or 2, and with a left-hander at the wicket, I think he might be fancying his chances here, bowling against the left-hander, and maybe forcing him into error.
Looking to bring that short leg into play as well, as he goes to the right-hander, get a couple deliveries just to hit the seam, rise on Paris as he comes forward. Very tall batsman is Shaqiri Paris. In comparison to Joan and Jeremiah.
So now that the left-hander is on strike, you could see the field changing over. But he has to get his field placings right also. Now the man at cover, he's not saving a point. So he should really be in a little bit more to cut off that single, but he's fairly deep. And Charles cannot afford to be bowling short balls that would allow the batsman to stay on the back foot and punch him through the offside. This time he goes under, and it's gone
Love that, love that, love that,
for
love
4
that.
runs over long on.
A lovely shot. Down on the knee and over mid-on's head. No chance for the fielder. And one bounce into the boundary for 4. Lovely shot there by Juan Jeremiah. He moves on to 42. The 100 comes up as well for CCC. And now 101 for 2.
Well, that was a good shot because he minimal risk because he was going slightly against the tide, but because there isn't much spin on offer, if you can make good contact, chances are you'll clear the ropes every time.
And that would have prompted a field change immediately. They sent back the fielder to the boundary immediately.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about with Brian Charles. Why do you need that cover so deep?
Yeah.
You know, because the man stood there and just stroked the ball, and it's almost like you're gifting him a single every time.
Work on, Charlie.
So you have to be careful
That's
with
it, Charlie.
the field placings, and
Use it, Charlie.
you know, you're going to be very, very on point when you're organizing your team like that, and your fielders. You need strategic players in strategic locations. So again, Charles completes his first over of a new spell. 3 overs for 8 runs. At the end of it, it's still 103 for 2.
He hasn't been able to get a wicket just yet, Brian Charles, but he's sticking with Kari Peer from the northern end. There's Keshav Bahadur Singh making a trip into the dugout of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, it seems.
He's probably trying to impart some of his wisdom. So we're in the final stretch here of day 2 of this match. What an intriguing match it has been so far. 504 to 103 now in reply.
Yeah, and CCC fighting back well with the bat as well.
So again, they're going to sprint another quick single, which is good, sensible cricket. You may not get the boundaries at this point, but you could certainly keep the scoreboard ticking over with the quick singles.
Just about 2 minutes past the hour of 8 in Trinidad and Tobago.
The lights are in full effect here now at the Brian Lara.
You know, around this time tomorrow night, you'd be looking to safely get out of the venue.
I wonder if we'll be able to hear ourselves.
Well, that's another question of concern.
So Pierre doing a good job keeping things quiet. I'm sure Brian Charles will be hoping that he could maybe prize out another wicket or 2. That would be great. Here's another short ball that is dealt with in the most emphatic of fashions. He doesn't take long and he doesn't need much to work with, and Johan Jeremiah blazes away here. He goes racing on to 47 now.
Quick hands there from Johan Jeremiah. Quick bat swing. Getting through the ball quickly. Too short from pair. We don't see that too often from him. Very rare bad delivery. But that just goes to show the caliber of Johan Jeremiah. He's able to pounce on the bad delivery immediately.
Yeah, he's not the type of bowler that will strain length and line too much. But like I said, you have to be ready to take advantage.
Excellent comeback.
beat everything there. But that's the one thing that I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing the ball spinning when he bowls it. It's not turning much. And there are some rough spots outside the left-hander's off stump. I'm sure he would want to try to pitch in a couple of those and see how the ball reacts to it. End of the over, 108 for 2.
Yeah, so that's the situation. The Red Force putting up a mammoth 504 for 6. And half centuries to Vikash Moore and Sifa Scooper. Centuries to Gully and Mohammed. And 22 to Tian Webster and 22 to Yannick Carrier as well. Everyone contributing.
Yeah, so let's see what Brian Charles can conjure up. And again, unable to stop it from going down the hill. But that would have been prevented. That single would have been prevented had he been able to intercept that one.
I really dislike seeing teams give up singles so easily, Ruskin. When you have a batsman on strike, you want to keep him on strike for as long as possible.
That's you.
But I'm sure Brian Charles wouldn't mind bowling to the left-hander.
Yeah.
If anything, he would prefer to bowl to the left-hander now.
I like to see Charles bowl a bit slower to Jeremiah.
Push the score up now to 108 now for 2. The right-handed Paris is back on strike now. Again, they're just sort of picking him off, and I really feel Yannick Correa might be a better option here, unless he's well, I don't think he's injured, else he would not have played. So Nelson, 1-1-1, time to hop, 1-1-1 for 2.
Well, the Red Force would be thinking that and hoping that Nelson does strike for them. Yeah, but as you mentioned, Carrier, just bring him on for 1 over, 1 or 2 overs. 3 overs left after this. Give him 1 over at least.
Yeah, just to see how the wicket reacts to his bowling, or how the batsmen react to him. But right now, Charles is way too short, and Jeremiah is just picking him off. Speaking of Correa, he is platooning out in the deep.
Nervous times now, Charlie. Nervous times now, Charlie.
There he is with the ball in hand. Doesn't seem as though he's going to be bowling just yet, because Brian Charles has a final delivery coming up from his over.
Yeah, but he's not able to impact the game right now with the ball, Brian Charles. It's too easy for the batsman. And I would really wish to see Correa come into the attack here now, just an over or 2, and see how he goes. Now I prefer to see him at the southern end, bowling at that end, as opposed to the top end. But who knows?
Well, it looks as though Vikash Mohan is going to get an over. And obviously no stranger to bowling Vikash Mohan. Does open the batting with Sifa Scooper.
Kind of baffling that he was the one who gets the option first before Yannick Carrier, because I really would think Yannick is probably the better option right now, but we'll see. Unless he's going to bowl Yannick from the bottom end, but he really should be bowling right now.
Just 2 wickets, 2 first-class wickets in the last season. Didn't bowl much.
Yeah, they really need somebody to put their hands up here in these last couple of overs and say, let me try and turn a couple, put some fear into the batsmen.
Very simple action from Vikash Mohan.
He's just trying to get through the overs quickly without minimal damage as possible.
You can see the towel being used quite frequently.
The dew is having an effect. Yes, another ball just bouncing in front of him there. They were trying to get under it.
And dropping just short of Cooper, who was there waiting.
Again, too easy. But there's a 50 to Johan Jeremiah.
A lovely knock from the skipper of CCC, understanding that it's needed. Have a look at how he got there. Just punching one away out to the deep extra cover. Gully the man there, and a lovely knock from Jeremiah. 50 coming up off 110 deliveries. The opener, the skipper, and he's still there.
It's 7 fours on a 6. So he's doing his part. Just needs somebody else to come along with him for the ride. So Brian Charles is continuing from the bottom end, from the top end rather. But no purchase of the wicket, and I think that is that's the missing ingredient right now. You need somebody who could just get some turn. I feel the leg spinner might be the best option.
This is what I want to see from Charles, just slowing it up a bit. Tonadi has been a bit too quick through the air. I know that he is known for that. That's how he gets his wickets.
That's you.
So Jeremiah look like he's playing the long game here. He's making the bowlers work for any kind of success.
On this one.
And he's gonna get a comfortable single, good bit of fielding.
Brilliant fielding from Manik, Justin Manik. Didn't have any success with the ball for the Red Force this time around.
A couple of chances did go
Yes,
down with the
certainly.
bowling. One went to hand, a couple went very close. So another Brian Charles over comes to an end quickly. So I think we have just a 1 over remaining in the day's play.
Yep.
So it's 114 for 2. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago resumed this morning on 303 for 2. And they, with Cooley and 76 Mohammed on 75. And Guli went on to get 100 of 164 balls with 15 fours, and followed by Mohammed's century from 160 balls with 13 fours. And both of them really batted superbly.
This is where now Ruskin, the CCC team, doesn't want to lose a wicket. They would want to just see out this over, so that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force can look to be a bit attacking here, put some pressure here in this final over.
Yeah, they really need to try and see if they could get a third wicket here this evening. Not a good bit of fielding out in the deep.
Jason Mohammed diving away to his right after being at the crease for such a long time this morning, or this afternoon rather.
You know, when you're not out overnight, all sorts of things go through your mind, because you're kind of visualizing how you're going to perform the next day, things you need to do. And it's all too easy here. I really think that Brian Charles missed a trick here late in the day. Mohan was not the option in terms of a wicket-taking option that you'd have been looking for at this time.
You obviously, at this period, you're looking to get a wicket to send the CCC team back in.
So that is it there, 114 for 2 at the end of the day's play. And of course, the man leading the charge from the front by example is captain Johan Jeremiah. He's on 51, and Paris is batting well, and he is on 19.
I think all in all, this has been an excellent day's cricket. Good to see a fight back from the combined campuses and colleges team, looking to really punch Trinidad and Tobago Red Force back in the face, so to speak, after they dominated yesterday and all of this afternoon as well. But seeing the manner in which Johan Jeremiah went about his things with the bat, he's certainly setting the example for the batsmen to come. Paris looks good as well. He's there with him come tomorrow. They'll certainly need a big partnership to follow this.
Well, they're still trailing by about 390 runs, so they have some work to do. And that's putting it succinctly. Trinidad and Tobago also with some work to do. They need a further 8 wickets to at least set up the prospects of maybe trying to bowl them out a second time. But that's all in the future. Hopefully tomorrow you can join us to see exactly how things progress. So once again, Trinidad and Tobago 504 for 6 declared, with centuries to Jason Mohammed 176, he was last man out, and Jid Guli to Mansing. They were the principal wicket takers, and I have to mention Damel Evelyn, 1 for 17. He was the one who got that, who broke the partnership, the opening partnership, when Trinidad and Tobago was threatening to bat the CCC out of the game. But that's where we are, with 114 on the board right now. The 2 men out. Damel Evelyn for 21, bowled by Webster, playing on. And Siddiqui Henry also out for 21, bowled by Pierre, 45 for 1, 69 for 2. But these two have put together a nice little partnership. It's 114 for 2 now. They've added 40 5 together so far. And we look forward to seeing them tomorrow. So that's where, on behalf of the entire team, I'm Ruskin, thanking you so much for being with us. And do join us again tomorrow at about 1 o'clock for the third day of this West Indies Championship game between the TNT Red Force and the CCC. We'll see you tomorrow.